Hello and welcome back to another live stream presented by the Master Plan. Once again, I know I lied last night and I said we wouldn't be back for day two. We are back for day two. Day one was just so interesting. We couldn't help ourselves. We felt compelled to come back for day two. We're just gonna be here for the second round. Um, not going to be covering the third round, but we're going to give you wall-to-wall coverage of the second round here tonight or this evening, depending on where you are in the country. Maybe you're on the West Coast and it's the afternoon, but here on the East Coast, it is 6:50 p.m. Eastern Time. Joining me once again, Andrew Roberts and Connor DiBiase. They were here with us last night for the greatest draft of all time. That is, yes, what I am calling it. And they are back
Yeah, I
again
think
today for the
that's
greatest
warranted.
second round of all time. We have
It
a
honestly
lot
might
going
be.
on.
QB carry
Now
some.
I'm gonna dish it over to Connor, who is a Bucks fan. The Bucks will be making their first pick in the NFL draft here in just over 10 minutes. They will be on the clock. Connor, who are you looking for? Who do you think the Bucks are gonna select with the 33rd overall pick?
Yeah, the Bucks were really looking into trading down this pick, but then reports came out they ended up turning down a bunch of trades for this pick, maybe not getting enough. Maybe they found someone they liked. And that's exactly what I'm hearing here is they found someone they liked a lot. Going into this spot, I liked a couple of guys. I really liked Nakobe Dean just for his fall, best player available. But the guy that it seems like the Bucks have kind of eyed in on after I think one of the big reasons was Cassine went at 32. But the guy that I'm seeing is Logan Hall, the defensive tackle out of Houston. Um, I mean, you saw his teammate last year, Paxton Turner, jump up all the way to 28 for the Saints. He's a really good size while still running like a 4.8 40, and I think he had a 7.25 3 cone, so super athletic. Really good at the pass rush, works well in both schemes really. There are some worries about him playing a bit too high off the snap and everything, but he's just a guy that instead of like a Travis Jones, which was other rumors, who is too similar to Vita Vea, he's a guy you can slot next to Vita, um, and kind of have him as that replacement for Ndamukong Suh. To put him next to Tavita, Tua Akaono, Tua Pelota, Vahai, Fahoko, Latu Vea. I think I got that right. Would be a dream for the Buccaneers here.
Appreciate the pronunciation there from Connor DiBiase. Always want to be accurate here on the master plan. Never want to leave anything up to chance whatsoever. Now, we're going to recap last night. Obviously, we ended shortly after the Vikings made the 32nd overall pick, taking
Louis
um,
Cine,
Louis
safety out
Cine,
of safety out of Georgia.
And there has been a lot of news. Obviously, today, mostly it was focused on Cole Strange. He was the subject of much of the news today. Andrew, giving it basically a day, maybe 20 hours since the pick. What's your take on the pick of Cole Strange, and what have you seen in the media today about it?
So, I gave this pick a C last night, and I think I'm sticking with that because, I mean, on one hand, it is a big reach. On the other hand, he's a replacement for Shaq Mason, and to he's gonna have the opportunity to start from day one. I think if he turns out well, then that's a day one starter the Patriots got. What the two things I did hear from the media today is that the Texans were looking at Strange in the second round, and I think that's the whole reason the Patriots took him there. So I don't know if it's maybe Strange was rising up multiple teams' draft boards.
Why
Still
would the
doesn't mean he's
Texans
that talented
take?
a player.
Why would the
But
Texans take Strange when they took Kenyon Green as a guard earlier in the draft, though?
I think I think they were still looking at
Hmm.
potential alignment. I mean, the Texans, I'd say, have multiple holes in their line. It's not
Wait,
just they could use another lineman before the end of the draft. But yeah, so I'd heard that. The other thing I had heard is that Matt Patricia had a big say in the Cole
oh
Strange pick. It
wow.
was kind of his idea. in a way. And that stands out as a red flag to me, quite honestly, because it wasn't necessarily Belichick's decision. It was more Matt Patricia's decision. You saw how he was coaching the Lions. I don't know that I necessarily trust his gut on an offensive lineman. I mean, in Bill we trust, but do we trust Matt Patricia? Is the big question.
In Matt we trust, I am not so confident in that statement. Now, there's a lot of flack on Cole Strange. A lot of people are going after the Patriots. I think it's interesting. For sure, I
still
think that a
the
lot of people.
media's like hating on it too much, but it doesn't mean it's a good pick.
To be fair, at around that spot in his first year with the Lions, Patricia did end up I guess the front office he was with did end up drafting a center in Frank Ragnow, who has turned out to be an all-pro center. He was projected to go in the first round, to be fair, but something.
Yeah,
of
I mean,
note.
I think what we've seen
I don't
today
know
is
if he was necessarily projected for the first round. At one point, he was projected later, but
I-
I think it's a similar situation where Strange, at one point, he wasn't even expected to be a day 2 pick. Then you start seeing him show up in day 2 mock drafts, and then you hear that the Texans wanted him in round 2, and then finally the Patriots get him in round 1.
I just
yeah,
said
no. Yeah,
first
go ahead.
round pick because he was the clear kind of number one center in that draft by far. And I think he had a day 1 draft grade on most.
Yeah, I think the only thing is like it's hard to I mean, that's the other thing. It's really hard to argue for an interior O lineman at any point in day 1. It's not as important of a position as cornerback, as wide receiver.
Yeah, we had more interior linemen than cornerbacks yesterday, didn't
Yeah, that was interesting.
we? 4-3.
And
We did not have a lot of cornerbacks taken yesterday.
Yeah,
We
I
do
think only
expect quite
4
a few to be taken here today, though. I think.
Yeah, it's a deep class. You have Booth that's still on the board, Kyler Gordon, Roger McCreary. Then you have guys like Tariq Woolen.
I like
who's a
Marcus Jones a
later.
lot out of Houston.
Zion McCollum is another one.
There are
Yeah.
quite a few. I think
I
what
didn't
we've
even
seen
name all
today
of them.
is there's been a lot of reports that have come out saying basically Strange was going up the draft boards in a lot of teams. That's what I've seen. Not necessarily whether it's true or not, that I'm not sure. And whether the Patriots still should have picked him anyways is yet to be seen. However, he is a Patriot. He's going out to dinner with Mac Jones tonight. So I'll say this: the Patriots are embracing him, and he's gonna have to prove himself because he's got, he's definitely got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. I think, especially given where he was picked in the draft, he's gonna have to live up to some big expectations. But
Yeah, Isaiah
he has
Wynn.
the ability to prove a lot of people
Similar
wrong.
pressure. Like Cole Strange, just like Isaiah Wynn, is expected to be a day 1 starter for the Patriots, and was a Belichick pick in round 1 of the draft. So I compare it to Wynn's rookie year when he had all eyes looking his way. It wasn't necessarily as good as expected, but hey, he's turned out to be a quality player. I think the main difference there is Wynn was always projected to be a first.
Yeah, I mean, I think Strange will be good. It depends. The Patriots definitely need to go all defense today. I don't want to see one offensive pick unless it's like
Really?
a crazy.
You don't think
receiver.
wideout?
What about a receiver?
Huh?
You don't think a wide receiver?
No. After
I think
Devontae Parker
one
was
wide
signed,
receiver
absolutely
I
not.
could argue.
I think one
One
interesting.
wide receiver I could argue for. I could see maybe an Alec Pierce or even later like someone like Tyquan Thornton.
Maybe Jordan Mechie, but that would be it.
John Mechie, yeah.
Yeah, because he's a Alabama.
Another guy I like, I've probably said his name a million times at this point, but David Bell. He didn't look great at the combine, but he still had good tape for a Purdue wide receiver and good stats for a Purdue wide receiver. So don't sleep on him.
One interesting thing to me is the wide receivers in general. You're expecting probably 5 or 6 to go in this round or this day based on how they've gone. If you think back, I'm just thinking back to 2020 because I know off the top of my head, Bucks drafted Tyler Johnson in the 5th round, but Tyler Johnson was rated around like the 10th, 11th wide receiver to go, and you already had what 8 plus 2 trades and what was 6 plus 2 trades to make 8 in round 1. And these are guys that, I mean, Tyler Johnson, although he hasn't produced on the Bucks, just looking at his kind of draft portfolio back then, he's a guy who you think would be at the top of the rankings today with Pickens and stuff. And you had like Brian Edwards out there from South Carolina, and a couple of guys that would have been in that spot, KJ Hamler as well, that would kind of look like top picks so far on the board for wide receivers this year. And that shows how many have kind of gone and how fast the wide receiver game has become, mostly due to the prices of free agent wide receivers right now. Guys would rather trade their young guys to end up getting a 4 or 5 years of a guy for half the price.
Now, who do you guys think is the first receiver to go tonight? Because
would
as
say-
much as I like Bell, I think it's probably Pickens.
I would say it's Pickens. I mean, he was, late first round, early second talent projecting wise. So I would have to say it'd probably be him.
Yeah, you've got to expect he's one of the top. I think Christian Watson also has a decent chance to be the first one off. A huge wide receiver, has all the physical attributes. Those are the two guys I can see going
It was Trey
first year.
Lance's.
And here we go. The draft for day 2 has
Solid.
started. It's gonna
On the
be a
clock.
fun one tonight. I
Are the
believe
Bucks officially on the clock? I don't see.
I believe they're officially. Or is he not announced?
I believe they're officially on the clock.
Showing up, I see Desmond Ritter on my screen right now. But that's another interesting topic: is the QBs in this round and where each of them is going to go. In big consideration, because like you had right now, the rumors I'm hearing are the Titans love Desmond Ritter and they're at 35. Seahawks love Desmond Ritter because could they try to jump? You have the Commanders looking into both Willis and Howell. You still have Willis on there, who's a projected. I mean, his over under was 13.5 yesterday.
If I may interject, I would just like to say, I would say that the way that Willis handled not being taken in the first round yesterday I thought it was very impressive. I thought his reaction and his response to basically being not a first round lock, but on most people's boards, people had him being taken in the first round. And I thought his reaction and response to that not happening, I thought was refreshing. We don't see that very often where players will take a grown-up perspective and really kind of just, roll with the punches. But I just wanted to say that I thought that was a pretty good show of character. And, whether or not you love him, I personally don't. I got to give him respect for that because that could not have been easy yesterday.
Yeah. I think we're looking at a lot of the teams that passed on a quarterback yesterday to potentially take one today. Now, Carolina, I don't think has a pick anytime soon. But when we're talking about Seattle, we're talking about the Titans, maybe the Lions. I think those are the teams that could be targeting quarterbacks today.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions, 46 right now, so I mean,
Yeah,
if
I mean,
Willis,
it's not necessarily a given that they take one. They could wait till next year, or they could go
If-
for one tonight.
if Willis
I
or
don't
Howell
mind
is there,
them Howell.
you might see back to back off the board with Detroit and Washington both looking.
Oh yeah, Washington was another team that was rumored to be in the mix for a quarterback. Either I believe it was Willis and Howell that they were looking
Yeah.
at, but I'm not. Yeah, that's right.
Precisely. I
But-
mean, it's going to be a very,
Those are the
very
best two left
entertaining
in
day.
my eyes. I like both of them over Corral. I like both of them over Ritter. Some teams disagree, but that's where I stand.
Howell's my number one QB. But I'd say Howell, Ritter, Will. I'm not a big-
Howell and Willis are pretty close for me, and then it's Ritter followed by Corral.
kind of like strong of
Mhm.
Corral, to be honest. I'm not
Yeah,
impressed with
maybe
Corral
even
at
strong
all.
over Corral.
But
I'm not a Corral fan.
yeah, I'm pretty sure Corral turned down his Green Room invite, which is kind of funny because I guess his agent probably told him, "You're probably not going in the first round. You don't want to sit there."
You don't want to just be sitting there.
Who was the kid who the Bills took? I don't remember if it was last year or the year before. That they showed like after every
This
couple
year's
of
all-
picks sitting there, then he went in the 5th round or something.
That's
Jake
a rough
Fromm.
place to be sitting.
Jake Fromm.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah, they showed him sitting there, just looking sad as hell after like every 5 picks since the beginning of the
rough
second
place to be
round.
sitting for that long.
That was real tough.
So wait, are the Bucks on the clock? I don't
Uh,
believe they are.
Yeah,
I don't
see it.
know if officially they are yet.
What's interesting is with all the trades yesterday, we have a completely new top three in this round: Buccaneers, Vikings, and Titans.
It's
Yeah,
true.
all
It's kind of
traded in.
crazy.
Yeah.
All right, while the Bucks are not on the clock, I'm gonna go grab dinner. Unfortunately, I have to eat at some point, so I will be eating during this. But Connor and Andrew are more than capable of handling this. I'll be back briefly. Go Red Sox, by the way. Game started now. Bruins regular season finale also happens now, so it's a big
Celtics
night.
on
And
Sunday.
Celtics this weekend against Milwaukee.
Is Franchi playing today? Do you know?
I'm not 100% sure. All I know is Franchi's up, Shaw is down.
Yeah, Franchi's been really good for the. What are they called now? Not Paw Sox. The Woo Sox. Right.
Woo Sox. I've been to several Woo Sox games.
Yeah.
I'll probably be back there this summer. Polar Park's a great venue. So
I heard. I used to go to Paw Sox game,
interesting.
but that was
Yeah,
Pawtucket.
I don't
Now
know
it's
one
Worcester.
Paw Sox game, maybe two, but Woo Sox. I think I've already been to more than the Paw Sox.
Cassis has been on a slump. That's what I was hearing. I haven't watched much of them.
I mean, it's tough to transition to AAA.
Yeah. Back to
Yeah.
the draft. They're still not on the clock yet. That's shocking.
Oh, that's interesting.
Hopefully, I mean, last round was really fast yesterday.
Yeah.
Probably like 45 minutes faster than the year before.
Definitely. I think once it gets going, it'll be fast.
Yeah.
We just need the Bucks to get on the clock. Yeah. I'm just thinking about all these trades right now. Which of these three teams do you think did the best job with their trade between the Bucks, Vikes, and Titans?
I gotta lean the Bucks just because of the value they got. I mean, you look at the Titans trade right before. I mean, the Vikings. I feel like both the Vikings and the Titans trades
I feel
were
like the Titans
bad.
got fleeced.
But like the Jets gave up what 35, 69, and 163 for 26 and 101, and the Vikings gave up their second and 12 for 32, 34, and like a fourth.
Yeah.
That's
The
really
Titans
bad.
trade I can't defend, but the Vikings trade, I mean, I could see it working out. If they can land Louis Cine, they already landed. If they land Cine and Booth and have a huge upgrade to their secondary between those two guys, it might be worth it.
I think it is a good trade for them. I think they've gotten what they wanted out of it, but you have to think they were able to get more than basically a swap second. But that jump from second to first was a lot more valuable than jump from second to third, or
You
from
just don't
second to
know how
late second.
concerned people.
Yeah,
You just don't know how concerned people are about Andrew Booth's injury concerns. Like, I'd say it's probably some teams that are more concerned than others, but I really do wonder. I think it could be the Vikings, but I wonder which team is going to stop his slide. If not the Vikings, I mean, the Patriots usually stay away from Clemson guys, but this, I mean, if Booth fell that far, that would remind me of kind of a Rob Gronkowski situation. And could be a situation where they take advantage of injury hurting someone's value and get a steal.
I mean, I was looking at the Spielberger Fitzgerald model in terms of points of pick worths, and the Bucks gave up 27, which was basically pretty close to like 100 off of 33 when you had 106 and 180 back. And it gave them like over 1,000 points in better value
That's
back.
a really good value trade. Anywhere in this range for the Buccaneers is very good, and they got a pick towards the end of the third round, I believe, which it might have been early fourth.
They got 106, which I think is in third round.
Oh wait, I think that might that's the first pick of day 3.
First pick of day 3. Gotcha.
Yeah,
but they have 2 seconds and 1/3, I want to say.
Well, that's a lot of opportunity to take advantage of what will be the meat of this draft class that's happening today. And the Buccaneers are officially on the clock.
Is it?
What are we thinking here?
Depends how fast. Is it 10 minutes again, or no? It's like seven and a
Less,
half.
it's less. I believe it's like 7.5. Yeah.
7.5 for round 2, then 5 for round 3.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think the likely pick is Logan Hall. It seems set in stone at this point.
Yeah,
I
I
like
said DeMarvin Leal earlier, but at this point with the Hall rumors, I agree with that pick. And I think it's if that is a pick, I like it. Fills a need, and Hall definitely is a good fit in Tampa. I think it checks all the boxes. I mean, I don't know how other teams are valuing him. That's the only thing I have against it. But beyond that, not many complaints.
he was getting. I heard some round 1 buzz on him. I heard the Bears
Yeah, I
loved
did
him
hear
too.
that. I heard that with him and Travis Jones a little bit. Also Leo, but yeah, any of those three guys honestly
I think
could have gone.
I think D lineman just dropped further than expected.
Yeah, and now what we have now is a lot of good ones on day 2. The three
Yeah.
I just mentioned are still around. Perry and Winfrey's another one.
I like Winfrey. I
Yeah.
don't think. I don't think Travis Jones is the pick. He's too big, as I said before. He wouldn't fit next to Vita.
And then Matthew Butler is another one who's potentially a day 2 pick.
I feel like Lael, to me, at least what I saw out of him, was more of a defensive end, an edge rusher than lining up a tackle.
Maybe a 3-4 defensive end.
Yeah, it could be, but Bucks run a 4-3.
So Connor, the Bucks have not selected yet. We're 5 minutes in. Trey back?
Maybe they're fielding offers. Maybe someone gives up a lot. Maybe you get like a second and a third out of it from a team that really wants
Yeah,
to.
they're probably still listening to offers, even if they have their mind set on if they're sticking here.
I mean,
I
if-
think the Bucks. Now I'm looking at their depth chart. I mean, maybe that's gonna change this year, but it looks like their depth chart has it set up as a 3-4. So honestly, that might be a decent fit with Leo there, but quite honestly, I think Logan Hall is more likely considering all the buzz we've heard.
The buzz around the league. That would be a great name for a podcast or for our YouTube channel, The Buzz Around the League. Unfortunately, we are the master plan.
Also, we don't really get that much buzz around the league. Sources.
No,
Fair
we
enough.
don't. But this is a big pick for the Bucks. I mean, this is really about, revitalizing the team, making another Super Bowl run. I mean, this is a team that definitely can win the NFC. And the NFC certainly got a lot weaker with the departures of a couple quarterbacks. So
You know what Tom Brady did? He left, he came back, and now he's probably the NFC favorite again.
greatest day of my came back to the NFL. It's official. Connor, is it the second greatest day of your life outside the Bucks winning the Super Bowl?
Him coming back? Definitely not. No. I mean, it's cool, but I would not say it's. I was never that big of a Brady fan. Talking about
Yeah,
my,
he really is retired.
You gotta
from
be a
football.
Brady fan now.
I'm a Brady fan, but I'm not like. I didn't feel like a
You're
future
not like me
depended
where
on
you
him.
would support him if he went somewhere else after the Bucks.
Yeah, I'd stick with the Bucks.
Yeah, unlike
I mean,
Connor.
Michael and I watched Brady for years. We still have that connection.
It's interesting that
Love my man
this could
Brady.
just be the league asking them make it intense, but
Yeah,
I feel like
mean,
with
that's what
Pick is in.
usually
Pick
happens.
is in. Yeah, I mean,
Pick is
they
in.
could be
Ball.
discussing. It didn't look like much talking in the war room. It looked like you got Alien sitting back in his Hawaiian shirt, looking
I mean,
like he's cruising along.
why would there be talk in the war room? They've had a whole day to discuss.
Yeah.
this.
But it is interesting.
I
I
mean,
guess they
if-
were just maybe waiting for a good enough offer to come and think, go in. You
Yeah.
just hit the guy you want. I think it's likely to be Logan Hall here.
At this
Uh,
point, I think it's Hall. If it wasn't Hall, it would have taken longer.
Twitter is at the moment not giving me any info.
JPA
I mean,
and
we
Ari.
did hear a lot of Hall rumors earlier.
It is-
though, so.
Ari and JPA tweeted out Logan Hall here.
Albert Brewer, Logan Hall. It's official. Connor,
Okay.
congratulations.
Yeah, I mean it's a good pick. You line him up probably at right end on that line. Or I mean, he might go left too, but it really depends on are you trying to get JPP or Sue back with the limited cap you have. You can run with Nunez Roches, kind of splitting with Vea and Golston. They still have, as well as Patrick O'Connor and Anthony Nelson had a lot of good moments
Right.
towards the end of that season. But this is kind of a
I-
guy you
yeah.
slot into that defensive line rotation. Probably gets a good amount of snaps with Vita only taking
Yeah, I
about
mean,
50%.
you can't really have too many defensive linemen. I mean, you need a lot. Those guys play tough snaps, and it's good to have a lot of different guys who can play at a lot of different times, a lot of different situations. So
Yeah, we talked plenty about Hall tonight, expecting him to be the first pick of day 2.
yeah,
But the
I'm trying to
Vikings,
see.
I think the major question here, are we feeling Booth, or are they going to take someone else?
I say look for a trade. Maybe the Seahawks try to trade 40 to jump the Titans for Ritter, or some other team looking for a QB to jump the Titans. I
I
say,
can see
I
someone
mean,
trading up for Booth too. If
I mean,
there's someone
yeah.
that likes Booth more than the Vikings.
Yeah,
you'd think if they liked Booth,
yesterday,
they would have taken him yesterday. A lot of
yesterday,
ways.
a lot of Vikings fans were unhappy with the pick.
The Cine, I like Cine a lot.
I like the Cine pick.
I like it.
I think they need a safety more than they need a corner, quite honestly.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you still
Because
got
they
Well,
Pat
got rid of
Pete,
Anthony
right?
Harris a year ago. They never
Right, you saw
found a
Pat Pete. You
replacement for him.
still.
Yeah,
I mean, you needed someone to play alongside.
and you drafted Cameron
Sure.
Dantzler not too long ago. You got Pat Beat, Cameron Dantzler. You can get a late round guy to fill in that third cornerback.
You still need that true. Well, I don't know if they necessarily need a number 1 corner at this point.
You don't think
because, I
Pat
mean,
Pete
yeah,
is a number 1 corner at this point?
Yeah, Pat Peterson probably is still a number 1 corner.
Yeah,
And
I
the
think
pick is in for the Vikings.
I was.
I have a
No,
feeling if it's going
it's
that
Packers
fast,
on the
maybe it is
clock.
Booth.
Packers are on the clock.
Wow.
Really?
Got to be a wide receiver.
Already the Vikings trade.
Yet another trade. If it's not a wide receiver, fire Burkhardt. I'm not.
It is a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
It is Christian Watson, the guy I was talking about
Oh,
as the
I
first
think you
receiver on
said-
the board. Is what JPA just tweeted out. He's
Wait. Watson to the Vikings or the Packers?
the
JPA
Packers.
football's been on, I
Watson to
gotta-
the Packers.
gotta-
Oh
this.
wait, so the Packers took him at 34.
Yeah.
34.
Vikings with
So what is the
two.
return for the
Green
Vikings?
Bay actually
Haven't
drafting a
seen
wide
it yet.
receiver. What do you know?
I like that pick. I feel like he's a big body. North Dakota State's a small school, but he's good. I really liked him over some of the
That's
guys that went
interesting.
last
you don't
round.
See you don't see interdivisional trades that often. The second Vikings trade of the draft.
Yeah,
they've only made
two.
one selection.
Two into division is pretty crazy. He reminds me of Pittman. That same 2020 draft I was talking about reminds me of Pittman in that draft a lot with his size.
Pittman's really
If he
talented,
can
so-
put on some weight and be more physical, I'd really like him as a big outside threat, a deep threat for that team.
Packers.
Can he be
had
a
an
one
awful
though?
day 1. Awful day 1. But they just recovered with that pick. That is a home run pick right there.
Yeah, I want to see
My
what they
only
give up.
complaint is I don't know if Watson
Ooh.
I think they're leaning on him to be Rodgers' number 1 guy. Can he be that?
They
fresh
gave
out of
up.
North Dakota State?
They gave up 2 second-round picks for that.
That's a good deal though.
Ooh, that is a good
Minnesota
deal.
won
I
that.
think the
53
Packers,
and 59. That does seem
53
like a
and
lot.
59?
That
that
feels like a
was
lot.
worth it for the Packers. My only
That's
concern-
great. If you're the Vikings, you got to be happy with that deal. I mean,
My only concern is that Christian Watson is coming out of North Dakota State and going to be rushed into this Green Bay offense, going up against top corners in the NFL. Is he going to fall to the pressure in year 1? I don't think, like a lot of people were saying, whoever the Packers take is going to be a good fantasy pick, like the top wide receiver for the Packers. But at this point, I don't know, because I don't know that he'll be able to have success right out of the gate here.
I agree. I mean, I think it's a good move for the Packers,
Yeah,
but
it is a good.
I would have rather them seen them take a wide receiver on day 1.
Yeah. If it's really like they're playing catch up right now for what they did on day 1. This
Yeah.
pick alone is a home run pick, but when you look at what they did yesterday, it's
Right, but-
still.
I mean,
They didn't have to.
I would have rather them. What was I think they should have traded up to get a wide receiver. But what was at the board at 22? I wouldn't like
I
them
mean, yeah,
to take.
the issue is all of the big 5 wide receivers went before them, and I mean,
Right.
Big six.
I just don't
even.
know
do you
why they
put that
traded
on
up
Burkhardt
today
for
and not
underestimating
yesterday.
how much teams like them, or do you put that on just bad luck?
I don't know why they traded up today and not yesterday. Because they could have traded up to 12 with the Vikings. I mean, clearly the Vikings would have traded with them.
Yeah, they could have gotten. I mean,
Wasn't-
Jamison Williams? Now, he would have been stepping in right away, and the Titans pick is already in, is what I'm seeing.
Wow.
Is it? You think it's Ritter?
Fast paced. Probably Ritter.
Uh,
If it's
who
in
went
that
to?
fact.
I'm thinking.
I would think so.
You got good
It is
QBs.
not Desmond Ritter. It is Auburn cornerback Roger McCreary at 35.
Yeah, they
Ooh,
needed
he's
cornerback
a guy
help.
I've been talking about a lot, but the Titans were not the team I expected to take him.
So Booth
I don't mind the pick,
continues to
though.
fall.
They definitely
That's the
needed.
story.
They definitely needed cornerback help.
Yeah, they do need a corner. That is
Well,
a
they
good
lost
pick.
MB. They lost Malcolm Butler. So yeah, definitely.
But North Dakota State's had some good prospects, like Trey Lance last year, Carson Wentz, however many years ago. I think Jabril Cox went there. I can't think of a receiver, but maybe there's maybe there is one.
I do really like the McCreary pick. I think it's a good start for all 3 of these teams here. The Buccaneers getting Logan Hall, Packers taking Watson, and the Titans McCreary. I like all 3 of those picks.
Yeah,
No
I think it's 3. I'm glad they didn't go Ritter here. That
Now,
was the rumors they were
Giants,
looking
this
at.
is interesting.
Giants have another opportunity to really load up.
It could take a
Yeah,
quarterback
they
too.
had 2
Basically their
I'd
choice.
argue potentially 2 home run picks on day 1, and 1 for sure with Evan Neal. That was great at 7. But now
So what are they
it's
looking for
interesting to
here?
see what they do here if they keep up the streak of good picks.
I think
One
they do
big
need.
I could see-
This could be a Booth spot too. I think they do need secondary help.
It's not going to be the Giants. It's going to be the Jets at 36.
Whoa.
The Jets have
The
traded
Jets
up
are
I
to
was
going
gonna say
back
the
up.
Giants should take a tight end, but
So the Jets
An
just
intercity
jumped the
trade.
Texans. And the Texans were
I
kind of
think-
rumored to take Brees Hall. I heard. I'm wondering what they're kind of trading
I
up
think the
for
Jets.
here.
No. The Texans,
Oh,
I think,
that's-
probably would have taken the Kobe Dean. I think it's for Dean.
It's for. Oh, I like that. I like that.
Kobe Dean
Uh,
to the Jets. I'm
Wow,
calling
that's
that
a.
right.
If the Jets get Dean here, that is so good.
Yeah.
That would
is
be
so
a
good.
crazy draft.
It's a
class.
pretty good deal for the Giants. The Giants get
Ah, it's
38
not
and
great.
146.
You just get a fourth rounder.
What Jets fan was
Yeah.
expecting Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, and not Orr, and N'Kobe Dean. We don't know
Well-
if it's Dean yet, but
Yeah.
if it was N'Kobe Dean,
I
that
mean,
would be pretty
he
insane.
he is a starting caliber linebacker for years to come, potentially all-star caliber. It's just
Yeah.
people don't value
I really
linebacker.
like
He's the second one
I
off the
think
board.
his fall is honestly more surprising than Andrew Booth's fall.
It's just the big thing about this is what all the media said. The big thing about Dean is people thought he only had success because he had such a good line around him. Because Georgia was so good. Oh, it's what I said. They jumped the Texans to get running back Brees Hall.
Wow.
Whoa!
They
Now
jumped.
they're gonna have a duo here of Michael Carter and Brees Hall. I was hoping they'd stick with Carter.
That's a
little
strong
longer,
pick
but
there, though. They need a running game.
I don't know. I liked Michael Carter as the starting running back. I
But,
don't think it's a huge need, but I
we
mean,
down-
Hall's a value.
2 running back rooms are really what's winning the league right now. It's not
Yeah.
3 down backs. What's having most success is 2 running back rooms, and kind of taking advantage of a lot of guys. That was definitely to jump the Texans because they were heavily rumored to like him.
Oh yeah, Brees Hall in Houston. That would have been great for Hall, honestly, because he would have gotten all the touches.
Yeah,
in
I mean,
year
they have Rex Burkhead and no one. Like, do they still have David
even get
Johnson under
re-signed?
one.
contract?
I'm saying like on the Texans do not have a reliable starting running back.
Yeah,
It
was
do they
Rex
split up
Burkhead.
and take Kenneth Walker here. I don't think so because they have a lot of other-
no, I don't think they do. I think they could look to trade out. I think now we're going to see the Seahawks take Ritter. I think that's very likely with one of their 2
Yeah,
picks.
really over Willis.
Yeah, I would say at this point probably.
It's all the reports were that they liked Ritter and they were looking into Ritter. They could go Willis. They could say everyone liked him. We're gonna go him. I had them taking him in my second to last mock, in the first round, trade down. But they could go Willis here. I don't love it. If they like Ritter, I say don't listen to the media. Take the guy you like. Take the guy that actually looks decent on film.
That's exactly right.
Take the guy who
I'm
can
not
win
loving-
games. They're
I'm
both
not
small school
loving the
quarterbacks.
Hall pick. I think like if the Texans were looking to take Brees Hall, they could have stuck at 6, and then Nakobe Dean probably would have been an even better pick for them.
Yeah, I think the Dean fit would be good as well. I kind of
I
like
just
that.
don't think Hall for the Jets. Hall's not worth trading up for. If you're a team like the Texans that's desperate for a running back, I could understand, but for the Jets, I don't know.
I want him.
Yeah, that's very clear. I mean, there were rumors that Hall would go round 1. It's not surprising that he's going early on day 2. It's just more surprising the team that's taking him.
I mean, it
Yeah,
makes
I mean, that's
sense.
the 4th pick already for the Jets in the draft, and some teams haven't selected once.
True.
I mean, that's pretty wild, isn't it, Connor?
Yeah. Ooh, there's the
Yeah,
next
this is
pick
valuable.
already.
They've been stacking up not just this year, but over the past few years. They traded away Jamal Adams for a haul of
Yeah, that
draft
was such a
picks.
good trade.
Wow. And already the Texans have put in their pick, Jalen Petrie at 37.
That makes
Has
sense.
just been announced.
You'd lost Justin Reed. You get safety help there.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, the Justin Reed loss was a big blow, and now we find his long-term replacement in Jalen Petrie.
Jalen Petrie, I mean, he was a late first round talent potentially, so I like the pick by the Texans.
It's one thing I'm seeing for the Texans here is you're gonna have Michael Carter as the first and second down back, and I think you try to play Brees Hall in a third down receiving back role, and more of a power back as well. Brees Hall's a lot bigger than.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael Carter is small.
I think there's another duo that's reminding me of. Oh yeah, I think it's very similar to the Patriots backfield. Michael Carter's the Damian Harris type, and then Brees Hall's the Ramondre Stevenson.
I agree with that a lot. Yeah, I agree with that a ton.
And those those 3 down back sets, there's no 3 down backs in the NFL anymore.
But
it's really
Yeah,
about
I
having
think
a
that
guy.
era is over. It's a matter of who's like it. It's efficient running backs that are winning football games at this point. Guys who are high yard per carry guys and can catch passes. Those are the
Yeah.
traits you're looking for. And I think Brees Hall has that ability.
Petrie is a guy you can line up at corner. You can line him outside. You can line up in the box. You can play him at safety. You can play him. I haven't seen him play this slot, but he should be able to play this slot. I'm sure.
Yeah.
He's versatile.
He's
It's
very
like-
versatile. I like that pick for them as a team that in the first round they got kind of their other needs out of it. They got a cornerback, but now you're just kind of doubling up on that depth. You'll probably start him at
They could
safety.
use a wide receiver, a linebacker, but I mean, a safety, I'm not complaining.
You could, but Brandon Cooks has been one of the most consistent wide receivers every year he's been
Who
in the
else
league.
do they have? That's the problem. They need a number 2.
Where's
Well, you're
Chris
sitting
Conley?
on what? Chris Conley. He was decent last year.
Yeah, and Nico Collins has potential.
You have Nico Collins.
QT.
And it's it's deep in
back
wide
to the-
receiver. Do you really need to take someone here?
No.
Back to the Brees Hall pick, but yeah, not necessarily here, but back to the Brees Hall pick. I think, yeah, I mean he's an efficient running back, and it's those high efficiency guys that last in the league. The guys that are taking 300 carries per year, they get injured, they fall off. The guys who are able to make a lot of few carries, those are the ones that stick.
And you
Right,
saw what
Man's
happened.
good.
You saw what happened.
Christian
To the-
McCaffrey.
Or even to the Jets. Just a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
When they
Lev
signed
Bell.
Le'Veon Bell.
Mm-hmm.
A Giants traded out again.
Wow.
Wow.
This time with the Falcons for 43 and 114. So the
I
Giants
have
are
a
just
feeling
stacking
that
the
they have a
picks.
guy in mind, and they know that he's gonna fall.
Somehow the Giants just got a better trade for 38 than they got for 36. Shout out to them.
The Atlanta Falcons coming on the clock here. This is interesting. I did really like their Drake London pick yesterday. Can they keep it up here? I would say either a safety or an edge rusher would be the best call.
What about Nick Bonito?
Nick
Pick and
Bonito, I
BK?
could see. Maybe someone like Drake Jackson also. Oh, David Ohabo is still on the board. That's another good one.
Yeah.
In other sports news, Trevor Bauer got a 2-season suspension.
Yeah.
Crazy.
He's
Appealing,
gonna appeal
apparently.
it, but I don't know if he's gonna win that.
I doubt it.
You know,
That's a longer suspension than Calvin Ridley potentially.
I mean, imagine what you're doing with Deshaun Watson now.
Oh yeah.
Shoot, is that like 4 years at this point? Like,
I keep honestly, I don't know. Maybe the Browns should hold on to Baker a little long.
but
Yeah.
it's the Panthers that are rumored to get him. Okay, the Falcons have
but
made their pick.
You're not
We're
trading
taking
Baker.
Oh no,
Connor, you say it.
Epikidi.
Epikidi.
Activity, I think.
Ibidi?
pick.
Probably Kibidi.
Oh,
Good pick.
no, it's a B first.
I like the pick. I think the Falcons could have taken Jermaine Johnson. Get a very talented.
Yeah,
He's the guy who's really been rising over the last several weeks.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm more of a fan of Ajabo over him out of
I agree.
Michigan. But they serve different purposes a lot of the time. Ajabo's more of a speed edge rusher when Abakida is more of kind of I mean, he has more power moves. He also dropped into coverage a bit at Penn. But yeah, it's a team that was looking at edge rusher a lot last round. And ended up going Drake London, trying to get that wide receiver of the future and still get a good potential for a team that's not trying to win. You get a guy with a lot of potential on that edge that you can kind of mold.
I'd still prefer Ajabo here, but Abikity, I'm not complaining about that pick. I'd say it's on par with the Logan Hall pick, where I didn't think Hall was necessarily the top D lineman on the board, but he was still a good move there. And even the Jalen Pitre pick felt
So
similar.
Nakobe Dean's still on the board.
I would love for the Lions to trade
on the
up.
board.
I would really
Those
love
two
for the
guys continue to slide.
if the Lions just
A
give
bunch
up
of
like a 5th rounder and get up to take Nakobe Dean. I would love
Yeah,
it.
but Chicago's gonna make their first pick. They're not gonna trade back. I don't
Yeah,
think.
but
I'm
not
throwing
necessarily
Ajabo to the
Chicago.
Bears now.
I mean, is Chicago gonna take? I don't think Chicago takes a linebacker here. Seattle probably taking a QB with 1 and may trade the 2nd. The Red Sox got their first home run in what, 10 games? How many?
A lot.
Christian Arroyo.
Christian Arroyo. Seeing
Oh,
Ranchi apparently should have had a ball that was out, but it was a bit of a dead
well,
ball.
finally the Red Sox get a beat up on a team. More.
Oh yeah, the Orioles are probably the joke of the AL East.
I mean, and yet they're not the worst team in the league. Aren't the Reds like have 4 wins on the season?
The Reds are so
Cincinnati
bad.
is a lost cause.
Yeah.
Back to
Not
the
with
draft
football.
though. I think Chicago here should take a lineman. I mean, they'd be kind of silly
Not a wideout. I mean,
I don't know.
they
Chicago has so many.
I would protect my young quarterback over giving him a receiver to throw to.
I'd say honestly for the Bears here, I think they'd be good with a lineman. They'd be good with a linebacker. Maybe even an edge rusher with all the good guys on the board, or even a receiver. There's so many different things they could do here because they need just about everything.
yeah. People are high on
Worst team in the league.
Raymond, the Austrian guy out of Austria. He used to be a tight end, moved to tackle. I'm more high on Fa'alele out of Minnesota. I'm also a fan of Minnesota. Okay, it's a cornerback. Never mind. And it is not Andrew Booth.
Wow.
It's ball hawk out of Washington, Kyler Gordon.
Ooh,
That's a good pick. I like Kyler Gordon. Kyler Gordon's a good player. I don't love the pick by the Bears, though.
Yeah, I think he's a
Not their top need. It's still a need, but there's more they could have gone for.
he's a guy you probably play in the slot. Line him up with like some tight ends and such. He reminds me a lot of the draft profile of Diggs coming out. Coming out of college.
Maybe he won't
More of
give
a
up
ball
as many
hawk,
receiving yards, though.
goes against bigger guys, not necessarily the speed factors there. But if they can
There's
use
a
him,
lot of upside.
if they can use him
I
how the
would've
Cowboys
wanted him
did
to-
Diggs, I mean, that's a guy you like. The high expectation off of Diggs's crazy interception year.
Again, though, I don't love the pick.
Yeah,
I just don't think it fills a need.
it's hard.
It's okay.
It's hard
I
for
think
your.
it does fill a need.
It's hard for your
honestly. I think
first
it really
pick in the draft for me, your first pick in the draft, to be a guy that is never gonna be like a lockdown number one corner, and you know he's not because that's
Right.
not the mold he has, and it's
mean,
hard
the
for that
thing
to be
is-
your first pick.
The Bears, they have Jalen Johnson.
Yeah,
He's a decent corner.
he's young, he's good.
Beyond him, Kindle Vildor, I don't trust. Tavon Young, I don't trust. Lamar Jackson, the cornerback, not the QB. He's on the bench there. They have a couple of.
Wasn't
decent
Duke Shelley
rotational
pretty
guys.
good last
but-
year for them?
Yeah, Duke Shelley was decent, but I'd say Jalen Johnson's their only surefire starter at corner. It's good to get another one in Kyler Gordon, and then I think the rest of the guys can fill in the gaps there.
Yeah,
Connor,
still a big hole at
As
lineman.
a-
Really big.
Just as
I do agree that there's a big hole at lineman, but I mean, there's so many holes on this team. I'd say D line as a whole. I'd say edge rusher as a whole. The only three positions that I think are surefire locked down positions are quarterback with Justin Fields, running back with Montgomery, and tight end with Cole
Welcome
Kmet.
back.
Beyond that, anything goes for the Bears.
I mean, you still got Robert Quinn there now. You got Eddie Jackson.
I mean, you got
Your
Quinn on one
safeties-
side, who on the other side?
yeah. Your
So I just
safeties are
wanna
Yeah,
good
they
announce-
have
fine,
Eddie
too.
Jackson, but I mean, Houston Carson is not necessarily a
So I just want to
That's
announce that Steve Smith Sr. apparently believes that the Panthers will be taking Baker Mayfield in a trade. That is his opinion at the moment.
That's the rumors out there that they're talking to
That
the.
is the rumor at the
Would,
moment.
would you believe Steve Smith Sr.? I mean, he is a former Panther. May have some merit there.
I think the big thing is that before the draft, it was the Panthers camp that said they don't want to trade for Baker. They only want him if he gets cut. And now the rumors are they want to trade for him in his contract, especially when you just had the Donald extension kick in. Is this something that you want to do? I mean, he is only under contract for 1 year now with the 5th year option, but is this something you want to do? Have two quarterbacks around the same spot, around 20 mil in cap
It
hit?
does remind me of the Ryan Tannehill trade a little bit.
Yeah,
And look
yeah.
how that panned out. That actually did, for at least for a couple of years, pan out
For a
pretty well.
season.
Now Tannehill
Season
might
and
be
a half.
replaced soon.
No, that's a really good comparison, and a somewhat older guy, more of a veteran presence on his final year of his deal. He was probably like 2 or 3 years older than Baker is now for a guy in his contract. So Baker would be kind of in the same scenario as Mariota was in 5th year option.
Yeah, it was. There was the whole joke. What's better than one mediocre quarterback, two mediocre
Yeah.
quarterbacks? But it's really a question of. I think there's one there that we know is mediocre, and then the other is kind of a question mark. Mayfield. It's really hard to get a gauge on him because he was playing injured all of last year.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely contributes. I mean, we'll see what happens. It's going to be a fun night. The Bears, as we had already announced, their pick is in. They're taking cornerback. Wow, I forget his
Tyler
name
Gordon.
already. Tyler Gordon.
Yeah, so
That's
you
the
see it
second corner out of Washington in this draft.
now. Seattle here. I mean, Booth is not you. You don't necessarily need corner that bad. It isn't. It is somewhat a hole, but he's a guy that you're in a full rebuild basically, at least for a season or two. And getting
I
a
still
guy,
think they badly need corner.
yeah, but getting a guy that you could somewhat just see what he turns into. Maybe he gets injured, but maybe he doesn't get injured and becomes that third best, second best corner in this draft. That as he was rumored a lot throughout
True
the
number one
season.
corner for Seattle.
Yeah.
They don't have one.
I mean, he could be
Like
that.
Justin
It's just
Coleman,
injury
Sidney
concern.
Jones, Artie Burns. They're all okay, but they're not number one guys.
Right.
Andrew Booth, I think, has the potential to surpass them all.
And if the only concern is injuries, I mean, you're an NFL training staff.
Take the risk.
I like it a
He's
lot.
injured. If he's injured, you have decent guys to fill the position. If he's not injured, you have that stud number one.
Now the real question: who is this? Where the first quarterback, not corner, quarterback goes off the board the second round?
I mean, it's possible.
See
It's
it. I think
definitely
it's either corner or quarterback.
Well, both. I mean, they've back-to-back picks here.
Oh yeah, true. I almost forgot about the back-to-back picks. I think with that, it probably is going to be QB and a
I mean, they
corner
gotta take a
because-
QB with one of them, right? Assuming
Yeah,
they don't
yeah.
trade.
You probably
because
don't
Drew
need
Lock and
linemen.
Geno Smith just aren't cutting it.
I don't mind a Jabo here as well.
I mean, they
You know.
already got Theo Lyman and Charles Cross. so I
Yeah,
think
but
those
that
are the
line
top
is
two.
that line is real bad. I mean, even slotting Cross in, you're probably slotting him in at
Yeah,
left
Yeah, you
tackle.
slot in Cross.
You
Yeah,
have-
they'll probably take another lineman before the end of the draft, but it doesn't mean it's their top need at this point.
Who even is the right tackle?
Right now, it's listed as
Stone
Jake
Forsythe?
Curtin. I don't even know who that is.
I remember
Stone Forsythe might get it over.
I remember him out of Florida. But yeah, it's bad. It's real bad out there.
Yeah, I mean Cross is a huge help. He replaces Dwayne Brown, who left in
sure.
free agency.
I think they could use an edge rusher. They
The
definitely
interior is
corner.
good between Gabe Jackson and Damian Lewis.
I mean, they have good receivers. They have good safeties. They have pretty good running backs, although injury prone. And you're probably fine on tight end.
And at this point, you have Carson and Penny. At least one of them's got to be healthy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah,
Penny
I mean,
looked
it's
really
gonna be
good end of
interesting.
year too. So
I don't.
think.
I don't know who Seattle is gonna.
I mean, one of these picks have to be defense, definitely.
Defensive guy on a QB. That's
Yeah.
what it's got to be.
Yeah, I think the same. We could see a further QB drop. I don't mind him getting both a Jabo and Booth. I don't mind that at all.
Do you see Willis or Ritter here? Because I'd say Willis.
I
personally,
think the rumors are they're really looking into Ritter. I like Ritter better, but Willis is kind of that projected top first round pick guy. So do you just take advantage of the drop? Is it like a Mac Jones situation? Obviously a much further drop, and there was
Maybe.
also a better QB class. You had the guy that dropped further than expected. He was supposed to go number 3. He was the highest odds. He had higher odds than Trey Lance to go number 3. And he ends up at 15. And Patriots are like, we don't really have a QB other than Cam Newton. So
Yep.
why would we turn this down? It's the same situation with Seahawks. This guy was rumored to go 6. We can't turn this down with just having Drew Lock and 34-year-old Geno Smith, who's never had like a starting season on a
Don't
team.
be disrespecting my man Gino. All right.
No, he had a good game last
No,
year.
Seahawks did not succeed with Geno Smith. When Russell Wilson was out, the Seahawks were sinking. And
Yeah.
even when Wilson came back, it was second half Russell Wilson. It's been rough at
mean,
quarterback. For
Jets
Seattle.
legend, but not great on the Seahawks. I mean, you know who? They had Geno Smith competing with Paxton Lynch for the backup job there. That's funny. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
That's funny.
Listen, Gino won a
Actually-
game last year. I don't want to hear. Gino is the GOAT. All right, we all know that. But I do think they're gonna take Ritter here. I feel like that's the guy they're gonna go with. I mean, that's
Do you
just,
let him
that's
sit
just
a
what I
year?
see.
See that? Yeah, it's gonna be tough with this quarterback class. Like the Seahawks kind of need one, but like Pickett was the only like lock as a successful starter in this league. Willis has a lot of upside, so I'd like him here. But I mean, beyond that, it's a big gamble.
Just a side announcement: boys tennis won again today, so undefeated, 4-0 on the season. Connor, just so you know,
of
Just
them.
so you're
Algonquin team
aware.
is not having that kind of success. We're at 2-4 right now.
Just so you're aware, Connor. Yes, the Weston high school tennis team, boys tennis team, still is absolutely dummy goated.
Hey,
Wow,
it's
the Seahawks
it's
are
an edge
taking
rusher.
defensive end Boye Mafe at 40. It's a little bit of a surprise, but not shocking, I would say.
Yeah, I think
It's
it is
not a
little
crazy
surprising. I mean,
Definitely could see that.
they
happening.
have Darrell Taylor as a big edge rushing option right now. They also have Alton Robinson, who they took last year. I just don't know if they necessarily needed another one. They kind of have a hybrid 4-3-3-4 defense, so it's kind of. I mean,
He
they
can play
really
both. He's a
fit-
big body.
Yeah.
You could
They
play it.
can fit anyone into their system.
Yeah, you could play him as a 3-4 edge.
At the same time, is this really the best they can do with this pick?
I like. He's out of Minnesota. I'm a big Golden Gophers guy. He was really good his rookie season, his freshman season. Sorry, like very good. He wasn't as good this year. He was good in the COVID season as well. I don't think he did as good this year, but
Good fit, and he was getting some buzz towards the end of the first round.
he had
So
a
it's not bad. I compare it to the Brees Hall pick a little bit. Not necessarily, they weren't desperate for an edge, just like the Jets weren't desperate for a running back, but it's a good fit and it helps them.
Now, do
So,
you go QB or Booth here, or trade out? Could be both.
I feel like if they don't go QBs are going to continue to drop really far.
yeah. I mean, the Seahawks are not known to go for those big names, but I mean, you have Booth here and Willis here, so it's kind of hard to pass. And they did take DK Metcalf at 64, to be
Actually,
fair. So.
Buffett had a better season than I thought he did. 34 tackles, 7 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. He's really good off the edge, rushing the passer. In the Big Ten too, a senior, so a bit older, but I mean, probably running 3-4 edge rusher on that team. And that'd be. I like that. I kind of like it over Jabba, looking at kind of their roster construction. Though I don't know if that was necessarily the need.
Better fit than Ojabo, but I don't know if they should have taken an edge to begin with.
Goodell called him a linebacker. Something.
Really.
I don't think he's ever played linebacker. I think he's closer to a D tackle than a linebacker.
But it would fit better in what Seattle's going for if he did play linebacker.
There's no way, he's too big to play linebacker.
They are announcing
6'4",
him as a
260.
linebacker.
I know, that's what I was saying. It doesn't make
The
sense.
next pick is now in for Seattle. Is it Willis? Is it Booth? Is it someone else?
Is it a big
It is
crazy pick or are we?
It is
It
running
is-
back Kenneth Walker.
That's
Oh,
I don't get it.
I don't like it.
I don't
need a
get
running
it.
back.
You had
I mean,
Rashad Penny. Why are you taking
Just
Kenneth
to,
Walker?
like, if you're worried about the age of your backfield, I mean, Carson and Penny are aging, but you also have DJ Dallas, who you took in 2020. He's a third down back who's pretty young. You don't need another young running back.
Also, Penny was so good. He was the best running back in the league the past, like,
And
the
by the
last
way-
Do they have
6.
any faith? Do they have any faith in Rashad Penny?
I would. I mean, he was the best running back in the league the last, like, five games.
I mean, aside from Jonathan Taylor.
No, Jonathan Taylor the whole year, obviously. The final 5 games of the season, that for sure went to Rashad Penny. He was putting up like 130, 40 yards a game. It was crazy.
That's true.
I don't know. I don't like this pick of Kenneth Walker. I just think, I mean, I like Kenneth Walker the player. I don't like
Yeah, I do like him
Seattle
as a player.
taking him.
I wonder if they're gonna try to
Ah,
trade.
good fit.
They're gonna try to trade like Chris Carson.
They trade
I mean,
Carson.
they should, but will they?
Like get a third or a fourth out of him. Probably a fourth.
That's
Could've
definitely
done much
interesting. I don't know if it impacts the draft all too much, though. I
No, there were
gotta
a
be
lot of
honest.
running back needy teams out there. And the fall off is kind of big between Walker and Kenneth Walker was so good at Michigan State.
I've been making a lot of pick-to-pick comparisons in this draft, but I feel the same way about this that I felt about the Devin Lloyd pick. Good player, but it makes no sense with the team that's taking him.
Yeah. All right, Indy's going to make their selection at 42.
Gotta be Booth, but I think it's gotta be receiver, right?
I mean, they could go receiver in round 3. That's what I had.
You haven't
I
gone
think
receiver.
corner might be a bigger. Well, no, they got Gilmore, so corner's not a big.
Yeah, corner's not a crazy. You could go line. You could go LA.
Yeah, I could see receiver here. I think in my day 2 mock, I had put. Had them taking Perry and Winfrey. There's a lot of good D linemen here. I could see it. If you look at
What are
their
safeties?
If Lions get Dean here at 46, they're probably my second in place.
if you look at the Colts line, like Buckner's good, but I mean Grover Stewart's okay, but you could get an upgrade over him with all the good guys in this draft.
I don't know. Indy's got a good field ahead of them. They could pick.
I mean, you're probably sticking with Matt Pryor. He's good enough. Then obviously Quentin Nelson and Ryan Kelly are locks.
For tackle wise.
But that kind of right side of the line is definitely scary. You just spent for Matt Ryan.
They lost Kowinski
Right.
this offseason. That's a blow.
Matt
then-
Ryan could use a wide receiver. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Pittman's good. You need someone else though, because Mike Strachan didn't catch on last year too much. Paris
Hilton's been
Campbell was
bad.
always injured.
Hilton's been bad since Luck retired.
I don't think Hilton's a free agent too.
Yeah,
And
he
so
is.
Pascal left from the Eagles. So you're
But-
left
and Hilton's not
with
really that good
Campbell
anymore,
and
anyways.
Mike Strachan. That's
Hey, they
not-
signed Kiki Kote. I picked
very
him up in
deep
waivers
for-
last year in fantasy.
Oh, they took QT.
Yeah.
He's
he
not
was a
number 2
Texan.
receiver, though. He's not a number 2.
No, he's
Yeah,
not.
a good 3 or 4.
But could Paris Campbell be the number 2? I don't think so, but he was decent last year.
He's a 3. Him and Kute are going to be fighting for that 3 spot. You need a number 2. I had Mechie on day 3, but I mean Pickens is still available. That's
Well,
a
yeah, I
pick.
mean, I don't understand why they don't just take Pickens here. That's a solid pick.
Wonder why Pickens
Or-
is falling.
David Bell, I could see that too.
Never mind, the Vikings are at the clock at 42.
Ooh.
Wow.
Could this be
And they're
Pickens?
looking for a receiver. That's what I
The
want.
Vikings make their third trade of the draft. Only one selection so far.
Could
That's
this be?
wild.
This could still be Pickens. It could be Booth as well. That's really good value to get Booth.
Yeah, it could be Booth.
This guy that
They didn't take him at 32.
I was watching the
They didn't
Athletics.
have him anywhere on their board.
The Athletic show a couple nights ago, and they said they thought Pickens would go in the 50s, and a day 2 guy. So I get
If he ends up a Patriot, I'm not complaining. I would like that.
if they want to trade up, they're used to trading up in this. Isn't that what you said, Michael? They're used to trading up.
Yes, they've traded up in the last 5 drafts in the second round.
Definitely possible. I don't mind it.
Nakobe Dean is still there, so
I would
rather
love
them
the
trade
Lions
Booth.
to get Nakobe Dean. They'd be one of my biggest winners next to the Jets.
all right, let's see.
If they
the
can get
Vikings
Nakobe
pick
Dean.
A lot of teams though.
not in yet.
Well,
I had Nakobe Dean the Lions get Nakobe Dean at 32 in multiple drafts. I think he fits so well there.
linebacker is probably Detroit's biggest need in this draft, and Nakobe Dean would be a home run pick.
Pick is in. Do you think the Ravens go him beforehand? The Giants on the clock
I
now.
mean, I could
They're
see the
taking
Giants taking a
They're taking
linebacker.
Andrew
I could
Booth.
see
He
the
finally
Browns
goes off
taking
the
one.
board
Andrew Booth.
Andrew Booth
That's a good pick.
for the Vikings.
The Vikings.
It's a great pick.
but I
That's
don't.
a steal. That is a steal.
I don't love it as a competing team. In a way, if they're competing for the division this coming year for sure. With the Packers fall off, and a guy that you don't know how he's gonna hit the field, he has potential to be really good. You don't know how he's gonna hit the field is worrisome. But I still really like it. He went a lot. I mean, he was
I really
the
like the
16th overall player on a lot of boards, going around those mid-teens, getting him
And
at.
Booth going 15 to Philadelphia. Fell all the
Oh.
way to 42, and the Vikings finally get him off the board. That's a really good pick. Not necessarily,
So
not
the
necessarily a
trade-
home run like I was describing that Dean pick, but it's pretty damn good.
He's super
Trade
quick-footed.
details- The trade details: the Colts give the Vikings 42 and 122. The Vikings give away 53, 77, and 192.
I think the
So-
Colts win that trade.
So the Vikings sold at 53.
Getting
No,
Boone
the
for-
Vikings gave up 53.
Oh, they gave
it's
up,
close. It's a pretty balanced trade. Colts slight edge.
but they still at 59 then.
Yes, they should sell at 59.
And now on the clock is the Giants.
The
Yeah, I
Giants,
thought
after their slide
It's
back,
time for the first tight end. Trey McBride is going off the board. That's my take.
Yeah, they badly need a tight end.
Evan Ingram wasn't great to begin with, but now even he's gone. So they really have a big hole there. And I want to say Rudolph is gone too. I have to check on that one. Both of them are gone. That leaves a pretty
Still no
big
QB, which is a bit shocking to me because the rumors
top
going in.
tight end on the Giants depth chart right now is Ricky Seals Jones.
I'm hoping that McBride falls to 60 and the Bucks could take a shot at him with the uncertainty on Gronk at this current point.
Cameron Braid is a good player. I think he's your starting tight end if Gronk leaves.
happen to agree.
But yeah, he's obviously the starting tight end if Gronk leaves, but just for depth.
Yeah, I
I mean,
mean,
Nakobe
Brady does
Dean,
like his tight
You don't
ends.
need the 3 tight end situation you had last year. I mean, it's still a good tight end room. If you have
this
Braid
is
on
if they think that Gronk is retiring. In my
Right.
opinion.
I mean, Gronk and Braid would be a great tight end room. Braid alone is still a pretty good tight end room.
Yeah, but I can't believe Nakobe Dean is falling. At all. I liked him better than Devin Lloyd personally.
Any of these next 4 could take him.
The Giants take a wide receiver, not George Pickens, Wandell Robinson.
I wonder what's wrong with Pickens.
I think people
I don't
just
think there's anything wrong.
I
I don't
don't
think
love
there's
him.
anything wrong.
So this is a
Um,
pretty packed wide receiver room then for the Giants, isn't it?
A lot of names, but like Kenny Galladay was injured
Awful.
most of last year, kind of disappointing. He could rebound. Shepard is okay. I'm saying it's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, but do they really have a dependable number 1? I don't know if Robinson can become that. I mean, he did
Robinson-
have pretty good stats at Kentucky.
Robinson is
So I
very
like
good
Robinson.
downfield speed.
He's a good player. I think he's a good addition for them.
And they're shopping Kadarius Toney.
They're
Is
crowded.
the rumor. So if you're shopping Toney away,
Shopping who?
Kadarius Toney, who they picked in the first round last year.
Okay.
If
So then you have Galladay, Shepard, and Robinson starting. That's a good trio.
And
There's
where's
two
Slayton
boys
now?
coming in
Is
for-
Slayton still on that
Slayton,
team?
I think, is still there. He's always been more of a red zone guy though.
There has been
so
injury prone too.
also that. But
Yeah, they were
you can't-
shopping Slayton too a couple days ago. I remember that.
It's interesting. He's a good outside. He's an outside deep threat basically. You're not gonna have him run slot at all, so it doesn't take away from a lot of guys. He's quite small. Really quite small.
I don't love the pick, but I also don't hate the pick.
It makes more sense though for them than Pickens. Pickens
Jeez,
is a
this guy
guy.
is still up there picking for the Vikings.
I don't think they should have taken a receiver at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. But if I'm picking
They
receiver,
could have taken one later, like late day 2, maybe early day 3. I could see a receiver, but they need to address tight end first. They should address linebacker, in my opinion.
I think the big thing with Pickens is his ACL tear, and teams are scared of it.
I mean, Jamison Williams had an
But
ACL
Jamison
tear, he's
Williams is a
still-
lot better than George Pickens. A lot.
I know he's better than George Pickens. I'm just
And
it didn't
Pickens,
really- but Williams didn't fall that much from his original spot. I mean,
worst
Pickens was
pick announcement
honestly,
ever.
I never had Pickens as a day 1 pick. Though.
People
He was a
call,
late first rounder before the ACL.
yeah.
Again,
Uh,
it's a great value for the Vikings, and
The
hopefully,
bigger fall here is Nakobe Dean.
Pickens is not good on the outside. He's not that good on contested catches. If you need a slot
You're saying he's
guy,
more of a slot guy?
yeah,
I
if you
can
need a
see
slot guy, he'll get you open underneath. I mean, could be a lot similar to Renfro's profile. He's not going to be Renfro in terms of his route running at all, unless he gets really good coaching. But he'll play like crosses over the middle. and some shorter routes over the middle in the slot. And
2021 Hunter Renfro.
sorry,
I could see pre-2021 Hunter Renfro.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
what
you
Renfro
definitely
was
could.
before his breakout.
the 5th-round pick Hunter fifth, right?
Or what Renfro will probably be this year more because Adams is going to be taking targets away from him.
The Giants pick is in. That
Michael,
means Cleveland is now on the clock.
The Browns are interested.
Everyone is now talking about Ed
Mariano.
Mariano.
Run on receivers.
He was up there for the Vikings for a long time.
That was bad.
A long, long time.
He was filibustering up there.
He was like, guys, I don't really like this pick. Maybe we could switch her up.
He was doing a filibuster up there, hoping to get the clock to run out.
Meanwhile, over in the MLB, Shohei Ohtani hit another home run. No surprise there.
He's just so good.
He is.
He's not been pitching great.
Pretty talented player.
I mean, the two, no one else does what he does to begin with.
No,
so
yeah.
even when he's having a down year, he's still a superstar player.
Superstar. So I wonder what Cleveland is going to do here. They
That
have not
NFL
picked yet.
tweet, Michael.
It was an experience.
That was an experience.
That it was, folks. That it was.
They literally stopped him and told him to do the pick.
They had to. They had to come
That's
out. They
so
had to tell
funny.
him to read
Yeah,
the
but that's
card.
I don't love Wanda. I think they could have, like you said, could have taken receiver later. But I mean, they got. I think cornerback is still a need for them. Maybe they would have taken Booth if he was there. But you got Kayvon Thibodeau, a great pick. You got Evan Neal, solidified kind of that versatile
So, Connor,
lineman.
do you think that Nakobe Dean falls to Detroit at 46?
I would absolutely love that for Detroit. I would love that for Detroit. He was one of their highest rated players. Instead, they went up and got Jameson Williams. They could try to jump here, but I think Cleveland wants to take the first pick.
Just a side note for the Jets. The Jets now have 2 Michael Carters, a Bryce Hall and a Brees Hall, and 2 Wilsons on their team. So
I love
Well,
that.
yeah, no, they're going for all the name.
You got
That
to run
is
some
gonna be-
confusing plays where you get Bryce Hall in at
That
running
is
back and
going to
Jameson
be-
Williams in at
Get
quarterback.
Michael Carter the second at running back.
Yeah, exactly. Just make him confused.
that would confuse me, I'll tell you that much. I'll be all over the place. I would be all over the place. The Browns are trading the 44th overall pick to the Houston Texans, reporting by Albert Breer
The
as of 15
Texans.
seconds ago.
Did the Texans jump to get Dean?
I don't know. I don't think they would.
Quarterback? Wow.
No. Because Baltimore and Detroit probably aren't taking QBs unless Detroit is, but I feel like Detroit's had such a good draft, like quarterback next year, like
Is this Dean? That's a good pick for him if it is. Texans?
wonder what they gave up.
Yeah.
They gave up 68, 108, and 124. Wow. They're taking wide receiver John Mechie at 44. Wow.
Mechie. I mean, they wanted a receiver badly. They wanted Garrett Wilson a lot.
They
Mechie,
needed a receiver, and they got one.
I mean, Mechie was rumored high last year a lot. He was a highly touted wide receiver, kind of fell off this year. But I think that's a good pick for
Yeah,
him.
I mean, I still think he could do a lot.
And-
I would have liked to see him go to the Patriots just because nice when you can have a quarterback
Now-
play with a guy from college.
Ravens have to take
But-
receiver here, right? Is this where Pickens goes?
Did they take a receiver in the first round? They took Kyle Hamilton.
No,
in?
they lost a receiver in the first
I
round.
could,
Right,
I could
right.
see them taking a receiver here.
They have
So is
no
this where
receiving
Pickens
help.
goes? Is this where Pickens goes?
Could be Sky Moore. Let me look at the top 30 visit.
Sky Moore could be a good one, but
Petrie, Blount, Kendrick, a lot of cornerbacks. Jordan Davis, Trevor off the board. Didn't look at much.
I mean, I think Detroit probably ends with Nakobe Dean being able to be picked.
That'd
at
be
46.
incredible.
Unless the Texans are here for Nakobe Dean.
No, they
They're
just
not,
picked
they're
John
picked
Mechie.
Oh, they just picked John Mechie.
Pick
Okay.
Mechie.
Yeah, that makes
So-
sense. That does make sense. Do the Ravens take Dean? That's that could happen.
But
too.
the Ravens need a receiver, man.
They need a receiver.
Yeah, because they just got rid of Hollywood Brown. If they don't take a receiver here, I'm hearing things that Lamar Jackson might want to leave.
Well, he's a free agent after this year. He can
Yeah.
leave.
I wouldn't be shocked.
They've
We
had a
just said
good
that,
draft
you
so
know.
far, though. They got Kyle Hamilton at 14, took Linderbaum at 25. If they can get
Listen, they got the best safety and the best center at 14 and 25. So they've had a great draft so far.
I
I really like the Mechie pick for the Texans.
if they can get Pickens here, that's a really good draft so far from the Ravens. Yes.
I think the Texans are another team who are having a very good draft between Pittry,
Yeah, Green was a bit of a reach. Kenyon Green was a bit of a reach.
Mechie, and yeah, but they got Stingley,
Stingley at
Pittry,
3.
and Mechie. I think those 3 picks make up for the Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
thing.
I like it. I like it so far from them.
Mhm. Baltimore now on the clock. I wonder where they're gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Dean here, for sure. But I'd lean receiver if I'm the Ravens. You want to make your superstar happy. You've only made him unhappy so far.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta take a receiver here. Sky Moore or Pickens. Gotta go here. Now that you know there's a run on receivers as well, I feel like this is kind of the second run. the second
Yeah,
big
yeah.
run.
I do expect them to take a receiver just because if they don't take one here, they're gonna miss out. Could it be Pickens? I think Pickens is a possibility, but possibly also it could be David Bell, could be Alec Pierce. I mean, we've seen some shuffling around of the wide receivers.
I hope the Patriots trade up for Dean.
This would be the time to do it.
Ravens are
This would be the
low on
time.
time, man. Oh, then there goes the pick. Pick is in. All right.
The pick is in for the Ravens. Detroit goes on the clock.
Haven't seen anything yet.
Neither have I.
If this isn't, I wonder how fast that pick goes in for the Lion.
Still have not seen anything yet.
Because they really liked Nakobe Dean a lot. Scouted him a lot. They sent a ton of guys to his pro day. They really liked him. Apparently Dan Campbell really liked him. Waiting on news from this. Oh yeah, there's a job. His injury. That's
Yep.
unlucky. He would have gone mid to late first round if that didn't happen at the combine. Or is it his pro day? I don't remember.
That's rough
A
having
big
an
injury.
injury at your pro day too.
Big injury. Still no news.
They're taking David Ojabo at 45.
Big
So
guy.
NFL must have known something and you know
They
what,
look
we'll just
happy.
throw his picture up there.
Guy from looks pretty happy, which is
Yeah.
it's a good
Look
pick.
at that big draft board behind them though. That's crazy.
It's scary for a competing team though to take a guy who's probably not playing training camp as a rookie. Definitely doesn't make your QB happy, I wouldn't say. who's gone after
No.
this year. It's definitely he's a good player. Definitely, I mean, torn Achilles. He's probably not playing the whole year, right? For a team that you're trying to win, you're trying to win the division while other teams in your division are kind of coming back into it. You kind of need a better player than one that's not going to play for an entire year.
Yeah. So Detroit now on the clock. I mean, if they don't take Dean here, that'd be crazy, right? Because
They-
I had
they
them
have
taking
to.
Dean at 32.
They have to. Dan Campbell loved the kid.
I was having more audio issues just now, but I don't know how to feel about the David Ohabo pick. I don't think it's a huge need for the Ravens. I think he can end up finding a place to play, but
But he's not
But
even.
will he
He's
play this
probably not
season?
playing this season, which is tough for a team that wants to compete.
yeah, but in the long term,
Yeah, in the long term, he can.
But in the long
Probably
term,
will
is
find a
Lamar
place to play.
Jackson going to
He's
be
not a
there in
huge-
the long term? That's the real question.
yeah, because now he's probably upset that they didn't take a wide receiver.
It's interesting. It's got to be Dean. I would be if I was Lions fan, I'd be jumping head over heels to get Jameson Williams, and basically not losing
Not
anything
going
because
to
you
the
wanted to
Jags.
take Dean at 32.
What if it's Willis?
I don't think so. They don't think they need a QB this year.
I'd say Dean over Willis, but you never know. Never know.
I think they take Dean.
They
It's
have
the
to
only thing
take
that makes
Dean.
sense.
Dan Campbell loves the kid. He wanted him. Why would you not take Dean here?
It's got to be Dean. Does that mean you think Washington takes Willis at 47?
That could be a possibility. We could see Willis Howell here for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be kind of incredible for
Yeah, you
Washington
say
to
that
get.
the Lions claim they don't want a quarterback, but you know how that can be. Your teams will claim things that they aren't necessarily true, and I definitely think Willis is in the conversation here. Or at least was, because it says the pick is in now.
Pick is in.
The pick is in. Everyone's saying that they love the David Ohabo pick, but I'm not so sure.
I think
about
he's going to
that.
be a
Yeah.
really good player. I just don't
It's an
agree with it.
okay pick. It's okay.
Wow.
Whoa,
Wow.
that's a surprise. Connor, you want to take this one?
Defensive end Joshua Pascal from
That-
Kentucky.
He's good. He's a good player. Now,
Why do you need a
Keegan
second
Michael
edge
Key-
rusher? You literally just picked Hutchinson.
that's what I'm saying. They drafted 2 edge rushers in the first 2 rounds.
Dean was on the
Josh
board,
Pascal, yeah,
man.
he was. I don't think. I did not have him very high on my board. And it seems like they already took an edge rusher, Aiden Hutchinson. Why are you taking another? I don't think they even necessarily needed 1 edge rusher, but 2. That's a little far.
You're probably playing him at D tackle. Not
Possible.
edge.
I mean, Aiden Hutchinson might force the Aquara brothers over to defensive tackle, so it's a crowded situation.
Oh yeah, you've both Aquaras. Hutch,
Yeah,
you have
like-
By the
Charles
way-
Harris, Alim McNeil's pretty good. Michael Brock, that's a
They still
bad
have-
pick.
It's Austin Bryant. Don't they have Austin Bryant?
Yeah, but he's more of a linebacker. I'd say he's more of a edge on the line, a linebacker.
By the way, just a
outside
side
linebacker.
note, it shouldn't be a surprise that Ohabo went to the Ravens, given that Harbaugh brothers, one's at Michigan, one's at Baltimore. So I'm sure
true.
that
Michigan
John and
connection.
Jim were definitely talking that over and
Only there was a
uh,
Michigan receiver in this draft.
giving some reassurances. Now Washington is up to the board.
Pick is
I mean,
in.
Do they
That's
go
fast.
quarterback here?
I think he gotta. Why wouldn't you?
Take a shot. You might as well.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of the Paschal.
I hate it. I hate it.
That might be the worst pick of the draft so far. I'm not even kidding.
A Lions team
Worse
that
than
was
Cole Strange. Worse than Cole Strange.
The
Lions team that was doing so well in the draft.
Lions would have been my second team in terms of winners if right
Not
then
anymore.
they got
They
N'Kobe
blew.
Dean.
Oh yeah, if they got N'Kobe Dean, that would be huge. Instead, they opt for Pascal. I don't understand.
My
at all.
Lions fan is so
No
mad.
justification.
My friend who's a Lions fan is pissed. Oh,
That
that's
that is the choke of the draft.
whoa. Commanders do not
Washington
take a
field-
QB.
Okay, I
Wow.
thought the whoa was because they took a QB.
The
but-
Commanders took Fidarian Mathis, D
What
tackle
position?
out of Alabama.
Yeah, he's a D tackle.
Why are they
I
taking
have
D
heard of him.
tackle?
Don't really need a D tackle because this is the best defensive line in football right here. Chase Young, Jonathan Allen, Ron Payne, Montez Sweat. Why on earth are you taking Fidarian Mathis?
Not a good pick by the Commanders.
That's back to back
Yeah.
D linemen who are not good picks.
Well, if you're sitting at 48 in Chicago, or
Yeah, I don't
Chicago,
like
you
that
gotta
pick at all.
go O line, I feel like.
But those right there might
Yeah.
be the two worst picks of the draft. That's another one that I really just
at least
don't
two worst
understand.
picks of the
Anything.
second round so far.
Yeah,
Would the Eagles get Dean?
that would be a steal.
That'd be really
That would
good.
be
Anywhere.
crazy.
Anywhere at this point would be a steal. I could see the Bears taking him.
AJ
I mean,
Brown,
this is a
Jordan
great time.
Davis,
This would be a great time for Belichick to
Easy,
redeem
maybe.
himself
straight up.
and
I don't
trade
really, honestly, as a Patriots fan here, I'm not really interested in a linebacker. And you could take corner or a wide receiver.
up. We do not need a corner or a wide receiver over a line.
How do we not need a corner? I mean, I
You're
know
You're
that
sticking
we
with
got Malcolm
Mac
Butler.
Wilson
I
and
know we got
Jawan
Malcolm Butler,
Bentley.
But Casey Jackson, gone. Stephon Gilmore a season ago, gone. We weren't expecting Stephon Gilmore to leave necessarily.
Okay, but you just
Yeah.
lost your best.
Really trust Jalen Mills as the number one corner.
Right, but
You-
Jonathan
I know.
Jones didn't play last season at all.
Do you trust Jawan Bentley as your number one middle linebacker? You just lost your best defensive player of the past 2 decades in Dante
This is-
Hightower. You lost him.
They have a lot. They have a lot of options at linebacker.
But
Mac
why not
Wilson
take
is not
Nakobe
that guy.
Dean?
I like Uche, but I like
Yeah,
Dean
I,
a
li-
lot.
I like Wilson, Judon, Uche.
Judon would
Who's
never
those
play
guys?
middle linebacker. Never play middle linebacker.
You take Dean, it's a surefire pick at
Honestly,
Jawan
like,
Bentley is better
think
at outside
honestly,
linebacker, but they're sticking him at middle
I
now
think
because
they'd be
he's
better off taking. I mean, if it's a guy who can more play outside linebacker, I can get behind that. But a middle linebacker, not necessarily.
I don't know. I think Dean.
Yeah, I would like. I mean, the issue is a lot of those good corners are going off the board, but George Pickens still available. Alec Pierce is a guy who the Patriots have been linked to multiple times. I could see that also, but that could be a round 3 pick potentially.
This is crazy.
I mean, if Dean falls, I would.
Dean is out of linebacker university here, and he's not going. I mean, the Packers
So
took
Chicago.
Quay
Bears,
Walker out
if
of
I-
the
if
same
I'm-
school.
If I'm the Bears GM right here, I'm taking Dean in a heartbeat.
Best player available. They need everything. It's probably the
Yeah.
position they need the least in a lot of ways, but
No, I still say they need defense more than offense. as a
they
whole.
need defense. But you have, I mean, Roquan
See,
Smith.
Roquan Smith. Roquan
You run a
Smith is
4-3
there,
with Roquan Smith as your
but
middle
don't
linebacker.
really
You
ha-
don't go
when you
middle
run a-
linebacker.
You're running a 4-3.
Are you
have
trading
one
Roquan Smith in this
reliable
scenario?
Inside linebacker. You're one reliable linebacker. You need those 4-3 outside guys.
I mean,
I think N'Kobe Dean could potentially play there.
I don't think you want him at out. You're not drafting him to be an outside linebacker, in my opinion.
In a 4-3, it's a little different.
You could, yeah. In a 4-3, you could.
A 3-4, I don't like that, but in a 4-3, I don't mind it.
I don't know.
I think you
just feel
could
like the
trade-
Patriots-
You could trade. You could trade Roquan Smith. He's like 32. Team would give you a first, maybe
Roquan
first and
Smith
second form.
is not 32.
Yes, he is.
A
Isn't he?
competing team would
25.
give up. First for
Roquan Smith is
Roquan Smith.
25.
Oh, not. He really? I think maybe it's thinking
Yeah.
Robert Quinn is old.
2018 draft pick, round 1. Probably thinking of Robert Quinn.
Yeah, I was probably thinking of
He's an
Robert
edge.
Quinn.
Yeah, he's an edge guy. He is 31.
Hmm.
Roquan Smith. is
Tanner
25.
Houck entered the game for the Red Sox.
Boo.
I don't know why you're not leaving him in the rotation though. That's a little.
Because it
disappointing.
messes up your whole rotation anytime you play Delano.
I mean, he was out with COVID.
Pick is in. I think it could be lineman. I think that's my likely pick.
They
But
should go
Lele.
lineman. I
Line,
don't know why
that's
they
what they
don't.
should do. If not Nakobe Dean, a lineman. I could see Dean too.
I don't know why you take Dean. It's like
Lineman is
silliness.
probably the better option now that I think about it.
I mean, just
lineman
protect
is
your
the question?
quarterback. He was running for his life last year. You had the worst offensive line in the league.
I think it's also about the coaching, but I don't know that the coaching's gotten much better.
You
I
can't
don't
fix.
trust that as an offensive coach, the defensive coach. So, I mean, it really comes down to the coordinator.
Still have not seen anything from the Bears.
I'm trying to remember who they hired as their offensive coordinator.
Safety, Jaquan Brisker.
Wow.
It was Getsy. Interesting. Okay, but Jaquan Brisker is the pick. I think he was the best safety on the board. And, I mean, it can't hurt to add another safety. That's a great duo with Eddie Jackson right there.
You know what
But
this?
there's better things they could have done with the pick.
I mean, yeah, but they picked Kyler Gordon earlier.
I have just stitched in my book.
Tyler Gordon's a corner. They needed 2 DBs. One
Oh,
Yeah,
corner,
but they
one
need an
safety.
offensive.
That was a good pick. I like that pick. What?
Connor.
Yeah.
What, Michael?
Boston
an okay pick.
baseball lost again
Oh.
today.
Wh-
They
wh-
lost. Ready for this? 16-15 in extra innings.
Ouch.
The one thing
At least they scored runs. Hey, they scored runs.
the one thing I don't like about this is Kyler Gordon is definitely more of a slot corner from what I've seen, and
Mhm.
that's kind of what a lot of people were seeing Jaquan Brisker as.
I still see Brisker as more of a safety.
More of a
He's listed
yeah.
as
You could definitely play full safety, but if you want,
just get him at strong safety. That's what I say.
I like that. I'm fine with that pick. A lot of ways. I think right now, stitched in my book right now is Tyrann Mathieu to the Eagles. Because there's no safety they're gonna take in the second round here who would be like that guy to play. It's been rumored that's like my thing right there is it feels like it has to be Tyrann Mathieu now to the Eagles. A lot of the safety needed teams have taken safeties in this. And there's not a team I can really see going for.
So now at 49, the Saints come back up to the clock. They took Penning and Olave in the first round.
Solid picks.
You
QB.
think?
I'll say right now, first QB off the board in the second round.
I feel like you've said that before, though, Connor.
I
have
haven't
said
I haven't
a lot of quarterbacks here.
I haven't been crazy confident.
Here's-
I was thinking yes, the
here's what I can
Seahawks
see.
probably take one, but here it just makes sense. They scouted QB so much. They sent so many guys to pro
What
days.
about a D lineman? What about a D lineman?
Yeah, you could go Travis Jones.
Travis Jones or Leal.
Winfrey also.
Free is another one, yeah.
It
And,
seems
Logan
like
Paul's gone, but
the
Jones, Leal, or Winfrey.
in other news around the NFL, the
I don't trust next to Onyemata. Onyemata, they need someone else next to him.
The Panthers' pursuit of Baker Mayfield is heating up. He could end up in Carolina this weekend.
That could be the move of the night.
Ew.
That could be the move of the night right here, like the big news.
Big
compared to the
news.
Well, we've been
straight
waiting
flop.
for something to happen.
Yeah.
That's fun. A fun move.
Honestly, I didn't think Mayfield was getting traded until mid-season when Watson got out of his suspension, but at this point, it could happen tonight.
Who do the Browns run with this season? Or do you
is
like
Case
the-
Keenum still on the team?
Do the Panthers
Brissett
send
they just
Darnold
signed.
back in that trade or something, or PJ Walker back in that trade?
Brissett, I
Brissett?
think, is there.
Joshua
Philly.
Dobbs. Joshua Dobbs.
Brissett is the best option until Watson's back.
You
That's
think?
my.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
But I don't think the Browns have a very good season. That's what I'll say. Because it's a tough division. You have Pittsburgh, who took Pickett. They could have success right away with him, quite honestly. And, I mean, Baltimore is going to probably decline a bit without Hollywood there. But then Cincinnati
Has been
is the
amazing.
defending AFC champion.
Natty looks great.
Cincinnati look fantastic right now. The
My
New
only
Orleans
concern
Saints,
with
though,
Cincinnati is their cornerback room. But
yeah, I mean, I just wonder who New Orleans is going to take here. I mean, this is
Coming down to the
it's a big
wire.
deal for them.
I don't know. I think
I'd
it
say
could.
it's a
I
D
think it's
lineman, but I
definitely.
could
I
be
see
wrong.
it being a quarterback. I don't get the fall. I get the
don't
fall because I'm
think
not
there's
high
I
on
mean,
them, but I don't get
just
QB
think
needy teams letting them fall.
Alvin Kamara could be suspended. He was involved in some
Yeah.
sort of criminal case earlier this offseason.
You don't take
What if
running
they go
back here.
What if they take Isaiah Spiller?
Probably not.
I feel like
though.
that's high for Spiller. I know two guys just went, but I feel like it was a big drop off from Kenneth Walker to
True.
Spiller.
But I thought that
Personally.
it was a big. I thought it was like a close trio between Hall, Walker, and Spiller.
You think? I thought it was more of a drop off personally, but I mean, Spiller's not terrible.
Do we think they're shopping the pick?
I mean, I had James Cook over Isaiah Spiller personally.
I'm in a fantasy football group chat with a few friends. They're saying Seattle backfield is one to avoid this season. I highly agree. It's too crowded. Three-way committee between Walker, Carson, and Penny. I mean, two running backs is one thing, but those three-way committees you always want
Pick
to
is
stay
in.
away from.
The pick is in.
Bro, they couldn't even got a normal picture for Carson. That's tough.
Mm.
Got an in-game picture for him. Give me a QB. Let's make it fun.
Yeah, so far no QB selected, only one in the draft so far. It's been quite a wild ride for QBs over the past day and a half of the draft. Still no word on who the Saints are taking.
Who? Cornerback Alante Taylor.
Wow. Digging deep.
Is that the
You say
Tennessee
cornerback?
kid? Yeah, cornerback.
Okay, not quarterback.
That's
yeah, not.
that's a day 3 guy
Yeah, I don't like it.
for sure.
They even need a corner. They have a Debo. They have Lattimore. They have
Yeah.
PJ Williams. That's a solid trio, and they have Bradley Roby too.
Did
They're
that-
looking for another corner, especially
They don't
one
need
who was
a
a day
corner.
3 pick.
Yeah, like mid to late 4th round, maybe early 5th
For
round.
these day 2 picks, man, I don't know what's up, especially lately. These last few picks have just not been, aside from Brisker. Brisker, I respect.
That's weird.
Doesn't fill a need, not a value. I don't know where the hell he plays.
He's Tennessee. Oh, you mean where he plays on the Saints?
Where he plays on the Saints, because there's
Could
no
he
open
be a
job for
nickel guy?
him. No, PJ Williams is listed as a nickel guy.
Yeah.
I don't think they start Taylor over.
No,
Williams
he's
on
supposed to
PJ.
be like a lockdown outside corner. You wonder if another trade's brewing with them.
With
Off
New
of that.
Orleans?
He's not a
Yeah,
guy you play in the
it's
slot
possible,
in the
it's
nickel
possible.
as a safety. He's a lockdown corner. That was his
I mean,
job. He was
potentially,
great in the SEC.
Very strange
Cam
pick.
Jordan here to announce the pick for the Saints with some short white dude. I don't know his name. They
I
didn't
don't
put
know
it
who
up.
that is.
Alante Taylor. They announced him as a safety though. That's interesting to know.
Okay, you don't need a
They don't
safety.
need a safety either, though. They have
You got-
Marcus May
and
and
Gardner
CJ
Johnson.
Juice, as he likes to go.
I thought it was Chauncey Gardner Johnson.
I thought it was Juice.
The guy
C.
who
Juice.
punched like 3 people. That
Yeah,
guy.
That's all, you know him as the guy who punched Devon Wims. That
You wonder
No,
if a
but-
trade is a brewing. You wonder if a
always
trade
punched
is
him,
brewing.
because he
So-
was tough.
How about this though? Kansas City at 50 has Pickens available. How about that?
I think that's solid. I feel like any receiver could
Actually,
work with.
seeing things now that the reason for the Kenneth Walker pick is because the Seahawks are worried that Chris Carson might never play again with a neck injury that he suffered
Really?
last year.
That's unfortunate. I did not know about that.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I
it
still
could be
love the
end up
pick,
being a Walker
but-
Penny split in the end.
Carson's been on
I
my
don't love
fan
the pick, but it makes
3
more
years
sense.
in a row.
I
He-
still don't love that pick, but if Carson's gonna be out, that does create just a
And
little bit
and
more.
Penny has been one of the most
Not a
injury-prone
huge
players since he's been in the league.
This
It's
is true.
I'd say it puts the Seahawks' need for a running back on par with the Jets' need for a running
Yeah,
back. Neither of those
I
teams
agree.
were really desperate.
I
If
still
Carson
think
was gonna play, it's just there's no room.
I'm waiting for like a Roby or a Debo trade coming up. I don't think you trade Lattimore. So the money.
Lattimore locks down Mike Evans twice a year.
Roby or who?
Oh, come on,
Oh, Debo. I got
a
it.
Debo.
The Saints have traded for the 50th overall pick.
They're
Wow.
picking back to back.
They're going back to back.
What if they put in the wrong name? The pick price. Yeah.
They definitely. Imagine if they.
We didn't want Alante Taylor. Sorry. We don't get a redo.
we put in the wrong name. They're just like
Be a
Goodell. Can we
different
please
name.
swap?
Taylor.
Adele,
What
can we
other
get a
players with
redo?
the last
No,
name
okay,
Taylor
all right.
we
Well,
got?
But
Trevor
no, it's to the
Lawrence, bring it
Patriots.
back
They
up.
traded it to the Patriots.
Wait, the
Wow.
The
Patriots-
Patriots are
Jacoby
on the
Dean!
clock. Nakobe
Kobe
Dean. Give it to him. Wait.
Dean or Pickens. Dean or Pickens. I would love
Bro,
Pickens here.
this
too.
is the
Wasn't
sixth
that- wait.
straight year. The sixth straight year the Patriots have traded up in the second round.
Let's go.
Let's go, Patriots!
Okay, if the Patriots
Let's
are
go,
trading up,
Patriots!
that's what I'll say. If the
Let's
Patriots
go,
are trading up, it's not going to be Cole Strange 2.0. This is going to be a pick that other teams were
Want.
looking at because
I
it's
swear to
somebody that
God,
they need to jump for. So
If
they're
it's
not.
a D2 player, I'm gonna shoot Bill Belichick. I
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, you
give
don't
me-
trade up for a
give me-
D2 player. You
give me
trade
the
up for someone like
mainstream
Pickens,
guy.
for someone
Give
like
me the
Dean,
mainstream guy.
maybe Tariq Woolen, but that's
Don't
quarterback.
pick a wideout. We don't need a wideout. Why? We have Devontae Parker, Nelson Aguilar, Jacoby Myers.
Aguilar was
Why-
not good.
we have
last year.
Kendrick Bourne. We have
Aguilar
four wide
was back to his
receivers.
Philadelphia.
You want to add a
years
fifth?
form.
We've had our Henry
Pick is
Andrews.
already in. We'll have to see
No
what happens.
wide receivers. No.
Do you really trust Parker as our number one guy?
He's not. It's Jacoby
Yeah,
Myers.
we don't need a number one.
I like Dean
We
here.
have. It's almost like we have a 1A, 1B, 1C.
We don't.
It's,
Who
it's like the
cares?
Giants. It's like the Giants. They took Wan'Dale Robinson because they want a guy with the upside
Who
to maybe become
cares?
the number one.
Who cares?
That's what the Patriots are going for.
Their number one quarterback's still gonna have to cover somebody, and then the other three are gonna get open. It doesn't matter.
Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver.
Oh my
So it is a
God.
wide receiver.
Hate it.
Actually, okay.
Hate it.
This is a guy that I had going to the Patriots.
Why are the Patriots
in
doing this to
round
me?
3.
Why?
In round 3, what are they
Round 3.
doing?
So this is another reach, and why
Oh,
did they trade up?
boy.
for him?
Out of
I mean,
Baylor.
This isn't.
He had a
isn't
crazy
Cole
fast
Strange
40
style
time.
reach.
That kid's a
This isn't a Cole
speedster.
Strange style reach.
Oh, it's just Scotty
I-
Miller.
I don't
That's it.
love the pick.
This kid's just Scotty Miller. Fast.
Hey, he
That's
had
all.
he had
It's
the
not
best
good value.
100 meter.
Not good value.
He's fast. We get it. He's gonna play punt returner. That's what's gonna happen.
He probably will. Yes, he most likely will.
We just drafted a punt returner in the second round, and we traded up for him.
He will be a special
Why?
teamer. I guarantee it.
He's gonna be.
Yeah.
But why are we drafting a special teamer in the?
Well, he'll
second
play
round?
wide
This is like-
receiver.
This is like a ski draft for the Patriots. I
Bad.
mean, yeah, like Cole Strange.
I
at
like
least
this
is gonna
pick
start.
even less than the Strange pick.
I mean,
I like
no,
Thornton.
no, I like this more than Strange. I like this.
I like this more than Strange as
close.
well.
It's close.
I like Thornton. I just you don't trade up for this guy.
Like Thornton is not like Strange. I had going in round 6. I mean, Tyquan Thornton was a day 2 pick.
Also,
that's a little
he
bit
is-
better value. Just
He
a
is
little.
not a good blocker for being a 6'3" guy.
That's why we have N'Keal Harry.
You need to get him in the
I-
weight
I-
room.
This is a B- C+ ish kind of pick. I'd say.
I give it an F.
F, really.
I don't understand the need for a wide receiver.
You're gonna wake up tomorrow morning and you're gonna
We
change your
need
mind.
a
You did
defensive
that with
player.
Cole Strange.
Why are we not taking Nakobe Dean?
Because we don't need Nakobe Dean.
But we need a wide receiver. This is our fifth wide receiver. Why do we need 5?
Can never have too many wide receivers.
Okay, yes, that's true, but we don't need to draft a wide receiver. We could draft this guy tomorrow, or some guy who sucks. Like, why do we have Devontae Parker, Jacoby Myers, Kendrick Bourne, Nelson Aguilar, now Tyra, whatever his name is, Thornton.
That's a pretty damn
N'Keal
good wide
Harry.
receiver room. You got,
Why do we have 6 guys?
who's the 6th?
N'Keal Harry.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
are we gonna
he's
cut
gone.
him?
I'm sorry, he's getting cut. He's getting cut.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we have 5 wide receivers, but we just drafted one in the second round. I mean, it doesn't make
And
sense.
the receiver makes sense. You were
I
looking at
don't-
receiver last round,
A
Michael.
corner
Michael,
I
you-
can make-
Yeah, no.
Michael, you wanted them to take receiver last round, and now you're unhappy they took receiver.
No, I didn't. I wanted them to take defensive. I wanted them to take
I wanted McDuffie.
McDuffie or Booth or
Duffy
somebody.
would've
This
been
is a fine.
horrible.
I don't mind this pick.
I don't like it.
Your defense was top in the league last year.
It's better.
Yeah, we
I'll
can't
say
stop
this,
Dean
run
is
and we lost-
falling.
I like this. I like this more than Josh Peschel.
We
I like
lost
this more than
Kyle Van
Kadarian
Noy, though.
Mathis.
We have
The Eagles,
no edge
you cut
presence.
Kyle Van Noy. The Eagles have taken O lineman Cam Jurgens. He's an interior
I'll
guy.
make an
Kobe
apology
Dean continues
podcast
to fall.
if Thornton is good next year. But
It's
if he has
just
under
a Jason
500
Kelce
receiving
long-term
yards,
replacement.
it's a bust.
You got Nebraska center Cam Jurgens going to the Eagles.
Cam Jurgens.
He-
Hey, but remember,
he'll be a center
Nathan
for
Bill.
sure.
Nathan Bill, Tyron Thornton next, Randy Moss. I'm sure of it.
You have him as your. I guess you won't play. You play him right guard. Keep Kelsey at center.
Yeah, right guard for now, and then when
Yeah.
Kelsey retires, push him to center.
Didn't they just give Kelsey a ton of money?
That's exactly what they need, though, because Kelsey's getting older.
Yeah,
They need someone
I
who
like
can,
it.
in the meantime, fill the hole at guard, and then long term shift over to center and take over Kelsey.
I would rather them take Dean
I
here.
I like that pick. Just think there were better options on the board.
Dean would have been a perfect fit for them.
So
I
what
don't
is
know if
wrong
we're
with
that.
Dean? Why are teams not selecting Dean?
I'm looking.
They
at
think
the
he's a
offensive
product of the
line.
Georgia defense. That's what they heard the whole draft.
could've-
That's why he fell out of the top spot. It's because they
Could've
think
seen,
he's.
like Alec Lindstrom there instead of Jurgens, but Jurgens is a decent pick.
So do the Steelers go back-to-back quarterbacks at 52 and take another?
I'm gonna run to the restroom and let you guys discuss the Steelers here and the Eagles pick.
Yeah, this Steelers
yeah,
pick
that's
is gonna
funny,
be
but-
interesting for sure. I think.
I think I could see them going O line or corner here. That's my thought. I think maybe Bernard Raymond.
They should go O line. Bernhard Raymond would be a great pick here.
Yeah. You get Raymond cover. You get Raymond protecting Kenny Pickett right away. That's a great start. I mean, this is a
Especially
mini,
'cause
this is
their
a miniature
O-line was-
rebuild because
Especially
they
'cause
already
their
have.
O-line was god awful last season. They could really
Yeah.
use some.
It's really what this is for Pittsburgh is a miniature rebuild of the offense. They can get right back on track if they take an O lineman here,
Yeah.
get Pickett well protected.
Yeah, I mean they could, they really could use an offensive lineman. Najee could use an offensive lineman.
Honestly,
Wow,
I
never
think
mind. Forget.
should take
Steelers are
multiple.
drafting George Pickens with the 52nd overall pick.
They really need a wide receiver.
Well,
mean,
they
it
needed
helps-
one
it
more than the
helps Pickett.
Patriots. That's the argument
Pickett
I'll
and
make.
Pickens. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you lost Juju, so you take Pickens. Now you have Deontay Pickens and
I
Chase
mean,
Claypool.
Yeah, I mean, you have Deontay Pickens and Chase Claypool. I mean, they did sign
Oh.
Anthony Miller. I don't know if they necessarily needed another wide receiver, but it can't hurt. It can't hurt.
No, I mean, I would have preferred offensive line though.
Yeah,
I think
I
that
agree. Is this going to turn into the same thing as, like, remember the Bengals with Jamar Chase over Penny Sewell? We were debating that one.
Yeah, I mean,
It was a later round version of it, but Same
yeah,
idea.
I don't know. I mean, George Pickens definitely a good get.
I mean, he was sliding, and the Steelers stopped the slide. It's good value.
Definitely a great value. I'm concerned if it's an actual need or not.
Yeah,
you
it's
know-
not a need. I don't think it's a need.
But I'll say this: the Steelers in the first 2 rounds have kind of taken what was given to them in the board,
I mean,
rather than
Pickett-
drafting who
Pickett
they
wa-
want.
Well, they did need a quarterback. They did need a quarterback.
Right, but what I'm saying is the Steelers are, instead of teams that trade up to get picks, the Steelers hold back and they're letting picks come to
They
them.
wait for
which
what
I think is
falls.
an interesting
Yeah.
strategy.
That's a good analysis.
Yeah, I mean they're not really making any moves up. They're more letting the field play out in front of them and then making their decision based off of
I
that.
want
Which
to say they did move up a couple years back for Devin Bush. I remember, but that was worth it.
yeah, I mean this Pickens pretty darn good, I have to say. Overall as a player, do I like the wide receiver pick? I mean, it's good. I definitely think it's a need, not the most major need.
Yeah, not a need, but like best player on the board, you got to give it some. Not necessarily. I mean, not best player on the board. Kobe Dean's.
So
the
does
best player
that
on the
put
board.
Minnesota back
better
at
players on the board.
53? Thought
Wait,
they
what did you
traded
say?
away 53. Is Minnesota
Colts
now at
are at
53?
53 right now, is what I'm seeing.
You sure? It's still on ESPN. It still says Minnesota. Maybe they haven't updated it yet.
I'm on NFL Network and I see.
Yeah, I believe it is the Colts. You're right. So if the Colts are at 53, do they take? They don't take Nakobe Dean. They don't really need him.
Yeah,
do they
because
go
that's
Sky
Darius Leonard.
Moore?
I mean, they could.
But do they go Sky Moore or wide receiver?
Sky Moore or Alec Pierce, I could see.
What are your thoughts
The
on
Patriots at this point are taking Pierce because they took Tyquan Thornton. So
what are your thoughts on George Pickens?
We were just discussing it, and my opinion was, it's a need.
oh, it's not a need. It's
Sort
not
of.
a need, but it's a nice addition.
They
because
lost
it's
addition.
Juju.
They lost
Basically it,
Juju.
right?
They replaced him with Pickens.
Yeah, but they do have I guess it's an upgrade. They had signed Anthony Miller early this offseason as just to make up for the loss of Juju. This is an upgrade over Miller.
And
it wasn't their big. They weren't desperate for a wide receiver, but it doesn't hurt, especially with a new quarterback in the house. Both would have preferred an O lineman, but at the same time, not an awful pick.
you know the Steelers do not care about character issues.
Nope, they never have, and they
Not
never
at
will.
all.
Them and the
There's
Oakland
certain
Raiders.
teams that are like that. The Cowboys, the Steelers,
The Browns.
and the Browns are a big one, and then they always send off their rejects to the Patriots.
Yeah, we like the rejects. Those are our guys.
Mm-hmm.
I would have liked
Collins, I think, twice. No, he went to the Lions once and came back.
I would have liked the lineman too. Alec Pierce, wide receiver out of Cincinnati at 53. I would have really liked them to.
Love that pick. Love
Yeah.
that pick.
It's a good
Good
fit
one.
for Matt Ryan, I think.
They needed a wideout.
I wish some
Sure.
team would have paired Pierce with Ritter, if a team took Ritter.
That's a home run pick
But-
right there for Alec Pierce. I mean, for the Colts.
I just want to
Like-
say the Athletic had Tyquan Thornton going at 186.
Okay, where'd they have Strange going? 100?
I'm not sure. I don't pick
I honestly
Athletic.
had somewhat close to the opposite. I had Strange
Patriots
like at
picked the
186.
Oh, Chase Claypool is announcing the pick for the Steelers. Look at that.
I guess to announce one of his new
New
colleagues in the wide receiver room.
new buddies in the wide receiver
New
room.
competition for targets too, though.
So that means Kansas City loses out on Pickens, Thornton, and
Pierce.
on
I think they just really like. I think they really like McCall Hardman. I think they really want to try to mold him to be what Tyreek Hill was. Which
But you need a big outside guy there. to replace
you just
Brian.
signed MVS. That's literally his role.
True, but I don't know if you trust MVS. He's a deep ball threat, but is he much more than a deep ball threat?
no.
Exactly. You need someone
Uh,
who's gonna be your mid-range outside wide receiver.
You
Like
know-
Drake London would have been great there. Treylon Burks would have been great there.
You know-
Neither of those guys made it to them.
The Chiefs are drafting wide receiver Sky Moore with the 54th pick. We're seeing
No
wide
surprise
receivers
there.
fly off. I like I
mean-
like Sky Moore. I didn't like his almost first round kind of jump, but I think this is a good spot to take him.
Yeah, he was kind of that.
Hold
either
on, hold on.
outside-
We have a breaking news.
Is it the Joel
Sean's
Embiid
mom.
news? Yeah.
Joel Embiid suffered a right orbital fracture and a mild concussion in the series-clinching Game 6 win last night in Toronto. He will be listed as out, and there is no timetable for his return. 76ers fans in tears right now.
Orbital fracture is
I think
tough.
I think it's Celtics and Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals. That's my prediction. I have cousins who are Heat fans. It's gonna be a real fun one to watch. I'm excited.
They're a really good matchup for the Celtics. They always play the Celtics well. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Sky Moore to the Kansas City Chiefs. He was that outside compliment to Dwayne Eskridge when
But
they
this
were
is
both
a-
in college together.
This will be a
I like the pick.
this will be a really weird series if both Embiid and Jimmy Butler are out multiple games.
Right? Sixth man of the year is going to have to step in. Tyler Hero.
So the Steelers really got the picks here with Pickett and Pickens. Pickett and Pickens with their picks. Love that.
Yeah. Tongue twister.
Yeah, I mean, Alec Pierce has got a great build to him now. I mean, as
Alec
they're showing
Pierce.
right now,
Pick of the round, in my
He-
opinion. That I have zero complaints with that pick.
He's
he
gonna
looks
be
a lot
good.
like Jordy Nelson, which is what they're
Win for the
showing. I
Colts.
think that's a great comparison.
And Jordy Nelson had some real good years over in Green Bay. So
He was a great receiver for a very long
Alec
time.
Pierce is going to
I don't
pan out really
know
well
how-
for the Colts here.
Similar they are and how they play. Other than the fact they're
But I
white.
will
But
say-
that seems like what it always is. That seems like what
I
they
know the
always
Chiefs
do.
got Sky Moore. I know the Chiefs got Sky Moore, but with Pickens, Pierce, all those other guys going before, I think Juju Smith-Schuster is the clear-cut best wide receiver in the Chiefs receiving room, and he's gonna emerge as a big name for Mahomes. this
All
year.
right, breaking news from Peter Strager. He reports that the Cardinals are getting Kyler yet another weapon coming up soon.
No,
as
they're
of-
not. Oh, tight end?
I
Who's
think a
tight end
running
off the
back.
board?
Running
But
back.
they already
Isaiah
have Zach
Spiller.
Ertz.
Isaiah Spiller. That's my.
Why would
Oh,
why would they
running
get
back?
Zach-
Oh,
why
they
would
could
they
go
get
running
Zach? They
back.
just signed
Henry's
James
left.
Conner.
James Conner is injury prone. You need another guy to mix in with him.
Agreed, but here?
The Giants
I
now
don't like
say
it.
they
Peter-
are
but
not.
Peter Schrager's saying they're getting another weapon. I think that's the best bet for another weapon. They're not taking another receiver. The receiver room's stacked. The tight end room is pretty good too. With Zach Ertz and I believe Max Williams.
It
will
does
still
a
be
does a
there.
lineman count as a weapon? Because that's what they really need.
No.
Lineman would be good. Either a
Um,
lineman or a running back.
You never describe a lineman as a
Yeah,
weapon.
he's not a
though.
weapon. Spiller could be described as a weapon.
The Giants now say they are not shopping Kadarius Toney even after taking Wandale Robinson.
Wow, that's a crowded wide receiver room.
It's very crowded.
Is there a standout guy there? That's...
Maybe they just cut Kenny Galladay, get his money off. It is a tight end, Trey McBride.
Wow. That's a crowded tight end room.
Is it?
Yeah,
Ertz, Williams, and McBride.
Williams is not going to have as huge a role now that McBride's there.
Isn't Williams still hurt?
Probably.
Still though, that's listen, this is what happens when you're afraid getting your quarterback or letting your quarterback leave.
Yeah, they are doing everything they can to keep Kyler Murray. I'll tell you what, though, if Kyler Murray can't make the playoff, okay, not even make it. If Kyler Murray can't win a playoff game with this offense, not even worth keeping at that point.
Yeah.
They
Unless
need
his
linemen
defense gives
so
up-
badly.
Unless his defense gives up 60 points.
Yeah. You want the expectation is that this offense is going to be a top 5 producer this year. Points.
Still no quarterbacks taken in the second round, Connor. Is this what we expected? Not at all.
Not really. All the rumors were pointing to like 4 off the board in the top 10 picks here, is what it felt like.
Yeah, we're coming to the end of the second round right about now. Oh,
Not huge on the McBride pick, but I do understand it because of the whole Kyler Murray situation. And there are, yeah,
I feel like he'd like it more if you
nine
get him
more
someone to
picks for
not get him
too.
killed.
Yeah, the lineman, he would have been happy with a lineman, honestly. But the thing is, can Trey McBride be a big blocker for Kyler Murray?
Is he a big blocker? I thought he wasn't.
I don't think he's a huge blocker, but
Yeah, I didn't think he was.
maybe they want to use him as one if they already have Ertz catching passes.
Yeah, I thought blocking was one of his weaknesses.
Yeah, I'm not 100%
Ducks
sure. I
head
haven't
into
looked too much
contact as
into
a
this
run
tight end
blocker.
class just because the weakness of this tight end class is
First two weaknesses. Ducks head into contact as a run blocker, inexperienced as an outside zone blocker. Takes inconsistent
okay.
angles.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, he's a really good, like, Y tight end. He'll be a tight end too, but he's not a blocking guy. He had that crazy fake punt. Do you remember that when he ran like 70 yards on a fake punt?
oh, here's Tony Gonzalez announcing for the Chiefs.
Oh, I was about to say
Dallas is on the clock.
You said him, and I thought it was the Cardinals like doing their pick, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
I am Tony Gonzalez. Dallas is on the clock next. Could they take Nakobe Dean? Double up on linebackers?
No, I don't
No.
see it. Here's the interesting thing. Nakobe Dean.
What about Travis Jones?
I was
He's
saying-
fallen quite a bit.
I was saying Nakobe Dean to Buffalo yesterday. If they get
Wait,
him today,
The
that is
Cowboys are on the
steal
clock.
of the draft. Steal. No, well, the Bills are up next. Bills are
Yeah.
up next.
Didn't the
the
Cowboys get
Cowboys passed-
linemen? I think the Cowboys could go
They
deep.
picked lineman last night.
That's such
The
a Jerry
Cowboys
Judy pick
pass
here.
on Nakobe Dean, and he falls to the Buffalo Bills. Steal of the draft.
Nakobe
Or
Dean is a
any other
steal for
home.
anybody.
A team that needs a linebacker is what I'll specify him as a steal for.
I think it's
'Cause he's
probably
not a
D
guy
line
that you
here.
can just- He's not a guy you can just put anywhere. That's the thing.
I don't know.
mean,
I
here's
think
what I
Dean
gotta
could
say.
fit. You put Dean as your middle. We were talking about this last night. You put Dean as your
Hey,
middle
Micah
linebacker.
Parsons making the move.
Let Micah Parsons
I don't
rampage
think
on the
Cowboys
edge.
Cowboys already have decent edges though. They have DeMarcus Lawrence and Dante Fowler Jr.
Micah Parsons was one of the best edge rushers in the league last year as
Yeah,
a
I mean,
rookie. You let him run on the edge. It's where he's best. It's where he'll be one of the
I
best
don't know what you
players.
do with Fowler.
He had 13 sacks last year as a guy who split time playing coverage. If he's only running off the edge, this is a 20 sack kid in his second season.
The pick is in for the Cowboys.
That's crazy. I think
Who would
you
it
get
be if it's
Nakobe
not
Dean,
Nakobe?
you move Micah to edge.
I
I'd
could
love
see a
that.
D lineman.
I could
a
see
D
Travis
lineman
Jones.
Someone next to Gallimore. I don't trust Tristan Hill.
Don't they have Carlos Watkins? That
Oh yeah,
is
they do have
from
Carlos
Houston.
Watkins. I don't know if he's necessarily trustworthy.
I'm pretty sure he started all last year.
I can see a safety too. There's a lot of good safeties.
Yeah, Curse isn't incredible. You got Malik Hooker there, right? I don't know. I'd love
Yeah, yeah,
Dean.
Hooker,
I'd love you running
that's it.
Van Der Esch and Dean on the inside, move Micah Parsons out to outside. You can move D-Law.
I think
D-Law's
Parsons could be like a 3-4. I mean, sorry, 4-3 outside linebacker. Jabril Cox sits on the bench.
Yeah.
Cox is a good player. He's
I mean,
capable of that.
Would-
Okay, they're drafting defensive end Sam Williams at the 56th overall pick.
see.
Is he an edge guy or
He's-
I'm trying
he's-
to remember.
I think he's a more of a 4-3 D end. I think.
4-3 D end.
Um,
I saw him listed as a linebacker.
I would have liked them if they were looking at edge. I would have liked them to get. I really would like them to just get Jermaine Johnson last round, and Tyler Smith might have been on the board here. A lot of people were concerned about his.
They don't even need an edge. That's the thing. Sam Williams. I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't understand the edge.
Yeah, he was listed as a linebacker at Ole Miss. He might have been more of an outside linebacker, but yeah, it's a confusing pick. I think he could translate to another position if they need him to. But I mean, the value's decent, but it's not.
All right, Buffalo on the clock. Do they take Nakobe Dean, replace Matt Milano?
Williams.
That's like a C pick to me.
How
I
do
mean,
you-
it's not as bad as some of these others, but it doesn't make sense.
How do you take a projected day 3 guy that also has off the field issues that might push him further down?
Is your Jerry Jones?
I don't.
Off the field issues, Jerry Jones does not care about off the field.
I know.
Jerry Jones actually likes off the field issues.
But why
I
not
think.
just get a D lineman?
Yeah, he has off the field issues, so that's the bottom line.
Listen, I have off the field issues too, but
He can't. This guy can't even defend against the run.
hey,
He's a
Jerry
sole
Jones don't care
pass
about the
rusher.
run.
Bills
He
on the
wants
clock.
a fumble. That's what he
Do they
wants.
get the steal of the draft with Nakobe Dean?
They could also go lineman. I think it's their
Lineman,
biggest
I
need.
can see too. I would like a lineman here for the Bills.
I think Fa'alele would fit
E-
well.
Either Nakobe Dean or someone like Raymond.
Never mind, the Bucks take pick 57.
Give me the
Bills.
go again. Give me the go again. Please. Please. Please.
It's got to be a serious problem with
Please.
Dean if he's falling this far. I
Please
gotta-
give him to me. I'm begging you.
Look at Mike McCarthy.
Jason Light, I am begging you to take Nakobe Dean. Why does he look so happy about getting a fourth
I
round
thought it
guy?
was Jason Licht.
Pronounced Light.
Oh, it is? Gotcha.
Or like liked or something.
Yeah, got you, fam.
I'd be so happy.
Would you?
I
would you be
wanted him
happy?
at 33. I'd be so happy.
We're nearing the end of the second round. Pick 64 is just 8 picks away. And we will be concluding the stream at that time. We will go into the third round, but well, who knows? It's been a long couple of days for us.
Because then
We did it last 2 years ago. We went second and third, and then we did day 3. That was too much.
Yeah.
So
No, I
we're
can't
going to
make day
conclude
3
at the
this
end of
year,
the
so-
second round. Though I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of quarterbacks get taken in the third.
we took a lineman. It's
can't
not
be
even
upset
fun.
about
We took a
that, though.
guard. No, it makes sense. A guy to play either above or behind Stinney. Depth.
Yeah, Gadecki.
I wanted
good.
That
though.
is good.
I wanted
He's
Dean
good.
so bad.
I mean, it's the right position. Who do you say the guy was?
Luka
Gadecki.
Decky.
Decky.
That's a good pick, though. That's good value.
He's the Central Michigan guard / tackle. I think he played both.
Listen, you know that the Bucks want to protect Tom Brady. He's their
I
most
think it's a
prized
bit of a
asset.
reach.
So makes sense to me.
I don't know. He's the next guard off the board. Really, if you're picking pure guard, and that's what they're looking for rather than a tackle.
Right.
What about Lindstrom?
Lindstrom's not a high draft.
He's definitely fallen. There was a point when he was in the talks for day 2.
I heard him mostly day 3, like round 5 and times. People just like Zion Johnson there. You're not picking the guy next door.
All right, Atlanta at 58. Do they?
And he
take
can't
Travis
block
Jones?
as a center. If he can't block the run well, that's not good.
They take Travis Jones at 7. Connor, what do you think at 57? At 58,
58.
Atlanta.
What about Nakobe Dean?
They could go Dean. They already took what, an edge rusher, right?
They took an edge. I think their biggest needs at this point are probably safety, D line, and linebacker.
I wouldn't
Nick
mind
Cross
Dean
on
here.
the board. A few others.
I wouldn't mind a running back either for them.
You could go QB.
Like, Patterson is good, but to
They
get
s-
a younger guy who's like a pure running back could be it.
They still need a receiver pretty badly. Oh no, they took
Oh,
Drake
yeah.
London, but still,
Well, they took London, but they could still use another
yeah.
or a quarterback. There's a
I
lot
think
of
you
things.
could go QB here. Definitely a
Like,
chance.
Malik Willis would be kind of a steal here.
I mean, yeah, you get him to fall that far. It definitely looks like great value.
I would be surprised if Malik Willis makes it out of the round, quite honestly. I think there's a team that's gonna pull the trigger. If it's not one of the teams that's currently in line to pick, there's gonna be a trade.
Minnesota is up after Atlanta, so they're gonna go up again. Second time in the third round for them, or second round for them.
Got to be lineman, right? And he took Booth for Vikings. It feels like
Bernard Raymond.
Pick is already in for Atlanta.
I can also see Minnesota going D line.
Line, I don't see it.
they
The Vikings have been rebuilding this D line for a few years.
okay. Why did the
now,
draft
and
just move to ESPN2? Is the Grizzlies game?
cares
kinda
about the
weird.
Grizzlies?
I guess the draft's now on ESPN2.
And the Bills, they have Phillips, Twyman, Dalvin Tomlinson,
Linebacker Troy Anderson.
Anderson
who?
with 14 is interesting.
For the Falcons at 58.
Wow.
Is it injury? It's got to be injury.
Injury or something that we don't know.
Troy Anderson?
Troy Anderson. I thought Muma would go ahead of Anderson as well.
Amuma is still on the board as
I
well.
liked Muma a lot. I thought we'd have a lot of linebackers on the board. I truly thought we'd have a good amount of linebackers off the board by this point.
We haven't really yet.
Like, and QBs. Linebackers and QBs are falling off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I also had Christian Harris above Troy
I do
Anderson.
not have Anderson very high on my board, quite honestly.
I liked I didn't do too much into Anderson. He more of a outside guy.
I don't even know. I have not done too much on Anderson either because I just didn't.
No, he's an inside linebacker, a sideline to
Really
sideline run defender. He played quarterback, running back, and linebacker at Montana. That could be fun. Maybe he's the quarterback of the future. Or the running back of the future.
Julian Edelman.
This guy can do it all. I mean, that's... Imagine having you inside linebacker.
Versatility is the word for the Atlanta Falcons. I think that makes him a decent fit.
Yeah, I mean... Running a Troy Anderson, Marcus Mariota double run play QB set? Sign me up. I'd love
Yeah.
that. That'd be so fun.
They're listing him as a linebacker, but we'll see if that stays true. The Vikings already have their pick in. It's going
The
really
Vikings.
fast right now.
Who are they gonna take? I'm excited to see
But
this.
Lele, I could see. He can go
But
tackle
yeah,
or
no
guard.
lineman. They could still use an O lineman.
For sure.
Oh,
So
yeah.
far in
Check
this draft, have taken. I forget. Did they pick? Did they even pick? Yeah, they did pick in the first round. They got Cine, They got Booth.
Their secondary is looking great.
Yeah, secondary is looking great, and then other pick, I want to say.
O lineman.
Yeah, it was
Ed-
Watts.
Ed
No, they
Ingram.
traded-
What's
Ed
the
Ingram.
what's the report on him?
He's a guard out of LSU. I guess people are going inside
That's
more
right.
than outside out of tackle now. It's surprising because
Yeah,
tackle's
he
usually the
needed-
big one
They
off.
needed a guard.
He's a big
Needed a
guy.
guard.
They need
He's
multiple linemen.
He's a huge guy.
I think they need a tackle and
he-
a guard. Brian O'Neill can't really be trusted so much at right tackle.
He can't
Then
go.
Jesse Davis at right guard. I don't trust either. The
Ed
right side
Ingram-
of their line.
Ed Ingram isn't like a second level run blocker. He'll be a wall against on the run and on quick passes, but I mean, after he gets back a few steps, he's gonna have a hard time staying in front of defenders.
Right.
Which I feel like isn't a Kirk Cousins forte.
It's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick.
No, it definitely
I
helps
think
their
he's better.
guard. I prefer other guys. If you're going pure guard, I'd prefer Dylan
Here's
Parham out of
Ingram,
Memphis.
I would have taken over Gadecki, personally.
You would have taken Ed Ingram over Gadecki? I would not have. I had Ed Ingram probably like 7th with guards / centers on the board. I would have had Donovan
I
West,
didn't even
Luke
have Gadecki
Fortner.
on my board. I didn't have Gadecki.
You didn't have Gadecki on your board?
I had a. I don't. Maybe
I
I,
had-
added him late.
I had.
He was off it for a while, but
I'm gonna take off of my interior alignment. I'm taking Donovan West, Fortner off because they're more centers. I would have had him second under Dylan Parham. I
Yeah,
had him kind of
Parham.
tied with
Forgot about him.
Darian Kennard out of Kentucky. Those
yeah,
two.
Kennard is good. He's still available.
But Gadecki got some round 2 buzz. He definitely did.
Bills,
He was expected
on the
round 2,
clock.
I think.
Connor,
This-
are we gonna
this-
get a quarter in the second round?
Can we stay on stream until Dean goes? Can we just do? Can we end after N'Kobe Dean
I
gets
think
picked?
it's right here. I
No.
think it's right here for
Y-
N'Kobe Dean.
You think it's Buffalo?
It was destiny. I had Dean going to the Bills in my mock draft. I had it round 1. It could still happen round 2.
Bucks gave up the 180th pick. Maybe that's were they trying to? They must have been trying to jump the Vikings there for Gadecki because they're both
Yeah,
centers.
probably. Vikings were definitely going guard, it seems like.
Still no word on the Buffalo Bills pick. They have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to select.
In my
So-
opinion, it's a miss if they don't take Dean.
You could go corner. I feel like that's a pretty big need.
I already
But they
went
already picked corner.
Air Lamb.
Oh yeah, true. Alarm in the first round.
An O lineman. I could get behind an O lineman. He's the right pick.
They could go running back. Probably not though.
There's been so much buzz about them taking a running back, but considering they didn't take one in round 1, I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon. I think I had them
N'Kobe
taking
Dean.
Spiller round 3, but not here.
Take N'Kobe Dean.
That's the right move. Or Muma would be fine too if Dean has a red flag. I do like Chad Muma. I had him as a first
Ooh.
round.
Is N'Kobe Dean still in the green room?
Yes.
That's
Malik
Bengals
Willis.
trade. Wow. Bills traded back again.
Again.
The Bengals now on the clock.
I
Bills
really
Don't want to
wonder
pick.
are the Bills I wonder if the Bills just know there's no other teams interested in N'Kobe Dean and they'll still get him, but
I don't know.
or they just
like
don't
that's-
like anybody.
they moved down another 3 picks for the second time in a row.
The Bengals are on the clock. I think they gotta go corner here.
No,
yeah.
Daxton Hill can play corner.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
I think
fair
you go
enough.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
yeah, you're
Fa'alele
probably
a
right.
lot. You could also go.
Raymond.
It's really an outside guy they need though. I feel like it's more inside guy.
Yeah, Fa'alele can move inside.
True. Or Kennard could be an option too,
Yeah.
if you want something that's a hybrid.
Yeah,
You
Kennard
have Leo
and
Collins and Jonah
um,
Williams playing tackle right now. I think the bigger need is at guard.
I wouldn't mind Dylan Parham. I think he's the best guard on the board right now. He's good in pass protection, which is really what they need.
Hey, who do you say? I didn't hear you.
Dylan Parham out of Memphis.
Interesting. Yeah, I could see that.
He can play tackle as well, but I think he's better off as a guard.
There's a lot of potential.
Nope, you were
guard.
right with cornerback.
Kyler Britt or Taylor Britt.
Taylor
Wow,
Britt.
Taylor
that's a
Britt.
bit of a surprise. I
Cam
think.
Taylor Britt out of Nebraska.
Bit of a surprise, but I like it.
Eli
I like
Apple,
Taylor
step
Britt.
aside.
I mean, I had Woolen.
Slight reach, maybe, but not a huge one.
I had Woolen over him. But I mean, he's versatile. He can play nickel. They'll probably play him at nickel to start. They definitely need cornerback because their number one is still Eli Apple. And you have two very versatile guys in both Hill and. It was probably my number 2 corner on the board with Tariq Woolen, but Tariq Woolen.
Yeah, Woolen was my number 1.
Woolen is more of a pure zone guy.
I'm trying to remember.
And
I
they don't run
think
too
I
much
had
zone.
Taylor Britt second.
The
I think
Bengals.
I want to say I had McCollum above Britt.
I went Woolen, Marcus Jones, then Britt, then Kobe
Oh
Bryant.
yeah, Marcus Jones. I'm not a huge fan of personally. I feel like he's getting a little too much late hype here.
He's a dual threat. You have him as a return man.
Yeah, fair enough. More of a returner.
He's a guy the Eagles, I think, like to do. Michael, can we please go till Nakobe Dean gets picked? It's only 9 p.m. This round has flown by. Round has flown by.
I'll consider it. I'll consider it. I mean, I feel like at this point we should just keep going. There's really no
It's been.
reason to stop.
When's the Patriots' first pick next?
I'm thinking
85?
It might be earlier. I think
think
they
it's-
have 2 third-rounders, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, they have 85 and 94.
Damn, Nakobe Dean.
Uh,
No quarterbacks.
I am hearing injury red flag right now.
That's what I'm hearing as well.
Yeah.
Bad physical.
Oh wow. So Gadecki was a Div 3 tight end. Started at tackle, was out with injury, and then will likely move inside the pros. Hey, the Bucks have had a lot of success with small school guards. A ton of success. Alex Kappa and Ali Marpet are both small school guys. You had
Alex
Kappa.
Kappa's now on the Bengals.
Yes, but Kappa was at a Humboldt State. Marpet was out of I said it yesterday. Hobart and William Smith.
Connor, can you pull up what I just retweeted?
I'd love to. And then Ryan Jensen was out of like Colorado State. Or no,
Yeah, he's a
Colorado
center,
State
but-
University Pueblo, the Thunderwolves. They house 200 people in their college stadium.
Connor, pull up what I just retweeted.
I would love to pull it.
Last
So,
thing, last thing.
so the Bucks somehow the Panthers Browns thing.
Yes.
We talked about that like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I feel like it's heating up even further though, because there's some trade details in there as well.
Well, it's
About the
mostly
contract.
just contract stuff.
Pull it up again. Pull it up again.
I'm hearing something about Nakobe Dean's size as a concern.
I was seeing some injury red flags and physicals as well.
Yeah.
I don't think
it's like
size is a. On the
short
inside, you can move-
arms.
Isaiah Simmons went 6 in size was a concern. The 49ers are taking defensive end Drake Jackson with the 61st pick.
Their first pick of the draft goes
Was it
defensive
defensive end?
End. Yikes.
I don't know if I like that as a team that you're
Well,
not
Drake
gonna.
Jackson. Drake Jackson's kind of a steal. I gotta say that, but it's not a need.
But it's not a fit.
Yeah,
At
no,
least to me,
same
it doesn't feel like a fit.
Yeah, probably not great.
Maybe they're worried about
This is
Bosa's
all-
recovery.
Niners, it's all about value for them. Honestly, if they were gonna do that, they should have just traded out of this pick.
Could they be worried about Bosa's recovery by chance?
Give the pick to someone who wants a quarterback. That's what I'm doing if I'm the Niners here.
Buffalo's up after Kansas City. Kansas
Yep,
City is
Buffalo is
next.
on the clock. Oh no, Kansas
Kansas
City's
City's
on the
going.
clock. Then Buffalo.
Buffalo on deck.
Kansas
So-
City, Buffalo, Denver, and the third
Then
round
round
begins.
3.
So who picks second in the third round so the Bills can trade down 3 picks again?
Minnesota.
I wait for it. Watch out for that. that
Minnesota
trade.
for a quarterback, maybe? They just extended Kirk, so that's not happening.
Yeah, quarterback is so weird right now. I don't get it at all.
This is the weirdest draft for
Um,
quarterbacks in a very long time.
Will this be the Broncos' first pick at 60? Or at
Yes,
64?
it will.
That's fun.
Yep.
They really need D-line. That's what I'll say about them.
I wouldn't mind a N'Kobe Dean there. Losing Vaughn and not getting Vaughn back when they were supposed to get Vaughn
Vaughn
back.
is an edge. N'Kobe Dean's in the middle. Those are different things. I mean, they did also lose Alexander Johnson. They have Justin Stranad, and they signed Alex Singleton. They're pretty well off at linebacker, I'd say.
They don't really have, other than Surtain, they don't have and Justin Simmons, a great secondary. Kareem Jackson's not.
Don't sleep on Ronald Darby.
Incredible.
Ohamudia.
You like Ronald Darby?
Yeah, and Ochamudia.
The signing of Ronald Darby gives the Washington Redskins an
Could
established
develop some
outside
more.
corner
Kareem
with
Jackson's
Will
okay
Griffin.
as well.
Darby's 1-year,
I think secondary is a huge need. I think it's D-line and O-line.
Where was Darby last year? Was he still with the Eagles?
Washington.
Washington. Gotcha.
He wasn't great there, but I could see him rebounding in Denver.
He was pretty good with the Eagles. I remember.
He was with the Bills for a handful of years.
He was
too,
drafted with
before
by the Bills.
that. Yeah. I think at one point was their number 1 corner. But that was before they got good.
He was a pretty early pick.
I remember.
That was what draft was it?
2014.
2014 or
I remember
15?
2015.
That was the Winston Mariota, right?
Yeah, it was 15. You're right.
That did not have very good.
Second round in 2015.
Yeah, that had pretty bad defensive backs, right? I mean, you had Trey Waynes go 11, Evan Johnson go 16. Marcus Peters was good, but he only lasted on the Chiefs for like a year before getting traded.
Bounced all
Yeah.
around.
Byron Jones didn't last long on the Cowboys. That's a bad draft. You had like
Yeah.
Kevin
generally it
White
was.
go 7, Devontae Parker,
Ooh,
Rashad Perriman, and Dorsett win the first round. Like that first round was bad. Winston
awful.
and Mariota
It
didn't
was,
turn
it was,
out.
it was Stephon Diggs who ended up being the best receiver in the class, and he didn't go until round 5.
Diggs and Amari Cooper were the Bucks
Yeah,
got.
Amari Cooper went early.
I got
Amari
pissed
Cooper
because the
went early.
Bucks took a guy out of Hobart and William Smith. Turned out to be the best guard in the league last year.
Yes, sir.
Marpet.
Who also went? Tyler Lockett. Juan Alexander we got in the 5th. And he left us. Actually, for the
Who
Niners.
did tight ends that year? I can't remember.
Tight ends.
Kansas City
Oh.
still
It
has
was a
not
good year
picked
for
yet.
running backs. It was a good year for running backs. It was Gurley, Gordon, David Johnson. They had a handful of years where they were running the league.
Not that many, but some. None of them have
That-
like
that
a
was the
starting
last
job
year of
anymore.
backs Before this, like McCaffrey, Kamara, Dalvin
Yeah.
Cook era.
Before that incredible running back draft.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Saquon a year
The
later.
Chiefs have just announced they're taking Cincinnati safety Brian Cook.
I like that pick.
Right, Cook. Not the Cincinnati
bad
guy
pick.
expected to go next. I mean, Ritter is still on the board.
I like Brian Cook. I don't mind it. I do think the Chiefs should have thought about taking a QB there. I'm gonna say it every time they pick.
Chiefs did not need a safety. They already took a corner.
Yeah,
They
but
have on Thornhill and
Justin
there was they have another starting safety. I
they signed
believe.
Justin Reed.
Justin Reed. Yes.
Um,
guess Thornhill could move to corner.
I've got to
He's
say,
played it
I would have loved the Chiefs to take Malik Willis there. I don't know if Patrick Mahomes is that guy for them, to take him over the edge to win a Super Bowl. In this stacked AFC, I think you need a top QB to win in this AFC. He's in a division with Derek Carr, Russell Wilson, and Justin Herbert. I think Malik Willis could compete with those guys.
Yeah, I mean, he could be a gadget guy too. He could be a Taysom Hill Swiss Army knife.
And Taysom Hill's had a great career. I mean,
yeah, I
one of
know,
the best
and
in the
he's-
league. What's he now, a tight
He's
end?
on a deal of a contract right now. I mean, he's getting paid the only like
Taysom
10
Hill is moving to tight end though.
He's a tight end.
This is how he
Love
does
that.
everything now. You draft. I mean, you could draft Malik Willis. He could do that too. Like,
I think Malik Willis is big enough to play tight end at all.
yeah, I mean,
Oh. Pickens was a passenger in a car crash a week ago, cited for not wearing a seatbelt and hitting his head in the windshield. That's
That's
why
so
he
good.
dropped.
Yeah, because that shows two things. First of all, he's injured, and second of all,
He's stupid as
you have
hell.
what's going on up there.
it don't matter. Steelers Nation on top.
He's talented, but that's
I don't
somewhat
like the Brian
worrisome.
Cook pick personally.
Seems like a guy who'll get a DUI halfway through his rookie season.
Do you remember when LeGarrette Blunt and Le'Veon Bell smoked a blunt?
Blunt-
You guys remember that?
Blunt.
On like on IG Live and they got suspended. Those are the good
What
old
was
days.
that? 2014.
Yeah,
Forget who filled in at running back that year.
Benny Snell.
I don't think it was Benny Snell because that was before Benny Snell was.
Connor,
or
Benny
was
Snell's the
LeGarrette Blunt
goat,
not
though,
on the
right?
team? I was thinking it was when LeGarrette Blunt was still on the Steelers, and that was 2014.
Connor, Benny Snell's the goat, though, right?
You say so much.
I think he is.
Love
You
my
guys see
dad,
Laramie
so-
Tunsil selling his draft video as an NFT?
I know, that's pretty cool. One of a
Something.
kind. It's something, something.
The Buffalo Bills are taking running back James Cook with the 63rd pick.
Not a
Cook
surprise there.
Cook over Spiller. That's.
I
that's-
had Cook over Spiller. I like to Cook over Spiller.
I mean, he is Dalvin Cook's brother.
True.
Oh,
A big
so
thing.
it's
So
blood.
now they have
Um,
Stephon Diggs.
he's also a much better receiving back than Spiller, which is kind of big. And
Is he a better receiving back than Dalvin Cook? I wonder.
yeah. So,
Buffalo needed somebody.
and I feel like the Bills' biggest weakness out of the running back room was not having receiving. Zach Moss and Devin Singletary are not receiving back.
they also are
It's
small
true.
and stink.
So I don't think he'll be a 3-down
like
back. I
Singletary.
think he'll
I don't like
mostly.
Moss, but I do like Singletary. Singletary is your early down guy. James
Singletary had a
Cook
good end
on
of the
third
season.
down, and then Zach Moss.
How many
just-
Georgia players is that, though?
Let's
I'm not a
count.
fan of Zach.
It was 5 last round. That makes 6. Jacoby Dean will eventually make 7. George Pickens was actually 7. Any others? I don't think so. I think that's 7 total. The Broncos go Dean, it'll be 8 in 2 rounds. Or the Broncos go another Georgia player.
I don't know that the Broncos going to go.
I don't think they do, but I'm just saying.
Kobe Dean at this point, we know he's falling for a reason.
So, I mean, you could go Channing Tindall as well, which would be another Georgia linebacker.
And so that means no quarterbacks will be taken in the second round.
That's crazy. I am shocked at
Not
that.
one. Wow.
Who else is a Georgia player on?
I think Jacksonville should take a quarterback. I don't really think they have a. Trevor Lawrence really wasn't that good last season.
Jameel Sawyer, the goat out of Georgia, could be a pick at some point. Then obviously the 2 linebackers still on the board. That's all I can think of off the top of my head that's left for Georgia. Unless I missed obvious.
OJ Howard went to the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
I literally did not know that.
Yeah, I wasn't huge on that because Dawson Knox.
He's not going to take snaps from Dawson Knox. He's going to be a backup.
He's a blocking tight end.
He's not a good blocker. Broncos are selecting defensive end Nick Bonito.
Ooh, Nick Bonito
Outside
slides into the second
linebacker.
round.
More of an outside linebacker and a 3-4. But no, he was expected around here. People had him like in the second round. He had a second round grade. I don't think he's gonna be that good. He'd be a good QB spy in rotations. Not gonna be a starting edge linebacker personally.
Not yet.
He's not getting by a strong tackle. I'll say that. If you got a tight end on him, he might be able to sneak by. He's slippery. But I don't think yet he's a guy that's gonna make a move around a tackle to get the quarterback. But has a ton of potential as a outside line. And
All right, so we're still waiting.
into the third round.
Da da dun, da da dun.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock.
Oh my god. Just for an FYI, we are
That
not
was
going that much
A
longer.
really fast pick from them. They got that in like ASAP.
Hope that continues because I can't give the fans too much longer, unfortunately. Our brain cannot handle this much at this time of day. But hey, you know what I do think though? If I look at the next 5 picks in the third round, Jacksonville, Minnesota, New York, Cleveland, Tennessee, one of those teams is a
Gotta be a
quarterback.
quarterback. Gotta be a key.
Tennessee, Cleveland,
Jackson.
New York.
Just took Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, 3 of those teams could take a quarterback.
What do you guys think of the Broncos pick?
I don't mind it. I mean, he has
Good.
potential. As I said, he's probably not going one-on-one with an offensive tackle off the edge. Probably be a rotation guy. A QB, he'll be good as a QB spy. He was very good as a QB in college.
He'll be very good against Russell Wilson. And
They
Patrick
did need a
Mahomes.
lineman. They did need a lineman.
He's on
That's-
Russell Wilson's team, Michael.
That's their top need.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
But yeah,
Bob
a team
B.
like the Chiefs, who usually always send tight end, Kelsey doesn't block that much. He'd be a good blitzer in an area like that. I think in a lot of ways. A very good blitzer. He's been showing some of his, but I don't think he's taken a tackle off.
The
his
only
snap.
thing I'll say about Benito is I feel like the Broncos needed more of an interior guy. Benito's going to be more of an edge guy. So it's
Yeah,
not the greatest fit, somewhat fills their need, but I think they still go for an interior D lineman later in this draft.
definitely more of an edge.
Yeah.
All right, we are officially into the third round. Jacksonville back on the clock. They have not selected in a little bit.
I'm not a huge fan of the Benito pick personally, even though it does help the Broncos defense.
Jaguars got Devin Lloyd, so they're definitely not going to go.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna
Lineman?
double down on the linebackers.
Could be
here.
a
But
lineman.
they didn't even need one linebacker to begin with.
I think it could be a tackle or a guy, kind of a
The
flex
line is
guy.
what I see here.
Yeah, I think it gotta be. They could go tight end. It's definitely a weak.
They did sign Ingram, but
line.
Ingram's not that good.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are
Just drop
drafting
problems, serious drop problems.
offensive lineman. I believe he's more of a tackle. Luke Fortner.
Good pick.
That's high for Luke. Or
I don't know. I like him.
not more of a tackle, more of a center.
I like him.
I'm
I think it's a good pick.
not a huge fan. I mean, I think if you go on center, Donovan West is a much better prospect.
It's a bit of a reach.
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily need center either. I don't know if he you can probably play left guard, obviously, but I don't know if they need center. You have Sheriff at right guard. I guess you're running
Right.
Juwan
It's a bit
Taylor,
of a-
and Walker Little is probably moving inside to left guard. So maybe you take a center. I don't know who their current starting center. But if you're moving Walker Little to guard, you got Cam Robinson, Juwan Taylor, then you could run him at center. That's a pretty good line. And if he is,
Yeah,
if he,
I do think they needed an interior guy, so I'm glad they got one here. I just think they could have gone for someone different. I mean, you have. I think who else was on the board here. I mean, Kennard and Philo have that translatability to play on the inside. I think either of them could have been a better pick.
Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. Have what,
Let's go.
2 secondary guys? Could they look for a third?
Two set.
Probably
No, I
not.
don't think they look for it.
Probably
That's
not.
a little overboard. I think it's time for a lineman.
I think
Yeah.
this is an edge pick.
Pick. Who would you go on the
Yeah, I
edge
don't
right
think
now?
so. I don't think so. It's O line or tight end. Gotta protect Kirk.
I already picked O line. They're going D line.
Yeah,
I
they
think
did
on
pick-
Arizona's next pick, they have to take Chris Paul, the guard, out of Tulsa, just because
Yep.
Chris Paul is about to take their team to the finals. It is a linebacker, and it is
Linebacker
not
Brian
N'Kobe
Asamoah.
Dean. Asamoah, I
Wow.
think he is an edge guy, Michael. I think he is more
Asamoah,
of a-
no, he's an inside
He's
linebacker.
inside.
Yeah, at least from what I've heard.
Color me surprised that Muma, Harris, and Dean are all dropping as your like top line. Dean obviously more than the rest, but it feels like Muma and Harris should
They
have
don't-
gone over some of the guys that have at inside linebacker.
Yeah, I mean Minnesota needed
Yeah,
a
Muma or
linebacker. They
Dean.
lost Nick Vigil and Anthony Barr,
He's
so
the obvious one, but
someone to play alongside Eric
Well,
Kendrick
that's
is a good one.
I do think Asamoah, like, there's a lot of linebackers who are good in this draft, so Asamoah still is good value at this spot.
So this is the first time since 2000 where one quarterback was taken in the first 2 rounds of the draft.
That's in 2000.
22
Even
years.
The fact that even 2013, the class with EJ Manuel and Geno Smith had more quarterbacks in the first 2 rounds than this class.
Crazy. And hold the phone because we still haven't had one pick yet.
What do you mean?
But we still haven't had a quarterback.
Oh
pick
yeah,
yet,
maybe
so-
3 rounds.
Maybe the
Right,
Giants
plus-
are the team to do it, or the Titans.
I don't mind it if you're the Giants. In the 3rd round, you get a projected first rounder. I know you.
Danny Dimes, he has 1 year to prove it. Maybe you let a guy sit behind him and then trade. Maybe if Jones pans out well this year, you trade the other guy. But Trey
Interior
Jones.
offensive lineman Josh Zudu.
Finally, New York takes a lineman.
What do you mean? They got
Actually,
Evan
never
Neal.
mind, they took-
they already took Evan Neal.
Evan Neal.
But they needed an. I think they're gonna now. I think Neal should have been one at tackle, but he definitely played some good. I think now he's definitely gonna be a tackle. And then
Absolutely
you're gonna have
Yeah.
kind of a rotation at that left guard spot.
Let's go with Voodoo.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like things have certainly calmed down. We're just seeing a lot of, interesting picks. Some are, good, or some are better, some are worse. But we're seeing a lot of very a lot of tranquility right now. I think. We're
Can
not
Matt
really seeing
Pert
any,
play inside?
craziness.
Andrew, do you know?
Huh?
Can Matt
Matt
Pert play as a guard?
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
Seen
Okay.
but
Because I feel like their interior O line is still pretty weak.
Does Matt Pert need to start though?
No, not necessarily, but I mean, look at their. Let me pull up their depth. chart.
It's Glowinski. Glowinski's good. Garcia and Shane Lemieux.
Shane
not
Lemieux
bad.
is not that good.
Yeah. You also have Feliciano.
I don't know much about Feliciano.
He was a Bills guy before.
Okay.
Nick Gates.
Was he a
still
starter
there.
for the Bills?
I believe he was, but I'm not a huge Feliciano guy.
Max Garcia was
On the
Cardinals.
inside could be interesting.
Uh,
But
Max Garcia was the Cardinals, right? Let him.
yeah, before
Let
that,
him-
Denver. He's a good lineman. I think you play Garcia at center. Maybe you try and move Pert inside, even if he hasn't gone there yet.
I don't know if I think they're just gonna run like a 5-man rotation at the guard spot. No on. Shift
Yeah.
guys in at different spots, maybe for running for
Possible.
pass.
Feliciano's played some guard too. I see him listed as a center, but
Cleveland steps up to the board after the Giants take an interior offensive lineman, their second offensive lineman selection of the draft. Looking to get Daniel Jones or another quarterback. A little bit more help in the coming season.
Did the Titans go quarterback after this pick?
Cleveland. Well, Cleveland's up first. We gotta see what
Cleveland's
they
up
do.
now, then the Titans.
Yeah.
I
think
could
this
see.
is a bit of a reach for the Giants. I'm not a huge fan of the
Yeah.
Ezeudu pick.
He's slow foot. He's very slow footed. I think the Browns here could go D line. I mean, I don't trust Jordan Elliott, Chase Winovich, and Sheldon Day to be 3 of my guys on. I was
I
wrong.
almost forgot that Chase Winovich went to the Texans.
The Browns.
The Browns, right? Yeah.
The Browns are
I was thinking
drafting.
Texans because they were on the clock.
Yeah,
The Browns are drafting cornerback Martin Emerson with pick 68.
I don't know much about him.
I don't
No,
like
I
it
mean,
because
I
the
don't know.
Browns
I
don't need a
think
corner.
I think it's solid. I mean,
I
Don't need a
obviously have
corner.
Denzel Ward, so this is a guy to play alongside Denzel Ward.
Oh,
The
we already
secondary
have
was
Greedy
definitely
Williams.
weak last year, so
Already
I
have
mean,
Greedy Williams. And
Also, you got
yeah,
Tariq Woolen on the board. You have Marcus Jones on the
Yeah,
board. Jalen
not
Elmer
that- they have Greg
Davis.
Newsom too. Newsom,
Newsom,
Ward,
yeah.
Williams. What do you need a corner here for, especially Martin Emerson?
that's right. They do have Greg Newsom. Okay, I don't know.
I don't know anything
like-
about Martin Emerson. Where is this guy from? Mississippi State. Here we go.
Yeah. I knew it was an M. I couldn't remember which.
He's a physical
It's
run
like I thought
defender.
Minnesota, but you know if it was Minnesota.
Lone interception came as a freshman, and he's a better run. I don't. That does
like
not
that.
seem like a good prospect to me. He's a press guy, redirects receivers at the line of scrimmage, a physical run defender, and had 1 interception as 4 years in college. Below average
I don't like that pick.
speed. I mean, he could be moved to a middle linebacker. I don't know if he's going to be good as a cornerback.
Titans on the clock. I think it is time.
Give me a
for
QB.
Desmond Ridder.
Come on. Malik Willis or Desmond Ridder. Just give me one of them. Make it fun. Have some
Connor,
QB
it's
Titans reportedly
controversy.
liked Ritter.
Connor, this is the no fun league.
Titans so far have taken a wide receiver in Traylon Burks.
I am
They took Roger McCreary. I could see a lineman here too, if not a QB.
I am
Either O or D.
quite shocked at the rate of inside linemen going versus tackles.
There's a lot of good inside linemen in this class.
But there's a lot of good tackles on the board that aren't being. Tackle usually feels like
True.
you get like 4 around.
You have Abraham Lucas is another one.
You got Abraham Lucas, Fa'alele, you have Raymond, you have Pete Freer, you have Rashid Walker. You got a ton of guys that.
Well, let's go. I think is a tackle.
Okay, here we go. Nakobe Dean declined to have surgery on his shoulder, which has become a major medical concern among
Wow.
teams. I think he's too talented to not. I don't care if he didn't have shoulder surgery. I think he's way too talented to not be off the board. Titans could take him. Titans do not have a good
Yeah.
linebacker room.
Yeah. So either N'Kobe Dean
I mean, Bud Dupree is
Desmond Ridder.
terrible.
or lineman. Were you saying it's terrible?
Bud Dupree.
Oh.
I think
Connor, I have some more stats for you. This is now the longest we've gone without two QBs taken since 1996. The first two
My
taken were
God.
number 42, Tony Banks, and number 85, Bobby Hoying. So we have a little bit to go.
who and who?
Okay. Bobby Hoying.
That's my guy. That's my guy. Bobby Hoying, Dallas Cowboys legend.
Breaking, the Titans
know,
are
it's-
drafting offensive lineman Petit Frere with the 69th
Like it.
pick.
Yeah. Ohio State tackle.
Gut reaction
Is
now
he
like
is he petite?
I assume not, Michael. Might be a
Think-
bit too big to be called petite.
I think
He's got an ironic name.
Dylan Radins maybe moves inside at this point.
Yeah, that could be a possibility.
Because I saw them as more needing an interior line, and they could just shift things.
I think
around.
Petit
It's not that hard
Frere
to apply.
Frere could be moved inside. Because his big
Left
concern
guard, I could see that.
It-
I would like that.
his big concern at the combine and everything were his arms were super short for a tackle.
Yeah, so
Which is worrisome.
make him a guard. Maybe even announce him as a guard.
Yeah. But I think there's
Yeah,
definitely
that feels a big need for the Titans if he can play a guard.
It's a good pick.
and he's a very good run blocker. That was his specialty, which is exactly what they need. Considering that's
Yeah, good
90% of their offense.
Yeah, that's my favorite pick of the round so far.
All round. Oh, I guess it's only been
Whole
5
round?
picks. I was thinking round 2, but yeah, I'd agree
Oh,
with
right,
you.
right.
I definitely agree with you. My favorite pick of the round.
Yeah.
Favorite pick of the day is Alec Pierce. That's what I'll say.
Check my favorite.
Like a lot of the receiver picks, but Alec Pierce especially.
I do like Alan Pierce. That was a good one.
The Booth pick, I feel like for the Vikings was
Booth is a close second. Well,
Booth was
no,
a great one.
Watson for the Packers too. You can't really argue with that.
Watson. Yeah. I liked Brisker for the Bears.
Brisker, yeah, he's up there. He's up there. Not necessarily top 3, but yeah, I like
Right, so-
Pierce, Watson, McCreary, Booth, Mechie was a good one. Those are my top 5 around too, and then Bitford's up there with those.
So the Bears are on the clock.
Bears traded into this pick.
No, this is their
I see Jacksonville here.
Jacksonville.
wait,
Jacksonville just picked.
Oh,
We just talked about Jacksonville, or no?
I think
Oh, wait,
my
no,
TV
no, no.
just went out.
Titans picked for you. Jacksonville's
I don't
not put
see
there.
anything. Yeah, I don't see
Okay, yeah.
anything on Jacksonville's pick.
Jacksonville's on the clock again. Just picked an
I don't see
interior
anything on
lineman.
Jacksonville yet.
You're probably not going O
A little
line.
early.
They could go. What about corner?
They could go corner.
No, I don't see it.
I don't think they need a corner, but they could. You could go tight
I
end.
think they more need a safety. If they're gonna take a DB, it should be a safety.
An inside linebacker once again for the second time this
Wow.
draft. The Jaguars select Chad Muma.
Oh,
Gotta wonder what the hell Balky's doing.
it's a steal, but at the same time,
But you don't. But you
why
just
are they taking
picked the
more
best
linebackers?
inside linebacker in the draft. You just
have
picked
Devin
Devin
Lloyd
Lloyd.
and now Muma.
If the 2 best inside linebackers in the draft, they didn't even need a linebacker. It makes 0 sense.
I
Boyo Okun.
do not understand. Also, if you're drafting
Boyle
inside
Okun's
linebackers,
there. Devin Lloyd is probably going to start.
If-
Where the hell is Muma going to play?
if you're
Maybe
drafting,
do they shift to a 4-3?
It-
That might be what's happening.
they could. But if you're drafting a linebacker for depth, and for like potential, why would you not take N'Kobe Dean there?
And there's so many other needs. There's so many other needs too. I don't understand this pick at all.
That's like their third linebacker of the draft, with Walker being on the outside. I don't know if Balky will have a job by tomorrow.
Balky just likes linebackers. What can you say?
Yeah, I don't like that pick at all. Jaguars have not really made any pick in this draft that I've been.
It's nothing good.
Chicago is up, and Seattle.
Their-
Indy,
their
I mean,
be- the
why
best
would-
I've given them any pick is a B minus.
Why
And that
did you
was
just-
Walker and Porter.
Why did you just spend Olakon? Why did you just overpay Olakon from the Falcons?
Yeah,
If you got to draft two
overpay Olakon
linebackers.
and then you draft two linebackers. It makes no sense.
Oh, you say Oluokun. He's good though.
He's good. So why do you draft two? And Quarterman was good
One
last
is-
year for that.
One you can argue for. Two is a little.
It's
crazy.
awful.
Balky is a.
And even
genius.
if you
Trust
move
me.
into a 4-3, your starting outside linebacker will be
Genius
Trayvon
is
Walker.
out to stop the Jaguars.
If you move into a
Yeah, Trayvon
4-3,
Walker, go,
you're
go.
probably having Malcolm Brown play the other tackle, and then New England legend Malcolm Brown, and then you're having Walker play one of the ends and like Odin Key play the other end, and then or you have Josh Allen move up, I guess, and then you're still stuck in a spot where you have literally nowhere to play Muma at all.
There's no way to get Muma in the lineup. You also have Shaq Quarterman as an option.
Wow, Jason Pierre-Paul will likely not be a Buck, as Logan Hall has chosen number 90, JPP's former number.
That's odd.
Embiid has had, in NBA news, in the 2017-2018 season, Embiid suffered an orbital fracture and minor concussion in the opposite eye and missed 22 days. That is a full round. That's
Significant.
tough.
Miami's taking him out. I don't think there's any way that Miami loses that series when
I
they're
mean-
playing a Sixers team that's without Embiid.
Embiid
They
is
need a
already
big
playing
step up
through.
from Maxey, Harden, and Harris. They need all of them to be at their best. to be-
Embiid is already playing through injury and is gonna get surgery right when their season. And now this. I mean, I feel like you just pack it up.
Chicago's pick is in at 71.
Okay, that was long. That was the longest pick of the day, I think.
I know for a third rounder. Jeez, what is Chicago doing?
Come on, just give me N'Kobe Dean. Someone has to take. One of these shit teams has to take him for talent.
Yeah.
Excuse my language.
It's okay. We're not a kid. We're not a kid stream.
Like one of these. The Bears have every need in the book. I mean, you did just take. God, but like the Bears have every need in the book. You're not gonna be good next year. No chance. Why not take a guy for wide receiver, Velus Jones? I don't know who that is. Let me see. Wide receiver out of Tennessee, Velus Jones. He's a return man.
Be right back.
So the Chicago Bears drafted a return man in the third round. How exciting. That's real bad. That is real bad. Seahawks on the board. This seems like a prime spot for Ritter to potentially go.
Something going on in the plaza behind my house. I don't know what's going on back there, but it was messing up my audio.
Yeah, so if you missed it, the Bears just drafted a return man at 71.
Yeah. So Velus Jones.
Tennessee
I think they could have used a more traditional receiver, but
sure.
it's like if Velus Jones can play traditional receiver.
Also, isn't the whole reason Tariq Cohen is signed to be like a third string running back / return?
Like it fills a need and it doesn't. This is a little early for a return, man. I must say.
And the Seahawks draft an O lineman. Again, no QB. They draft Abraham Lucas, offensive tackle. I like them. I like them getting a tackle. Didn't they already take a tackle though?
They already took a tackle.
Um,
But I don't mind it because they kind of needed 2 tackles. Yeah, this does.
yeah.
I like this pick.
They definitely needed 2 tackles. That line is terrible. I like how they're finally building up the line once they trade away their generational QB.
Yeah.
Certainly.
They don't do it for Russell Wilson, but once Andrew Luck comes to town, they're fixing up that line.
Time for Geno
Yes,
Smith
Andrew
to
Luck,
take
not Andrew
over
Luck.
and bring this franchise to new heights.
Maybe Andrew Luck comes out of retirement and replaces.
I think all of these teams that are QB needy are like, we don't want to take a QB until some start going off the board because they don't know who they think is the best QB. One of these teams is going to take Malik Willis. Then we can take a guy and Sam Howell or Desmond Ridder.
Somebody has to pull the trigger.
And no one actually wants
Honestly,
Willis.
What if it's Atlanta? What if it's Atlanta here at
It
10?
could be Atlanta. Could be Atlanta.
74.
74.
It's pick 10 of the round.
Yeah.
Okay, so Indianapolis already took a wide receiver.
That they did.
I think go D line here. There's a lot of good D line.
Yeah, there's a ton of good deals. Travis Jones.
Jones,
popping out.
Wheel, Winfrey. I think did Winfrey go?
Winfrey is not gone.
Yeah,
Lael is
Jones,
not
Wheel,
gone.
and Winfrey all still available.
Though they did just draft Woody Pie, who's like a pseudo
Woody
D-lineman.
Pie.
Is more of an edge guy.
He was drafted as I feel like he was drafted as a tackle and moved to edge because they had Buckner. And then you
Yeah.
have.
I don't trust Grover Stewart. Though.
Then you just traded
Grover
for
Stewart's their nose tackle.
Grover Stewart. Yeah. You just traded for what? Yannick? Which is interesting.
Yeah,
enough.
Yannick and Quiddy Pay are their edge guys. You have Buckner at defensive tackle, but that other defensive tackle spot is a little shaky. That's why
I like that. I'm
say
fine
it's
with
a
that. They're taking a tight end, Jelani Woods.
Jelani Woods.
I mean, Mo Alley
Is
Cox
he the
was.
second tight end off the board?
He is the second tight end off the board. It makes sense with Mo Alley Cox being injured for a lot of last year.
I just think it's
Right.
the wrong tight end.
Who did you have as your second tight end?
My second tight end was Isaiah Likely.
I liked Jeremy Ruckert, but I had Jelani Woods.
All right, so that means Atlanta now is the next team to select, followed by Denver, Baltimore, and Indianapolis again.
But I
New
don't mind.
England's-
I don't mind Jelani Woods.
Not a huge
He's
fan of this pick personally.
he's probably the most athletically gifted tight end in this. In terms of just sheer speed with length and height and everything, he's like 6'8". This kid's 6'8". He's huge. He's not an incredible blocker, but I mean he's 6'8". You can teach him how to block. I don't mind it at all, especially with Mo Alley Cox being less of a like a contested catch guy, like a
Right.
throw him up the ball. This is kind of that guy that takes that role. I feel like in a lot more of that full receiver tight end. So I kind of like it. I like the fit I like the fit there more than like a couple of the other guys. Like Ruckert's more of like
Crazy,
a
they still
possession
haven't
guy.
announced the Seattle pick in the draft, which is kind of weird.
Who is that? Oh, it's Shaq Griffin. Oh, I didn't even notice his hand. Whoops.
Do the Falcons go QB here, I wonder?
Hopefully.
What is Shaq Griffin wearing?
You'd
I was gonna say something really maybe possibly bad. So I'm just gonna not say it.
I think Abe Lucas is old, but I guess you don't need to be young to be a tackle. I think he was a 5th year.
Strange is a 6th-year senior.
That pick just, I can't get over that. That's a
We
good
took a
play.
6th-year senior out of Chattanooga.
The
Hey,
noobs.
by the way, for everyone who's a little bit not entertained by us, I'm sorry.
There it
we're not gonna-
is. There it is. A QB.
First QB?
Desmond
mind.
Ritter out of Cincinnati.
He's going to Atlanta.
He's going to the Falcons. Desmond Ritter
go.
to Desmond Ritter to Calvin Ridley in a year. The Drake London to Kyle Pitts connection. I kind of like that. He's a winner. If there's any
Listen,
QB in
that's
this
a good
draft,
pick
it's a
for the
winner. It's
Falcons. You get Desmond Ritter in the
What the
third
heck
round
am
at
I watching?
74.
What is going on?
What?
Look at your screen. Look at ESPN.
I'm not on ESPN. I'm on NFL Network.
Well, look at the. Oh my. What is going on?
you take a screenshot for me? Oh, this tall guy? It's really just two people, one
The
on another.
cheeky boyos.
What?
What the fuck did I just watch?
Oh my god.
What the hell was that?
Little fun fact here. I don't have a TV in here, so I don't have live drafts and I'm watching NFL Network's
What is the
Um,
cheeky
website
boyos?
here. So I'm not seeing what you guys are seeing.
It's
but
these
whatever
two
it is.
guys, like, they're doing the double up with a trench coat thing. But it's just, why?
It was just so bad.
Cheeky Boyos, North Indiana based TikTok comedy duo.
TikTok.
Sensation.
Bro, wait, why don't I get to go to the draft? I mean, hello, we do this whole program for the 3rd year straight, but we don't get to go
You
to the
should get
draft.
to go to the draft.
That is
Seriously.
quite interesting.
All three of us should be there right now.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I could give much better analysis than frickin' Boogie.
Alright, so the Ritter pick I mean, they could have still used some defensive help, but the QB, there's so many good QBs on the board, and they still needed that QB of the future. Ritter fits that kind of versatility theme with the Falcons. He's another dual threat guy that they're putting in there with Marcus Mariota. I think Mariota starts this year.
Yeah. No, but
long term, Ritter's the guy.
It's a thing where your offense that you're building around Mariota can work with Ritter.
You're gonna groom this offense. You're
Yep.
gonna groom Ritter to be like Mariota, and you're gonna groom this offense to work with Ritter, with Mariota kind of filling the role. Well, Ritter needs a year to develop, I'd say, because he was at
Yeah.
Cincinnati,
Didn't lose.
smaller school, smaller conference, and then got annihilated by Alabama.
Well,
in
hey,
the
listen.
final.
One of the most winningest QBs in college history.
Atlanta needed a quarterback. They couldn't rely on Felipe Franks or
Yeah,
Josh
yeah,
Rosen.
I agree.
after-
I mean, I'm not saying that Ritter's a bad quarterback. I'm saying that he needs some time before
Yeah.
he's NFL
I
ready.
think it's fair to give him a year.
Overall, I do like this pick. That's what else. I like this pick. It's a great fit.
You just go until Nakobe Dean. Is that our plan, Michael?
I mean, we'll be up till tomorrow night if I think we're doing that.
I don't think
think he's
so.
going in the third.
Someone has to take him for talent. I think
Someone's
it's
gotta take him.
Patriots and a few picks.
I wouldn't mind.
I
that.
mean,
I
imagine
wouldn't
if
Bill
we
mind
got-
that.
Belichick loves his guys that are injured. He's taken like
Bill
4 of them in
Belichick-
the
I
past
know.
5 years.
No,
Still
Connor,
ca-
haven't you learned anything
my
from the
heart
Patriots?
still says.
Gonna take
my
some
heart
guy who
still
you've
says
never
they should
heard
take
of,
a corner,
who's gonna
but
end
I
up
don't
being
know.
either great or terrible. One or
Who are
the
you
other.
taking as a corner? If you're in
Oh.
say like at least Tariq Woolen gets taken in the next 8 picks.
Woolen gets taken. Zion McCollum was my guy.
Zion McCollum. I'm just waiting for Kobe
Zion.
Bryant to get drafted. Someone's got to do it.
Maybe. It's a fun name.
Got to be an LA
What-
team. Maybe the
Actually,
Raiders.
I think if they did take
We have a
the
trade.
interesting, It'd be interesting if they got Woolen, because I originally I did a day 2 mock earlier today, and I had the Patriots getting both Woolen and Thornton, different order, but I had them getting Woolen and Thornton.
The Texans are on the clock here at 75 in a trade from the Broncos.
Also, N'Kobe Dean going 5th in the round. Yeah, Texans have got to take it.
The Falcons war room looks happy. I mean,
They
I
should.
like the Ritter pick. I really
and
do.
maybe he turns into nothing, but it's a 3rd round guy.
The
Okay,
only
an
issue-
inside linebacker is off the board. Christian
it
Harris,
N'Kobe Dean?
Alabama.
Oh,
N'Kobe Dean really sliding.
I don't know. I think his talent is way too much. That kid gives the most hurt out of any player in this entire draft.
heart don't count.
It counts for something.
Oh, for some, not a lot though.
Ali Mopet got how much money for having the biggest hurt? Guy drives guys like 20 yards down the field and the play's already over.
That's Ryan Jensen, bro.
Ryan Jensen.
I like the Christian Harris pick, but you gotta, if you're gonna take a linebacker, why not N'Kobe
Yeah,
Dean?
it's an SEC linebacker.
At
It's
this
off the
point,
board.
N'Kobe Dean is a home run.
N'Kobe Dean for the win.
He can still get
Just
shoulder.
say
He can still get shoulder surgery if you want him to that bad. I want to know more details. Did his doctor recommend it, or did his
We're gonna
doctor
draft
say?
you if you get shoulder surgery. That's what a team should say.
No, but even that. Do they know the details of it, or they just hear this? Is there like details that his doctor recommended he got it and he said no, or what? Like I want to know. Because if it's like it's a decision. Like it's not like you should get it from a doctor. Then it's not like crazy.
Connor, I think we're the goats of streaming. I gotta admit, we do a better job than everybody
Right.
else. Are the Red Sox gonna win?
Is
They
it
won.
one?
Wait, no,
No, they did
I
not.
was out too. Never mind.
Who's closing? Lobos again?
Was he gave up a home run. Now Strom is in.
Strom is.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Yankees are winning. Rockies and Reds are tied 1-1.
Solid.
Brewers are beating the Cubs 6-0. Braves are beating the Rangers 5-1. Mets are beating the Phillies 3-0. Angels are up on the White Sox 4-1. Pirates lost to the Padres 7-3. Marlins beat the Mariners 8-6, and the Rays beat the Twins 6-1. That is your baseball update provided by the MLB. Major League Boozball.
Okay. Ravens on the board. NBA news, we had a tie game. Quarter.
Connor, check what I just tweeted at you.
And John Moran is 0 for 5 for 0 points so far.
Ooh.
He's been really bad this series. That's a good one.
That's good.
Travis Jones finally off the board.
Really, it took him about a round and a half.
For the
to get off
Ravens.
board.
This is someone we
that
would-
for Baltimore.
Yeah, that's a good pick. That's something we were saying
had him
last
marked in
round
my
they could have
first.
picked. That's a really
Yeah.
good pick for the Ravens.
Great pick for the Ravens. Indianapolis back up. Then we have Cleveland, Chargers, Denver, Giants, Atlanta, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New England, Las Vegas, Arizona, Dallas, Buffalo, Tennessee, and Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay. Love that.
We're at pick 76. 77 is coming up right away as Connor just announced the Baltimore Ravens have picked Travis Jones, defensive interior lineman, I believe.
Yep.
With the 80th. No, sorry. Not with the 80th overall pick. Wait. Is this pick 80? No, sorry, that's a mistake.
70,
JPA
76.
football.
76.
Anthony Santander walked. Red Sox are up 3-1, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth. Men on first and second. Indianapolis is on the clock. And, well, Connor, can you run us down through who Indianapolis has selected so far? And who are they going to select?
So they
going
just
forward?
took a tight end. In the round before, they took a wideout, who was
So they've got
Andrew's
offense.
favorite pick. Got 2 weapons. I think they could go offense again with the lineman here, a
Yeah,
tackle
I mean, I could
specifically,
see it.
but we'll see what happens.
Definitely want to help out Matty Ice for sure. You know, they could go. I mean, I feel like they're pretty good overall. I think right now, I mean, they're just looking for more depth at whatever position. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think they could use a starting tackle here, and I think there's guys that can be a starting tackle here.
Yeah,
Raymond.
the replacement for Eric Fisher. I do really like that Travis Jones pick for the Ravens.
Travis Jones is a steal.
Yeah.
I like these.
I honestly don't think they could have done much better with that pick.
Yeah, that
The
was
Red
definitely
Sox
a good pick.
won. It's official. The Red Sox won 3-1. Strikeout by Strom, strikeout Owings, and that ends the game. The Red Sox win one for once. Oh. Will Nakobe Dean be picked in the 3rd round? Probably not. I just have a feeling, Connor, he's
It's
not
great
going to
ad.
get picked.
I don't think he's gonna get picked.
What
here.
if the Colts take him?
Not really
The
fit.
Colts are looking for BPA. That's who they should take.
They won't. Connor, it's gonna be a tough one. We did get a quarterback, though. We did get a quarterback, Desmond Ritter. We're still waiting on the 2 more selection to be shown. The Indianapolis selection is not in yet. Although I expect it to be in soon.
A team that took 2 inside linebackers and a team that likes to pay their teammates. Somewhat surprising that the Jaguars did not take Dean. It is a lineman, Bernard Raymond from Austria. I forget what actual school
Ooh.
he's from, but he was Austrian immigrant. I think Central Mesh.
Yeah, I mean, he was rated
Mitch.
very high by PFF. We all knew
That
he
was-
wasn't going to be a first
No, he-
rounder. We thought he could have been a second rounder. He ends up falling to the 3rd, but he's going to go to a good Indianapolis team. So he's probably going to look
He's-
really good against those other
he's
offensive linemen.
he's not a starter though. He's a developing guy. He was tight end for 2 years in college.
I think he is a starter, honestly.
You think so? He's way too raw in my opinion to be a starter. He's gonna get absolutely demolished by some guys. He can rotate in.
Who else starts over him?
Pryor and
I mean, I'm not a
Who's-
huge Pryor guy. I mean, I guess you start Pryor in the short term, and then in the long term, you get
And
Raymond.
Braden Smith. They just drafted in the 2nd round a couple years. They just paid him too, right?
Well, Braden Smith is your right tackle. But
Yeah, I think you start Pryor over him. You have Brandon Kemp back there as well. Who you just got as a rookie. So I think he'll develop well. They've developed linemen very well. Probably one of the best teams at developing linemen in the past like 5-6 years since Andrew Luck retired. But yeah,
Yeah, Cleveland now on the clock. They've only had one selection so far.
The Red Sox win, Michael.
The Red Sox did win. We won.
Patriots almost on the clock. 7 picks away.
I know.
Maybe we'll
We
go
just
to
keep
that
getting
pick,
closer and
Michael.
closer.
If Dean's still not off the board, you want to end at the Patriots pick?
Connor, I have no hope that Dean will ever be picked.
Or maybe the Patriots pick at 94.
Maybe we just keep going until the third round ends.
Potentially, that could work. I don't mind it.
I mean, we're only 20 picks
NFL
away.
comparison, Joe Staley. I don't agree. An edge rusher, Alex Wright, with the 78th pick, is for the Cleveland
How are you getting these so
Football
quick?
Browns. JPA.
Jeez. Connor, you're really on this. You're just reloading faster than me.
Yeah, Alex Wright. He's more of a. I believe he's more of an outside linebacker. He's the UAB guy, the dragon, actual thing, but fire breathing dragon as the logo. Recognize the logo.
Bernhard Raymond
Yeah.
served in the Austrian military.
Blazers. That's what it is.
He's a raw. He's very raw as a edge rusher. I'll probably set the edge
Well, I
on
get to
like
learn with
blitz
one of the
packages.
best.
I think he'll probably set the edge on blitz packages. He's not starting over. He's not going to start on that team. Obviously, it's a depth pick.
No.
But I don't mind it as a depth pick. Really, I think it's a
Yeah,
good.
if someone
depth
gets
pick.
injured, I mean, listen, injuries happen in the NFL. And that's what you have to understand. Like, players get injured all the time. It's the way it
If-
happens.
If Myles Garrett can kind of mold him, because he's very raw, but if he can kind of mold him into a really good edge prospect, I think that'd be really good for them in future years. I mean, he has the athletic ability. He's big for an outside linebacker. He's like 6'6", maybe 300. It's crazy that he's still fast.
It was Alex Wright, correct?
Yeah, Alex Wright. Panthers are trying to move up into the third round. Maybe the Baker Mayfield talks aren't kind of holding them over what they could get Malik Willis at.
It's
I
very
do think-
possible.
I do think the Browns were in need of an edge rusher. Wright is a good long-term option. I just think there were better edge rushers on the board that
I
they
can
could
agree
have
with that.
used right away.
I think the Panthers could be trying to trade up. Ian Rappaport says they're trying to trade up. So I think they could be looking for Malik Willis. Maybe they're like,
I think, yeah.
if we can get Malik Willis in the
Maybe they're
third
moving
round,
on from Baker.
why trade for Baker when we can get Malik Willis in the
The Chargers are drafting defensive back.
I
JT
think
Woods.
Willis has more potential, but Baker is a better, safer bet. Who did you say
JT
the Chargers are drafting?
JT Woods, the safety
Woods.
out of Baylor. He had some high up, but he had some round 2 buzz. I was
Ooh,
hearing a lot
Baylor
of good
safety.
things about him.
I mean, did the Chargers need a safety? Like, they have a Durley, they have Derwin James, obviously.
He could
Derwin
be
James
he,
does have injury problems, though.
he could be
True,
nickel
it's like-
packages
it's
too.
Like it's the thing, like, when Derwin James gets hurt, you put another guy in. That's, I guess, what they're going
I think he
for.
could work
But I don't
well.
think it's really, there's better safeties on the board, too.
I think he could work well in nickel packages.
Yeah,
'Cause-
that's my thought, too.
Because it's like J.C. Jackson, Asante Samuel, Michael Davis is being probably your slot, and
Overall,
then
overall.
you can run him as nickel, and he's better on. He's not a good like open field guy necessarily. He's better matched up with someone. That's why I think he could work in nickel. I don't mind it. Decent depth.
No, I mean,
He-
listen.
probably
we're in the
good
third round.
value.
If you're going for depth here, I mean, I'm okay with that.
What do the Chargers really need?
Exactly. Like they picked offensive line already.
Yeah, they got a good offense, a good guard in Zion Johnson. I mean, the one thing you
They
could
don't really need
argue
wide
is
receiver. They don't need running back.
The only thing you could argue, I guess, is a wide receiver 3, right?
Don't they have that guy? They have someone. They have some speedster at 3. Broncos are drafting tight end Greg Dulcich with the 80th overall pick.
Not a
So
big
they
fan.
give away Fant. They drafted a tight end. That makes sense.
They played Donald Parham as wide receiver 3 somewhat last year, but he's more of a tight end, I think. Also, he ever
I
gonna
like the
play
pick
again?
now.
Isn't Parham the one that got like really badly hurt at the end of last year? On that touchdown catch. I'm pretty sure that was
He
Parham.
plays for the
multiple weird
Chargers, so it's irrelevant. But
I think that was Parham. Yeah.
well, he plays for the Chargers.
Yeah, we were talking the Chargers. I was talking still the Chargers fit of a wide receiver 3.
Everett is still going to be their starting tight end.
No, but I just meant they were running Parham as a wide receiver 3 at some points. They tendered him.
I think Josh Palmer's their number 3.
I guess he was only diagnosed with a concussion.
Crazy, huh?
He looked like he could have been paralyzed. It looked like he couldn't even move.
Bro,
it was
and
scary.
some NFL players will take some hits, and you look at it, and you're like, how are they even alive?
Yeah, exactly.
And then they just
Yeah, I
they
know.
walk up from it and like, yeah, and I'm like, whoa.
One thing I'll say. I think the Chargers put this pick aside. I don't like this pick. Put that aside. Had a good offseason. I think they're the favorites right now for the AFC West with the Chiefs losing Tyreek Hill.
Malik Willis is still dropping.
I guess we haven't really talked about the Broncos pick here. Greg Dulcich, the tight end.
Oh, the pick is in. I did not know that.
The UCLA, I believe. He's pretty much a
Yeah,
sold.
Dulcich is from UCLA.
He's a receiver.
Late riser.
He's
I just
basically
don't know why a tight end. Alberto is a capable starting tight end.
yeah.
I guess it's a Fant replacement, but
And
they don't
it's
really-
another. Alberto is more of like a receiving tight end, and Dulcich is the same thing. Neither of them are blockers at all.
Yeah, so it's not a great fit.
Yeah, I don't like the fit. I think they could have got a solid blocking tight end.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that pick. I like Dulcich as a player, underrated guy, but not the right place.
You could have got Ruckert at Ohio State. He's a solid blocker.
Yeah, I
Good
wouldn't
fit.
have minded that, but why a tight end at all? Take another D lineman.
Yeah, I understand.
The tight end should have gone to the Giants. The Giants are picking next.
Yeah, exactly.
They could still take.
But
a
they
tight
still
end.
have your guy Likely on the board. Isn't that who you said you had as your next tight end, Isaiah Likely?
Likely could
Yeah.
be the pick here. I almost forgot about him for a second. I thought he was gone for a second because I was talking about him over Dulcich and over what's his name, over Jelani Woods.
Yeah. New York Football Giants are selecting cornerback Cordell Flott with the 81st pick.
Ooh.
We're getting to some DBs I do not know with guys that I'm surprised as to.
Giants
Oh, it's
need
the
to
no,
go.
I know this kid. It's the LSU kid. He's undersized as hell.
Brent Grimes.
Yeah, he's super fast. He reminds me more of a safety than a cornerback, but I guess he's listed here as a cornerback.
All right, so
Um,
that means Atlanta comes up again after.
Malik Willis, quarterback competition.
That would be funny.
But yeah, I think Flott will be a safety. Well, I don't think he'll be good enough to. Well, at all for the Giants. And they did need a safety. The Giants' safety room is pretty poor,
I agree.
to say the least. Who's their best safety? Isaiah McKinney? Which is not great out there. Julian Love. So yeah, he's most likely going to be safety depth, because you have Bradbury, Adoree Jackson, Darnell Holmes, which will be your backs. I hope they announce him as a safety. He got tweeted out as a corner, but I think there's a very good chance he's going to be a depth safety, maybe a starter, depending on Julian Love's production.
Mm-hmm.
Good blocking.
Lucic.
I don't like that pick much still for the Broncos. Kobe Dean continues to fall.
And Kobe Dean falls.
I feel like the Eagles definitely could use
Said
like
it
a
with
depth.
every pick. What team is realistically going to take Nakobe Dean? That's
The New
The
England Patriots.
Patriots. Colin Cowherd, the Broncos have crushed this offseason. Really? They did good, but you're tweeting it after Dulcich? I mean,
yeah, that's not the right timing.
he's good, but I don't think he's like, oh my wow.
Another
Yeah,
linebacker off
they-
the board. This one's outside
Get
though.
out the Giants pick.
And the Falcons are drafting D'Angelo Malone here at 82. He's
What you say,
outside.
Aluakon?
I believe outside linebacker. Yep, out of Western Kentucky. I have him on my board here. Probably the best outside linebacker on the
board. I have him on my board as an edge rusher.
Yeah, outside linebacker, edge rusher. Probably a 3-4 outside
They already
linebacker.
took an edge, so it's not a huge need at this point, and it's kind of a reach in my eyes. I don't love it.
He was probably the best edge out from an outside linebacker position on the board.
Yeah, but the Falcons run a 4-3, so it doesn't really make sense. Or maybe they switched. I'm trying to remember.
I mean, Ebikite is a lot bigger, I think. I think you
Yeah,
have
they
him.
did switch to a 3-4.
Yeah, I think you could
So
run.
that does make a little more sense now, but you have Lorenzo Carter on one end.
I think you could run Ebikite as a 3-4 end. and
Connor,
then,
did you see those Giants
um,
fans dancing?
Yeah, and then Malone as a 3-4 outside linebacker. I think could be the likely situation there. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. What could they use? They just got O-line, right? In the last round? Or no?
I mean, they could pick a wide out. I know they already picked one, but they could pick another.
Who did the Eagles take last round?
They could take a linebacker.
Okay, they did take O-line last round.
Or did
Yeah,
they take Lloyd?
no,
they could
it was
take a
Jags.
linebacker.
Jags took Lloyd. They could go Nakobe Dean. I think they could use safety help.
The
As-
Jags trade up.
No, Michael just thought the Eagles. They could use safety help. I don't think Marcus Epps is necessarily a starting caliber safety. I don't think he was very good for the Eagles last year as their starter. Just kind of maybe someone potentially that has opportunity to pair next to Anthony Harris.
Mm-hmm.
So they could go. There's a couple good safeties on the board right now. Kirby Joseph, Nick Cross. I like Tyson Anderson a lot out of Toledo, but I like small safeties. But he was second fastest 40 time, fastest 3 cone.
What are you kidding me? The Patriots love small school safeties that you never heard of.
I said the Eagles.
I know, but so.
Yeah, Patriots
Patriots
are,
on top.
are definitely an exception.
Patriots are the exception to the rule of, hey, pick a guy who you know.
Guy who you've heard of before.
I heard of
I think that first round pick, Cole Strange, I think that definitely could have been a PR move, a jersey selling move, because number 69 Strange is still a top 5 jersey seller so far.
I mean, yeah, but why
People
would you
love
pick a
their
guy in the first round
Strange
for PR?
69, Michael.
Why would you pick a guy in the first round for PR?
Bill Belichick.
Well,
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
make money.
I wouldn't put it past Belichick, but I mean,
What, you're trying to get guys?
Nakobe Dean!
He went.
He went!
Philadelphia Eagles.
The Philadelphia
Woohoo!
Eagles.
Finally, took long
There
enough.
we go. There we go.
And Andrew, 1 pick before the Patriots. 2 picks before the Patriots.
Oh
Sorry.
my God.
I love it.
Now we better take a corner. Now we better take a
I
corner.
love it. That's a really good.
Just take a corner.
Yeah, Nakobe Dean to the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's so
Thinking
good.
about this, I'm just trying to think about where Dean is going to play on this Eagles team once he's healthy.
They run a
I'd say-
3-4, probably a middle linebacker
They
3-4
run
for
a,
TJ Edwards.
they run a Yeah,
He's
they
definitely not an
definitely
outside linebacker.
They definitely could use help anywhere at their linebacker spot. They have decent linebackers, but nobody extra special. Dean has the potential to be the star of this linebacker core. Not the biggest need, but with this kind of value, I'm not complaining.
I mean, pair him next to Hassan Reddick. I like that linebacking core. Who they just paid.
Yeah, Hassan Reddick in there, and then you got T.J. Edwards, Kaiser White as rotational guys, Sean Bradley, another rotational guy. It's
If
a good
this-
linebacker core on a team that was like had a gaping hole at linebacker, just like
Eagles have
a year or so
scarily
ago.
had maybe the second best draft.
They're
Um,
coming up close to it.
You got a really good.
Philadelphia Eagles. I think at this point, you can call the Philadelphia Eagles your NFC East favorites.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, you got AJ Brown with not much given up.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I can say,
I
about
like the Jordan
Eagles
Davis
is that-
pick. I know you don't like it. I like
The
the
only
Jordan
thing I can
Davis.
say about the Eagles is that they should take a corner, but beyond that,
What about a quarterback? They could use a real quarterback.
I think they could use a safety.
Jalen Hurts.
I think
Jalen Hurts. Do not sleep. Do not sleep on Jalen.
the Pittsburgh Steelers are
Honestly-
taking Demovin Leia with the 84th pick, the edge rusher out of A&M. I think he was a first
Alright.
rounder for you, Andrew, right?
I had him in the first round, and I think I said, yeah, I was saying Pittsburgh should take a D lineman. I really do like that pick. I don't think it gets much better than that.
I wouldn't minded them getting more of a pure tackle, a lineman
Yeah.
at all. I mean, you got
maybe Winfrey.
Pickens and Pickett. I think a
Pickens
lineman
and
is neat.
Pickett, and now you have Leo. It's changing the theme here.
Unfortunately, was there any lineman starting with the name Pick? And you had Poem, which is close.
I mean, what about a corner? I could have seen them taking a corner.
Is
I
it-
don't see. It's just Pickett and Pickens. Pickett and Pickens.
That's unfortunate. I think they should have taken Fa'alele.
They picked Pickett and Pickens with their picks, but now they've moved on.
They moved on to Leia.
Pickens.
Yeah, I like that pick. A guy to pair down low. He could play tackle, defensive tackle or defensive end. I think they've done a good job this draft. The Steelers pick it at 20, not having to trade up for QB.
Agreed.
You're probably playing like you have Tuitt, Leal and Haywood kind of rotational in that 3-4. You got Devin Bush, Miles Jack, and TJ Watt. That's a scary front seven. This is a scary front seven.
So that means the Patriots are
If Nakobe Dean, like if the doctor recommended he
Patriots are on
didn't get surgery, shoulder surgery, and he is fine, which I have a feeling he is,
Tariq Woolen here.
for the
I think
Patriots,
Tariq Woolen.
you definitely could go
Yeah.
Woolen here.
Yeah, and then my day two mock from the start of the day today was
It's flipped.
totally total flipped, but totally accurate.
I don't know how much Woolen is kind of a Patriots
as
guy.
Andrew said yesterday.
He's
he
a
can
press-
Never get the he can always get the team picking the player, but never where it's gonna be.
Uh,
Yeah, and the other thing with the Patriots, I always have the right position for them, but not always the right player.
the New England Patriots are selecting cornerback Marcus Jones out of Houston.
I like it. I like it. I wasn't huge on Jones.
We like
compared to
one
most
pick?
people.
Yes.
He's very undersized, but the Patriots have made that work in the past.
It fills a need. It's decent value. There's other teams that were looking at Jones.
Also
in
the-
this general range.
Also, the Patriots
And
now
I
get a
think
half
He
decent
screams
return man.
Patriots to me. He screams Patriots. To me.
No, our last
Yeah,
guy's a
probably a
return man.
He's a special
Thornton,
teamer at heart.
They already took Thornton as a return man, so
Now you have
I mean,
two
yeah,
return
this
man.
is still,
Two
this is
return
still
man.
by far the best pick the Patriots have made in this draft.
Yeah, he's gonna be I mean, the way Patriots mold special teamers and how they've molded special teamers, he's definitely gonna be a.
How many picks are left
Deadly
in this
guy
third
there.
round, Connor?
We have. Let me see. We're at 86 now, so about 20 left. We could go to the Patriots' next pick in 9 picks at 94. And kind of call it there.
Yeah, I think we should do that. I think it's getting late.
The Titans are trading up with the Raiders.
Ooh.
Could be a
The Raiders
QB.
have yet to pick.
Malik Willis potentially. I don't know.
Who are they trying to jump though?
I have no idea who they're trying to jump. I can tell you.
Maybe they're just
Maybe.
trading up.
I mean, what would they get over the Cardinals? What would the Cardinals draft? A cornerback? Maybe it's Woolen here.
Probably Woolen, given that the Patriots didn't select him, right? That would
Yeah,
make the most sense.
yeah, I think it's Woolen.
Uh,
I could see the case for Jones over Woolen. I like Woolen more, but
I think
could see the case.
Marcus Jones might be your gunner replacement for Matthew Slater.
Gunner replacement and
A
also your
cornerback.
J.C. Jackson replacement.
Yeah. He's not similar to J.C. Jackson. I think he could play. Browns and Panthers have made progress in negotiations.
Wow.
But back on Marcus Jones, I think he could play kind of a more of a nickel guy.
And who have made progress?
The Browns and Panthers on a trade for Baker Mayfield.
Oh, okay.
I think you could train him as kind of more of a nickel guy, make Jonathan Jones maybe a full-time corner, even though I know they like him at the nickel. Or
I like Jonathan Jones as a full-time corner. Yeah, so you got Jones.
the Titans
This-
select.
You got both Joneses, Marcus and Jonathan. You got Jalen Mills, and you got Malcolm Butler. That's a solid cornerback right now.
The
Connor
they
announced it. Give it
select.
to us.
Yep, the Titans have traded up to select quarterback from Liberty, Malik Willis.
It's happened.
Oh,
It's
There we go.
it's done for. I don't know
Malik
why they.
All right,
Willis
Connor.
finally
We'll end
off
at the
the
next Patriots pick
board.
just because everything important has
red
happened.
shirt
now.
year for Malik.
That, yeah, I mean, you get a year behind a quarterback absolutely the opposite from him in Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, he's a
Um,
well-established quarterback.
You got to go into a running offense. I think that the dual threat ability of a run play action, fake handing it off to Derrick Henry
Especially with
is
Derrick Henry.
deadly
Like the Willis
because
pick.
you need to send everyone to Derrick Henry basically.
And if you don't, you're screwed.
I don't even think they need AJ Brown anymore because with Malik Willis, who can't pass it, who has the worst accuracy out of any QB in this class, I don't think you need to pass the ball. It's a Derrick Henry or Malik Willis run play every time.
I don't really care about many of the other quarterbacks, but I'm curious to see where Sam Howell goes. That's the one guy that I have my eye on.
I don't know if we're gonna see it before the Patriots' next pick. There's not many QB needy teams coming up.
Yeah.
You could
I
see
don't
the
see it happening.
Lions. The Lions could sit
Lions-
them behind Goff.
Lions getting Howell, that could happen. I could also see Seattle on day 3. At this point, it looks like Seattle is most likely to roll with the combo of Drew Lock and Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Wow.
Will Matt Corral even get drafted? Probably
I think he will. He
You
will
do?
get drafted, but
7th
he's going to be
round, late
drafted as a
pick.
clear backup quarterback.
A career
Like a
backup.
Jake
Kyle
Fromm
Trask.
type pick.
Yeah.
Jake Fromm type pick. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm. Yeah, so it's basically down to Sam Howell is kind of your clear one at this point. Then you got
Quarterback. Yeah.
Corral and Strong.
Strong. If anyone goes on, maybe Carson Strong would go undrafted. I don't know. Quarterback value was highly overestimated this year.
All right, Arizona is next up. Following them, Dallas, Buffalo, Las Vegas, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, San Francisco, and New England. Do.
So Cardinals
Still looking for.
cornerback likely. Maybe getting another weapon. Actually, a guard here would be awesome. I think Faalele would fit so well. Maybe they're getting another wide receiver or tight end or running back or Kyler. Potentially.
Running back, I could see Isaiah Spiller.
In other news, the Mets had a combined no-hitter tonight.
Hill almost had a no-hitter. He was doing really well, right?
Well, yeah, but he only went 4 innings.
And he went, what, 15 up, 15 down? That's pretty good.
Yes.
Cam Thomas, shooting guard of the Brooklyn Nets, goes at the 87th pick. Actually a D-end. But name of similarities.
Well, they don't go offensive line, so looks like Kyler Murray will
Yeah,
just die
I
in
don't
the
get it.
backfield this year.
But San Diego State, Cam Thomas, a bigger D-end, definitely has some tools to be a good player. I don't know if it's a need for them, whatsoever. I mean, you did lose Chandler Jones, so you could kind of have someone fill in there, but you still have J.J. Watt, you still have Zach Allen. Isaiah Simmons can be an edge rusher, even though I doubt it. Zaven Collins. I don't know really where Cameron Thomas fits in here. Maybe as I feel like he's more of a 4-3 tackle, defensive tackle than a 4-3 end or a 3-4 end to me, and I don't think they need a 3-4. Interesting selection. Say the least.
Yeah, certainly. Malik Willis obviously very happy he gets selected at some point. Took a while.
The Cowboys are drafting Jalen Tolbert with the 88th pick. A bit of a fall for the wide receiver. I'm sure Jerry Jones is happy about that.
Jerry Jones is always happy when he gets a steal.
Sunbelt Offensive Player of the Year. Very good vertical threat. He's older though, but that might be what they need.
Connor, I'm just trying to see if they show Malik Willis throwing highlight on his on NFL Network.
But yeah, two.
Oh, they did. They are throwing they are showing one. And of course it's against Syracuse, of course.
Team with some real bad cornerbacks.
I mean, Connor, these guys are open by like 5 or 10 yards, like literally, like.
And that's his worst spot is 5 or 10 yards.
No, they're open 5 or 10 yards, like 5 or 10 yards of
Just
separation.
wide open.
Oh, their second Syracuse highlight.
Yeah, I don't like Cam Thomas much. Right here.
I'll tell you this, Malik Willis does throw kind of a good deep ball, though. He's got a big arm.
This Cam Thomas is a D lineman, and
It's like the Cardinals pick is officially in.
yeah, the Cardinals pick was Cameron Thomas, the defensive end out of San Diego
Yeah.
State.
Now it's going to be officially announced.
Yeah, not a good fit in my opinion.
Yeah, he's more of an edge guy. And the Cardinals didn't really need an edge. I don't think they even needed a front seven guy at all.
I don't know who that is left to Goodell, but that looks like Ray Allen.
The bald guy.
Yeah, doesn't that look a lot like Ray Allen?
It does, but it's not.
He's obviously not. I mean, he was a supersonic.
What will Jerry Jones do here?
He picked a receiver, Colbert.
That's right. Jalen Colbert.
He's gonna replace Michael Gallup?
And Amari
Getting a
Cooper.
bit thrown off by the difference between the leaks and the what's
Yeah.
live here.
No, one thing Tolbert, I heard this in multiple. I haven't watched much film of him. One thing I heard is he's really good at like drawing cornerbacks away for deep balls, which could be very deadly with CeeDee Lamb.
It's not a huge need.
It's a
the
bit of a
Cowboys
need.
side for a wide
It's a
receiver.
bit of a
It's
need.
definitely a bit of a need. They wanted to
With
pay Gallup.
With Gallup missing a good portion of, like, I mean, not a good portion, but the first few games of the season, that's what makes it a little bit more of a need. But
I kind of like Tolbert over James Washington. I'm not a big James Washington guy. I didn't like him at
Neither am
Pittsburgh.
I, and I feel like Cedric Wilson isn't there either.
I like James
Cedric
Washington
Wilson's
first.
gone. Amari Cooper's
Oh, is he?
gone.
Wilson is gone.
Who do they have? Noah Brown.
It's not an
he
awful
wasn't
pick,
great.
but I think they could have done better.
Noah Brown, the guy that looks exactly like CeeDee Lamb, but his number like 85. It confused me so many times when watching that team. You had CeeDee at 88, then Noah Brown at 85. Same hair, same like yellow streak in the hair. Crazy. man.
Build.
Lost my mind watching that. Like Buffalo Bills.
Connor, how are you seeing this? Hold on.
I haven't seen a Bills pick yet.
Oh, I thought you were just about to announce it. I was just about to say, like,
Yeah, not yet.
stop. Thanks. JPA football, I don't know who they have inside the NFL, but they're good.
I think Marcus Jones is a better return man than Tyreek Thornton.
I think Tyreek might
Equan Thornton.
might do punt returns. I think Jones might do kick returns.
Jones had 7 punt return touchdowns.
I thought it was 7 kick returns. That's what I read.
No, he was a punt returner.
Oh, then flip them.
Flip him.
Yeah.
I think he
Whatever else
did
they
both,
just do,
but I
whatever.
know he got at least because I remember one of them. I think. I remember him having a punt return touchdown at some point. Maybe he did both. It's
Colbert, you're saying?
positive.
Bears?
Marcus Jones.
Marcus Jones.
The Bills are drafting linebacker Terrell Bernard at the 89th pick.
I like the linebacker here. That was what I was expecting.
Yeah, I
Not-
would have expected them to do that earlier, though.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, but I mean, they needed to go for.
Did they pick him over Chanel? Leo Chanel?
Yeah.
Was he already off the board?
No, they picked him over Chanel. They picked him over Tyndall. They picked him over Adam Anderson, Micah McFadden.
Alright, definitely a bit of a reach then.
A big
Yeah,
reach.
I mean, they went for the running back. They went for the corner. Yeah, it is a bit of a reach,
It's
but
a-
it fills a need. So decent pick.
He's a slot inside linebacker. He'll defend in the slot. He can kind of go into. He's good against the run. What is this guy's pants?
Pick is officially in.
What is Kyle Brandt wearing?
Ew.
Terrible. But yeah, I don't know if I like the fit. He's not Matt Milano. He's not a Matt Milano replacement. He's a very different type of player. And I feel like at what I've always felt them wanting to get at linebacker is a Matt Milano replacement. For probably when he walks this offseason. EC legend. But I mean, he'll be a rotational guy behind Edmonds and Milano this season. I don't know if he's a guy that you're gonna have be a starter.
Yeah, but Edmonds is bad though. Edmonds is not good.
Edmonds is much better than what Terrell Burnett.
That's saying
Edmonds,
something.
Edmonds was a top 20 linebacker just about a year ago. As was Matt Milano. But now there is a need there with Milano headed out soon. I think it's good that they got one. It's just
All right, up next
what's
is
the heck-
Vegas.
First pick. What do the Raiders need? Line help.
I don't know. Well, they
Could
don't
definitely
just,
be
like, based
helpful.
off what they need.
I think for Alele, I don't know how he's dropping. I don't know what I'm missing. He's a super versatile tackle / guy. Minnesota
Yeah, but they could use
always
a defensive lineman though.
Minnesota always produces good linemen. They need a lineman, really. Alex Leatherwood is not a starting caliber player. John Simpson is
Well,
not a starting caliber player. These guys aren't good.
They have some serious line problems.
Yeah, the interior line is bad. I think there's a couple of guys that can fill that. Kennard could fill it. Fa'alele, I feel like could be very versatile for them. There's a couple of guys I don't mind to fill it at all. Pick is in. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock.
I do think Bernard was a major reach. I don't think I even had
Dylan
him.
Parham, interior lineman. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
No,
Solid.
I like that pick. He
Dylan
fell further than expected.
Dylan Parham, okay.
The Raiders made
Memphis.
a good draft pick.
Memphis.
The first
Yeah.
time in a long time.
Because they're not bad in the later round draft picks. Just the first round that
they just shouldn't pick in the early rounds.
there's a reason they
Simple as
traded
that.
out of both the first and second round.
Yeah.
So the Buccaneers are on the clock. I don't know what I want here. I wouldn't mind a tight end. We could go a tight end. I wouldn't mind a running back either. I don't mind
I
Spiller
mean,
at
you
all.
already got your own lineman and D lineman. I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind a corner for them. Like,
I'm
I'm not a huge Jamel Dean guy.
I hate Jamel Dean with a burning passion. But I don't know if there's anyone better here.
Daryl LaMonica, former Raiders player.
Column. I believe
Darby.
Tariq Woolen is still available too.
Tariq Woolen is available. He doesn't feel like the Bucks don't love a zone. I think Woolen's most likely spot is to be moved at safety in the NFL, personally. And I don't think
Bucks
the
could
Bucks
use
are
a safety though. They
the
lost
Bucks could-
Whitehead.
they signed
I know
Logan
they got
Ryan.
but
They signed Logan Ryan. Mike Edwards was very good in his
Keanu Neal
limited playing
also
time.
in Tampa.
I'm very excited to see Mike Edwards kind of break out this season. As a Bucks fan personally, he was super good. He had multiple pick sixes in the times he had starts. You also have Ross
I do like Mike
Cockrell
Edwards.
back
I'm
there.
a much bigger Mike Edwards guy than I am a Jamel Dean guy.
We also signed Keanu Neal, so I really don't think safety is an issue. We took a running
like-
back. It was not Spiller. It was Rashad White.
Shad White to the Bucks.
Rashad White. That's a bit of a reach. Arizona
Is
State.
a bit of a reach,
running
and They
back.
don't need a running back either. I don't like that pick.
They definitely
Yeah, I
need
mean,
a running
why?
back.
Fournette just signed a 3-year deal.
Fournette was better not as a 3-down
Keyshawn
guy.
Vaughn is their young guy. He's not that good, but they have.
Keyshawn
But
Vaughn
did you
is a
guys get-
fumble machine. Keyshawn Vaughn will fumble half the snaps he gets. He's
what
not
about
good
Bernard
at all.
though? Bernard's your third down guy.
Gio is pretty. He was injured towards the end of last year. He might stay injured. I would have liked Spiller. I think Spiller would be very good as kind of a first, second down back, not a receiving back, which you have Fournette for, more so.
Yeah, true.
I don't know much about Rashad
That can
White.
catch passes too, though. He's capable of an every
Yeah,
down.
that's what I mean. Fournette was probably the best pass catching running back in football last year, with Jonathan Taylor. But behind Jonathan Taylor, I'd say Fournette was right there.
Yeah. But Jonathan Taylor isn't even seen necessarily as a pass catcher. He's still
Yeah,
the
seen
best.
as
He's
everything.
just overall. Yeah.
Look at Matt Ryan. Look at his legs. Look at that. That's crazy.
Rashad White is very similar to what Ronald Jones was.
Except Ronald Jones
kind of
sucks.
like can get stuffed at the line and bounce off the line a lot, or can boast for like multiple 90-yard touchdowns like
The direct Ronald Jones.
Ronald
replacement.
Jones did. Ronald Jones was a guy who you could get busted at the line, but once he gets downhill, his like speed downhill gets crazy good and he just flies.
Green Bay is now on the clock.
And Green Bay has taken offensive tackle Sean Ryan.
Connor, JPA is just not coming up for me anymore. Oh, it just did. Never mind. So the
JPA on
Packers
Instagram.
finally take another offensive lineman. So this is their second. They took their first one in
he's
the first round at pick 28, I think.
he's
Yeah,
a
I think
UCLA kid.
The Packers needed multiple linemen in this draft, anyways. Though,
They did.
I respect the pick.
Overall,
I think
though,
there are
feel
better
like it's
guys
been
on the
a-
board.
Good value fills a need.
Overall, I think it's been a bad draft for the Packers, though.
Yeah, well, no, a bad day one, but they've recovered on day.
Was day one that bad in hindsight for them to get? I don't think this was a bad draft for the Packers.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
I mean,
then-
yes, you could have traded up, but you weren't picking receiver at either of those spots. Yes, you could have got someone better for Quay Walker, but now learning that Nakobe Dean's falling anyways, I don't hate it. I mean, I'd rather Devin Lloyd there, but
Yeah, but they could have picked
Regardless.
Devin Lloyd at that first spot.
Devontae Wyatt,
I
yes,
really like
off the
the
field
two-
issues, but he's good.
Two
Um,
picks tonight. Yeah, it was 2 picks tonight, and I liked them both.
I mean, it's a strong pick.
Yeah, two
Yeah,
linemen.
the Christian Watson pick was another really strong one. Those are both A's in my book.
Yeah. I don't know if this was a bit of a reach for,
Really,
Sean
Sean
Ryan.
Ryan has been rising upwards.
but not that far up. Not above a Rasheed Walker or Daniel Falele or Chris Paul. I'd say even like Jameer.
I'm looking. No, Chris Paul, really no.
Chris
I
Paul is
had- okay,
damn
I had
good.
I had Walker over him, but not Pharrell.
Chris Paul is a re-embodiment of what Tristan Wirfs was a couple years ago. He reminds me so much of him.
Chris
And he can
Paul,
play
baby.
inside if you need him.
Won't be wearing number 3. That's what I'll say.
No, he's number 69. If I remember. I wouldn't mind that pick for the Cardinals. Shout out your star point guard. Just dropped 33.
It's funny
Game
because Chris
6.
Paul the third, and then you could also call him CP3, just like the other Chris Paul. But
I don't. Actually, it is allowed now, huh? Can O lineman run any number?
Yeah, I
No.
think so.
not
No.
O lineman.
I don't-
O-lineman
yeah, I
has
didn't
to.
think O lineman. I wasn't sure about that. But I knew the
Basically, every other position can now.
Memphis Grizzlies just going to 10-0 run to make that game close. That game is on ESPN 1 right now, bumping the draft down.
They
He
just sent Mel Kiper
departures.
to ESPN 2. He's molding.
Maybe you should have actually shown up. I'm surprised TNT doesn't have that basketball game, so ESPN can keep the draft. Doesn't
Oh,
make much
where's
sense to me.
Booger? What? Okay, Connor, we need to petition ESPN to put this stream on ESPN 3 and take Booger off.
Honestly, we should get Booger in the call. I love Boogers now.
So, Booger, what do you think the Patriots are going to do? Well, you know, the Patriots are a football team, and they're picking in the draft, which means
They're
they
gonna get
need
a player.
football They're going to get a
Need to
player.
pick a player who's gonna play on the team.
The New England Patriots
And if he
team.
plays on the team, he's going to be a player. And if they draft a guy from a college, he went to college. That means he's going to be a college player. And they're going to take him, and he's going to go to the NFL and be in the National Football League, a league where you play football. Where you play football, and that's what we are talking about at this
I think
moment.
the Patriots are looking to improve their team.
You know, I think about what he's trying to do here is he's trying to better his team. Now, what I mean by that is he's trying to pick a guy who's better than one of
Oh,
the
this guy
guys
runs in
on
the
his team.
slot? I didn't know this guy ran in the slot. Brady's gonna love this
Who?
kid. This
Rachaad
running
White?
back, Rashad White.
Yeah.
They're showing him in the slot. The reason Keyshawn Vaughn never got snaps is because he dropped every freaking pass and fumbled when he didn't drop. This kid's instant running back 2 on first and second downs. Because Fournette can't play every snap. He was better when he had
No.
rest time. He was way better when he had rest time.
And I hope Bowles doesn't do the thing where he sits one running back for like an entire
The
drive.
49ers are taking running back Davis Price.
Davis Price. So over Spiller again.
Yeah, Spiller's dropping.
Damian Pierce, you said?
Davis Price.
Davis
All right,
Price.
we're gonna announce this last pick for the Patriots, and then we are gonna
I-
sign off
Oh,
just before the
Tyrion
stroke of
Davis
11.
Price. He's a good pass protector. That's all I've written down. I don't know if I think he might be a fullback. I think they might have just drafted a fullback.
Yeah, I don't think I didn't have him on my board as a running back.
I think
I
he's
didn't
a
have him on my
fullback.
board at all, but I wasn't really looking at fullbacks.
I believe he's a fullback looking at this.
Why would
Oh,
they take a
wait.
fullback though? They have use check.
They have Kyle Juice, I think.
Alright.
Unless-
I
So
do not
we're
know.
not
He's a
gonna announce the
blocking running
Patriots?
back.
We're not gonna announce the Patriots pick.
They traded
Guess
out.
why? They traded out with Carolina.
Carolina's coming up for Sam Howell.
So we'll announce the Carolina pick, and then we will sign off.
Wait, where did they trade
yeah,
down
we'll
to?
see if the Patriots missed out on someone that they should have taken.
Andrew, that's been the story of the entire draft. What do you expect?
Is it going to be Sam Howell? I mean, Matt Corral or Sam Howell? Could it be? I don't
Probably
know.
a quarterback.
I would have really liked to see the Patriots take another lineman, but they might later in this draft.
There's plenty of time.
Well, Leo
Oh
Chenal.
my god, they got Dr. Disrespect! Connor, did you see this?
Interesting.
Disrespect your wife.
Yeah,
Can't believe
I
he's
don't.
the one.
All
Video game streamer.
the only thing I've written down for Tyrion Davis Price is good run blocker. So I have no idea what he does. If I'm being honest.
Connor.
I think he
Connor,
might be a
Connor,
fullback.
He's the two-time champ.
Oh, there's some running. Oh. That was the most open hole I've ever seen in my life. I'm not. Matt Corral. Wow.
Official?
Official.
There
There's
you
no
go.
way there's a
Good
Baker
for our
trade.
soul.
Baker trade has to be dead, right?
Baker trade is
Yeah,
dead.
it's dead.
They
All
picked
right.
Corral
I don't
over
like that pick
Howell.
for Carolina. Well, I do and I don't because it makes a lot of sense.
Sam Howell is born and raised in Carolina and
I
went to
don't like
UNC, and they took Matt Corral.
They should have taken Howell.
I can't believe
I mean,
that.
mad? You mad? You mad?
I can't believe
I
that.
still like the
Are
pick
you
because
mad?
Corral was good value here. But
Yeah.
I don't like Corral as a player, so I don't see it panning out.
Corral
could
is
be wrong.
miniature.
That's why I'm
All right,
giving the
all right,
pick.
all right.
Cor-
You never know.
Corral. Well, one thing. Sam
I'm gonna
Howell's
let Connor finish.
comparison is Baker Mayfield, who they're trying to trade for. Matt Corral's comparison is Taysom Hill.
Hey, Taysom Hill to go.
Hey, I don't like that.
All right, Michael, you want to sign us off after
right,
the
we'll sign us
great
off,
Patriots draft pick? Wait, do you have the trade details, Michael? Beforehand?
Let me just see if I find them.
For any Patriots fans?
I don't think they're out yet. 94 for 137 and a third round pick in 2023.
Third round. Ooh.
So
The
next year.
Panthers' third round pick next year? That might be high. Is that the
Yeah,
Panthers'
because
pick or someone
with
else's
Matt
pick?
Corral-
Yes,
Corral.
I think it's the Panthers
With
pick.
Matt Corral and Sam Darnold as your quarterback combo, you're not going far.
I like the Bucks' chances to win the division. Let me say that.
Really? You do? I thought they were gonna be
Watch
fourth.
out.
Thank you all for listening tonight. I know there weren't as many people, but if you did make it this far, thank you. Thank you to Andrew and Connor. Connor texted me. He was like, "Yo, second round, we gotta do it," and I was like, "Okay, bet, let's do it." Texted Andrew. We all got on.
There were too many guys that dropped to not do it. Too many
There
guys
were
that
too
dropped.
many guys that dropped, and I feel like we're ending at a good point. We basically ended
Everything's
where
kind of been tied in a bow a little bit.
Right. Everyone who was important pretty much got picked outside of Sam Howell. Sorry.
And
but,
Daniel
you know,
Falele. Love this kid.
And
Can't believe he's
Falele.
dropping.
Nakobe Dean, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, obviously,
Desmond Ritter.
Desmond Ritter, Booth got picked. So we went through a lot. We went much later than I thought we would
We
tonight.
saw Baker Mayfield trade, heat up and die.
Exactly.
In
we saw
about
live
10
and die
minutes.
all in the span of a stream. It was great fun tonight. And we'll be back next year. As I said, we'll be covering this. Don't worry, we will not be back tomorrow. I can promise you that. That is a guaranteed card. Don't give me that look. We're not gonna be back
I'm
tomorrow.
good on tomorrow. I'm good on tomorrow. I don't know
But
if
yeah,
I'm a big
thank you
1
all for
p.m.
listening.
start
Thank
time.
you all for being here. Thank you to Connor and Andrew for being here all night. It was a lot of fun, and